Story 1. I was a Marine Corps hand-to-hand combat instructor for 15 years. My daughter's boyfriend shouted, "No one can stop me." Then he slapped her. I drove to his gym. His MMA coach laughed. "What are you gonna do, Grandpa?" I smiled. By the time I left, him and 3 of his fighters needed ICU. His uncle, a gang leader, showed up at my work. Big mistake. Chapter 1, The Calm. Before Shane Jones stood at his woodworking bench, hands steady as he shaped a cherrywood box, a birthday gift for his daughter Marcy. The garage smelled of sawdust and linseed oil, familiar scents that grounded him after 15 years of teaching young Marines how to break bones and end threats. At 48, his beard showed more gray than brown, and his frame carried an extra 30 pounds that soft civilian life had added. But his hands never forgot. They remembered every pressure point, every joint lock, every devastating strike he drilled into thousands of warriors. "Dad." Marcy appeared in the doorway, 22 years old, with her mother's dark hair and his blue eyes. Something was off. She wore a turtleneck despite the California heat. And her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Hey, sweetheart, come see this." Shane held up the box, its dovetail joints perfect. "What do you think?" "It's beautiful." She stepped closer, and Shane noticed the careful way she moved, favoring her left side. His instructor instincts kicked in. The same ones that had kept him alive in Fallujah and Helmand Province during his force recon days before he became the Marine Corps' top MC map instructor at Quantico. "How's Dustin treating you?" He kept his tone casual, but his eyes tracked every micro-expression. "He's good. Really good." The pause was half a second too long. "Actually, we're training together now. He's teaching me some boxing basics." Shane's jaw tightened. Dustin Freeman, 26, cocky MMA fighter who trained at some strip mall gym called Titan's Forge. They'd been dating 4 months and Shane had disliked him from the first handshake. Too much grip, too much eye contact, the kind of insecure dominance display that screamed overcompensation. "Marcy." Shane set down his tools. "If anything's wrong." "Nothing's wrong, Dad. I'm not a kid anymore." She kissed his cheek and retreated before he could push further. "Mom needs help with dinner." That evening, Shane sat across from his wife, Lisa, at the dinner table. Marcy's empty chair between them. Lisa, a trauma nurse at County General, had the same worried crease between her eyebrows. "She's covering bruises," Lisa said quietly. "I saw them when I stopped by her apartment yesterday. Finger marks on her upper arm." Shane's knuckles whitened around his fork. "She denied it. Said she bumped into a door frame during a workout." Lisa's voice cracked. "I have seen enough domestic violence victims to know the difference between accident and assault." Shane, the old warrior and Shane wanted to drive to Dustin's gym right then, but 15 years of tactical training had taught him patience. You didn't win fights by charging in blind. You gathered intelligence. You waited for the right moment. You struck when your enemy's guard was down. "I'll handle it," Shane said. "Legally, Shane, promise me." He met his wife's eyes and said nothing. Some promises he couldn't make. Chapter 2. Gathering Storms. 2 weeks crawled by. Shane watched and waited. His surveillance training from Force Recon kicking in. He drove past Titan's Forge 3 times, memorizing the layout, the patterns, the faces. Dustin's coach was a loudmouth named Perry Cox, 40-some with a shaved head and neck tattoos. The kind of trainer who confused brutality with discipline. Shane also made calls. His old Marine buddy, Gabriel Stevenson, now a PI in San Diego, ran background checks. "Your daughter's boyfriend is dirty, brother," Gabriel reported over the phone. 3 assault charges that got pleaded down. Restraining order from an ex-girlfriend. And here's the kicker. His uncle is Royce Clark. Shane's blood ran cold. Royce Clark ran the Southside Vipers, a gang that controlled drug distribution and underground fighting circuits across 3 counties. They weren't street-level punks. They were organized criminals with legitimate business fronts and dirty cops on payroll. "Freeman's their prize fighter," Gabriel continued. "They use him in illegal prize fights, betting hundreds of thousands. He loses, people die. He's psychotic in the ring, Shane. 3 opponents hospitalized, 1 with permanent brain damage. Send me everything, Shane. These people aren't some drunk Marines you can straighten out. They're send me everything." That night, Marcy came for dinner. She wore long sleeves again, moved more carefully than before. Shane's wife tried to draw her out, but Marcy picked at her food, jumped when her phone buzzed, checked it constantly with barely concealed fear. After dinner, Shane walked Marcy to her car. "Baby girl, I know what's happening." Her eyes filled with tears. "Dad, please don't. Has he hit you?" It's complicated. He gets stressed with training, with his uncle's expectations. It's not always, has he hit you? The tears spilled over. He says he loves me. He apologizes every time. He's under so much pressure from his family. Shane pulled her into a hug. Felt her shake against him. This ends now. Dad, you don't understand. His uncle Dustin said, if I leave, Royce will hurt you. Hurt our family. They're connected. Dad, police, judges, everyone. Let me worry about that. Promise me you won't do anything stupid. Shane stroked her hair like he did when she was little, scared of thunderstorms. I promise I'll fix this. That night, he pulled his old Foot Locker from the garage attic. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, were things he'd hoped to never touch again: tactical gear, surveillance equipment, and a notebook filled with 15 years of knowledge on how to neutralize threats. The Marine Corps had trained him to be a weapon. It was time to remember how to deploy that weapon. Chapter 3. First Blood. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon. Shane was at his job as a shop foreman at a custom furniture company when his phone rang. Lisa's voice was ice. Marcy's in the ER. She listed me as her emergency contact. Shane's vision narrowed to a tunnel. How bad? Concussion, bruised ribs, split lip. She says she fell downstairs, but Shane, there are defensive wounds on her forearms. And witnesses saw her arguing with Dustin in the parking lot of his gym an hour ago. The phone cracked in Shane's grip. I'm on my way. But he didn't go to the hospital. Not yet. First, he drove to Titan's Forge. The gym occupied a converted warehouse on the industrial side of town. Bass-heavy music pounded from inside, mixed with the thud of fists on bags and coaches barking orders. Shane parked and sat for 5 minutes, breathing deeply, finding the cold, calm center he'd cultivated in combat zones. When he walked through the door, the smell hit him. Sweat, testosterone, and arrogance. 20 fighters were scattered across the space, working bags, grappling on mats, sparring in a cage. Dustin Freeman stood near the cage, laughing with his coach, Perry Cox, and 3 other fighters. Dustin was tall, muscular, covered in tattoos with that predatory confidence that came from never facing real consequences. Shane walked straight toward them. A few fighters noticed, stopped their work. The music seemed to dim. Dustin saw him coming and grinned. Well, Daddy came to visit. He nudged Perry. This is Marcy's old man. Perry Cox looked Shane up and down. The extra weight, the gray beard, the carpenter's clothes, and laughed. What are you going to do, Grandpa? Give us a stern talking to. Shane stopped 10 feet away. His voice was quiet, conversational. You put your hands on my daughter. Your daughter's a clumsy who can't follow simple instructions, Dustin sneered. Told her your fat old ass couldn't protect her. She didn't believe me, so I had to teach her respect. The 3 fighters with them, Shane recognized their faces from Gabriel's report. Lamar Duncan, Brenton Contrell, Andres White, all Viper Gang associates, spread out slightly, surrounding him. Perry stepped forward. Here's how this goes, Grandpa. You turn around, walk out, and forget you have a daughter, or my boys will make sure you leave on a stretcher. Shane smiled. It was the smile he'd given Taliban fighters who didn't know they were already dead. I was a Marine Corps hand-to-hand combat instructor for 15 years. I trained Force Recon operators, Mars Raiders, and over 3,000 combat Marines. He rolled his shoulders, and suddenly the extra weight didn't look so soft. You're going to need more than 3 guys. Crazy old Perry nodded at his fighters. Put him down. What happened next took 17 seconds. Lamar came in first, throwing a haymaker. Shane sidestepped, caught the arm, and executed a textbook Kodagai wrist lock combined with a knee to the solar plexus. Lamar dropped like a stone, gasping. Brenton and Andres rushed together. Shane moved like water, decades of muscle memory, taking over. He deflected Brenton's punch, trapped the arm, and delivered a palm strike to the ear that ruptured the eardrum. As Brenton screamed, Shane pivoted, caught Andres's kick, swept the standing leg, and dropped an elbow on the falling fighter's knee. The snap echoed through the gym. 14 seconds. Perry Cox grabbed a training knife from the wall rack and lunged. Mistake. Shane's disarm was reflexive. Trap the weapon hand. Control the wrist. Apply pressure to the nerve cluster while stepping into Perry's center line. The knife clattered away. Shane drove 3 rapid strikes into Perry's floating ribs, then swept both legs. Perry crashed onto his back. Shane followed him down, knee on sternum, and delivered 2 precise strikes to the jaw that sent Perry into darkness. 17 seconds, 3 fighters and a coach on the ground, 2 unconscious, 1 clutching a destroyed knee, one rolling in agony with a ruptured eardrum. Shane stood and turned to Dustin Freeman. Dustin's cocky grin had vanished. He backed toward the cage, hands up. "You're dead, my uncle." Shane closed the distance in 2 steps. Dustin threw a combination, jab, cross, hook. Shane parried each strike, then delivered a front kick to the solar plexus that sent Dustin stumbling backward into the cage wall. Before Dustin could recover, Shane was on him, trapping an arm behind his back. Shane slammed Dustin's face into the chain link once, twice, 3 times. Blood splattered, teeth cracked. Shane spun Dustin around and lifted him by the throat, speaking inches from his ruined face. "You ever come near my daughter again, I'll kill you. You understand me?" Dustin gurgled something that might have been agreement. "I didn't hear you." "Yes, yes." Shane dropped him. Dustin collapsed, whimpering. Shane looked around the gym. Every fighter had backed away, phones out, filming. Good. Let them see. Anyone else want to teach the old man a lesson? Silence. Shane walked out, his knuckles barely bruised, his breathing steady. Behind him, someone was already calling 911. Chapter 4. The Reckoning. The knock came at 6 a.m. the next morning. 2 detectives, Roosevelt Kent, a black man in his 50s with tired eyes, and Sue Shepard, a sharp-featured woman in her 30s. Shane opened the door in his bathrobe, coffee in hand, expecting this. "Mr. Jones, we need to talk about an incident at Titan's Forge gym yesterday." "Come in." Shane led them to the kitchen. Lisa stood by the counter, her lawyer face on. She'd made calls last night to their attorney, prepared for this moment. Detective Kent pulled out a notebook. 4 men are in the hospital. Perry Cox has a fractured jaw and broken ribs. Lamar Duncan has internal bleeding. Brenton Cantrell has a ruptured eardrum and needs surgery. Andres White's knee is destroyed. Doctors say he'll never fight again. And Dustin Freeman has a concussion, broken nose, 7 missing teeth, and trauma to his trachea. "That's unfortunate," Shane said evenly. "Multiple witnesses filmed you assaulting them. Self-defense. 5 men surrounded me, made threats. 1 came at me with a weapon. I defended myself." Sue Shepard leaned forward. "Mr. Jones, these men are claiming these men put my daughter in the hospital with a concussion, bruised ribs, and a split lip. I have medical records, photographs, and witness statements. Dustin Freeman has a history of assault charges and domestic violence. I confronted him about abusing my daughter. He and his colleagues attacked me. I neutralized the threat using the minimum necessary force my training allowed." Kent's expression shifted slightly. "Your training?" 15 years. Marine Corps hand-to-hand combat instructor. MC MAP black belt 4th degree. I taught at Quantico. Before that, Force Recon. 3 combat deployments. Would you like my service record?" The detectives exchanged glances. Kent cleared his throat. "Mr. Freeman's uncle, Royce Clark, has filed a complaint. He's demanding we arrest you for aggravated assault." Royce Clark. Shane sipped his coffee. Head of the Southside Vipers, drug trafficking, illegal gambling, racketeering. "I'm surprised he wants police attention." Sue's eyes narrowed. "What do you know about Royce Clark?" "Only what any citizen can find with basic research. I'm curious why a violent gang leader is pressing charges instead of handling things his own way, unless he's worried that official scrutiny might expose other activities." The room went quiet. Finally, Kent stood. "We'll need you to come to the station, give a formal statement." "Of course, I'll call my lawyer." After they left, Lisa gripped Shane's arm. "They could still charge you." "They won't. Too many witnesses saw Freeman's crew surround me. Self-defense is clear. But this isn't over." Shane looked out the window. "Royce Clark doesn't call police when his pride is hurt. He makes examples." He was right. That afternoon, Shane's boss called him into the office. Jarvis Ho, the owner of Premium Craft Furniture, looked uncomfortable. "Shane, someone came by this morning." "Royce Clark." Shane's jaw tightened. "What did he want?" "He said you put 4 of his guys in the hospital. Said, it's bad for business when old men embarrass young fighters." Jarvis wouldn't meet his eyes. "He suggested I fire you. Said if I didn't, there might be problems for the company. Vandalism, permits getting held up, inspections, and Shane, you've been with me 8 years. You're the best foreman I've ever had. But this guy, he's connected. My cousin owns a restaurant on South Side. The Vipers shook him down for protection money. When he refused, they burned it down. Insurance ruled it arson, but nobody could prove anything. So, you're firing me. I'm sorry. 2 weeks severance. Good references. But you need to be gone today." Shane drove home, his mind working through scenarios. Royce was escalating, applying pressure, testing defenses. This was psychological warfare. Make Shane's life uncomfortable. Isolate him, then strike when he was vulnerable. Classic gang tactics. But Shane had fought insurgents who used the same playbook. And he'd learned something in the core. When your enemy attacks your flanks, you don't defend. You attack his center. That night, he met Gabriel Stevenson at a diner outside town. Gabriel slid a thick folder across the table. Everything I could find on Royce Clark and the Vipers. The gang runs a dozen legitimate businesses as fronts. Auto shops, nightclubs, a construction company. But the real money comes from underground fighting circuits. They host matches every month. Betting pools reaching $500,000 per event. Fighters aren't regulated. Safety's non-existent. 3 deaths in the past 2 years. Where do they hold the fights? Rotating locations, warehouses mostly. They announce the venue only hours before, mostly to known betterers and associates. Gabriel tapped a page. But here's interesting. The fights are sanctioned through a shell company called Apex Events Management. The owner of record is Perry Cox. Shane studied the documents. Perry's just the front man. Royce controls everything. Right. And Dustin Freeman is their star attraction. He brings in the big bets because he's psychotic. Doesn't know when to stop. 3 opponents ended up brain damaged because Dustin kept hitting after they were unconscious. How many fighters does Royce use? About 20 regulars. Most are gang members or associates. But here's the thing. Royce has been recruiting legitimate MMA fighters lately, offering them huge purses. Some are desperate enough to risk it. Shane's mind assembled a strategy. I need to get inside one of these events. Shane, these aren't amateur boxing matches. People die. And after what you did to Dustin, Royce will have your face circulated to every Viper in the city. Then I'll need a way and they won't expect. Shane smiled coldly. Tell me about the recruitment process. Chapter 5. The Trap. 3 days later, Shane sat in a dive bar called The Cage on Southside Territory, nursing a beer and watching D. Dixon work the room. Dixon was one of Royce's recruiters, a wiry man in his 30s who scouted talent for the underground fights. Gabriel's intel said Dixon visited The Cage every Thursday looking for desperate fighters. Shane had spent those 3 days transforming himself. He'd shaved his beard to stubble, bought clothes from a thrift store, worn jeans, a faded tap-out shirt, cheap sneakers. He looked like every other washed-up fighter drowning in regret and cheap beer. Dixon approached after Shane's 3rd beer. You look like you can handle yourself. Shane glanced up, playing the part. Used to. Dixon sat down uninvited. What happened? Life. Bad knees. Worse decisions. Shane took a drink. You hiring? Depends. You got a record amateur circuit years ago. Nothing professional. The lies came easily. Shane had practiced them, but I need money. Wife's medical bills are killing me. Dixon studied him. How old are you? 48, but I can still throw down. We've got a fight coming up. $5,000 for showing up. 20 if you win. Interested? Hell yes. It's not sanctioned. You understand what that means? I understand. Money's money. Dixon pulled out a phone, snapped Shane's photo. I'll run you by my boss. You got a name? Larry Perkins. Shane had built the identity carefully. A real person who died 3 years ago in a car accident. Same age, similar build, enough to pass casual scrutiny. Stay here, Larry. 10 minutes later, Dixon returned. Boss wants to meet you. You free now? Shane followed Dixon to a blacked-out Escalade. Inside were 2 Vipers, Jason Morse, a heavily tattooed enforcer, and Marquis McGuire, a quiet killer whose rap sheet Gabriel had shown Shane included 2 murders. They drove to a warehouse in the industrial district. Inside, the space had been converted into a makeshift gym, cage, weights, training equipment, and in the center, on a folding chair like a throne, sat Royce Clark. Royce was 50, built like a bull with graying hair, slicked back, and dead eyes that had seen too much violence. He wore an expensive suit that barely concealed the weapon at his hip. Larry Perkins. Royce's voice was gravel. D says you need money. That's right. You know who I am. I've heard stories. Then you know what happens to people who waste my time or cross me. Shane met his eyes steadily. I'm just looking for a payday. Royce studied him for a long moment. You look familiar. Shane's pulse remained steady. Years of controlling physiological responses in interrogation training. I've got one of those faces. Strip. Shane didn't hesitate. He removed his shirt, revealing the extra weight he carried, but also the underlying muscle definition. Old scars from combat marked his torso. Shrapnel, knife wound, bullet graze. They told a story Royce could read. Military Marines long time ago. Royce stood, walked around Shane. What did you do? Infantry. Did my time. Got out. Those scars aren't from standing guard duty. Royce poked at the knife scar. You saw action. Yeah, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And now you need money bad enough to fight in my cage. Royce smiled without warmth. Your opponent is Brenton Cantrell. You might have heard of him. Fighter at Titan's Forge. Just recovered from an injury. He's angry. Wants to hurt someone. That someone's going to be you. Shane recognized the name. One of the fighters he'd put down at the gym. This was a test. Royce suspected something but couldn't confirm it. He was dangling bait. When's the fight? Saturday night. But first, you train here. Let my coach see what you can do. If you're as good as you claim, you fight. If you're wasting my time, Royce let the threat hang. For the next 2 days, Shane trained at the warehouse under the watchful eye of Salvador Calhoun, a former boxer who trained Royce's fighters. Shane carefully calibrated his performance, good enough to impress, not so dominant as to raise suspicion. He sparred with mid-level fighters, took some hits, gave some back, played the role of a competent but aging warrior. But at night, he worked his real plan. Using the access he'd gained, Shane planted surveillance equipment around the warehouse. Tiny cameras and light fixtures, audio bugs in the office where Royce conducted business. He photographed documents, memorized faces, built a comprehensive picture of the Viper organization. Gabriel had connected him with Linda Kane, an FBI agent who'd been trying to build a case against Royce for 3 years. Shane fed her everything. Evidence of illegal gambling, racketeering, assault. But they needed more. They needed proof of the fights, the betting, the whole operation. Saturday arrived. By evening, Shane stood in a converted warehouse on the docks, surrounded by 300 people. Gang members, gamblers, dealers, dirty cops, wealthy thrillskers. Money changed hands in thick stacks. The air reek of sweat, smoke, and blood. In the cage across from Shane, Brenton Cantrell warmed up, his ear still bandaged from their previous encounter. But Brenton didn't recognize him. The beard was gone. The context was different, and people saw what they expected to see. Royce stepped into the cage, microphone in hand. Gentlemen, our main event. Brenton, the Butcher Cantrell versus Larry Perkins. Some old Marine looking for grocery money. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Brenton's going to make this quick and painful. The bell rang. Chapter 6. The Unmasking. Brenton came out aggressive, throwing heavy combinations. Shane moved defensively, circling, absorbing strikes on his forearms, playing the overmatched underdog. The crowd jeered. Royce watched from ringside, his expression bored. But Shane was setting the tempo, controlling the distance, studying Brenton's patterns. After 2 minutes, he'd seen enough. The next time Brenton threw a wild right hook, Shane stepped inside, trapped the arm, and delivered a textbook elbow strike to the temple. Brenton's eyes glazed. Shane swept the legs, followed him down, and applied a rear naked choke. 7 seconds later, Brenton tapped frantically. The crowd erupted. Money changed hands. Royce's expression shifted from bored to interested. Shane released the choke and helped Brenton up. As their eyes met, recognition flashed across Brenton's face. His eyes went wide. You. Shane's fist connected with Brenton's jaw, cutting off the revelation. Brenton crumpled. The crowd assumed it was post-fight drama, laughed and cheered. But Shane had seen Royce's eyes narrow. He exited the cage quickly, collected his $5,000 from D. Dixon, and headed for the exit, but Jason Morse blocked his path. Boss wants to see you. Shane's hand moved toward the folding knife in his pocket, but he caught himself. Not yet. Not here. Surrounded by enemies, he followed Morse to a back office where Royce waited, flanked by Mark McGuire. Hell of a fight, Larry. Royce poured whiskey into 2 glasses for an old man. I've still got some moves. Yeah, you do. Funny thing, Brenton seemed to recognize you right before you knocked him out. People mistake me for other people sometimes. Royce slid a photograph across the desk. Shane's stomach dropped. It was a security camera still from Titan's Forge, showing Shane mid-fight with Lamar Duncan. This is from my nephew's gym. 2 weeks ago, some walked in and hospitalized 4 of my guys, including Brenton. Royce tapped the photo. This looks a lot like you, except he had a beard. The room went silent. Mark's hand moved toward his waistband. Shane calculated angles, distances, exits. He was outgunned, but not outmatched. My nephew Dustin is still eating through a straw because of this guy, Royce continued. You know what I do to people who hurt my family? I imagine you make them disappear. Exactly. Royce leaned back. So, here's my problem, Larry. Or should I call you Shane Jones? See, I did my homework after Dee sent me your photo. Took a while to connect the dots, but facial recognition software is amazing these days. Shane Jones, formerly gunnery sergeant. Shane Jones, McMap instructor at Quantico, Force Recon before that. Quite a resume. Shane said nothing. You came into my operation under false pretenses. You humiliated my nephew and my fighters. You cost me money and respect. Royce's voice hardened. That requires consequences. Then why am I still breathing? Royce smiled. Because I'm a businessman. You're a talented fighter and you've got skills I can use. So, here's the deal. You fight for me. Exclusive contract, 20 fights, 50 grand each. You win, you make $1 million, and we forget about Dustin. And if I refuse, your wife Lisa works at County General shift on Thursdays. Your daughter Marcy lives alone in that apartment on Maple Street. Accidents happen, Shane. Terrible random accidents. There it was, the threat he'd been expecting. Shane's face remained neutral, but his mind raced. This was the moment of decision. I need time to think. You've got 60 seconds. Shane stood, walked to the window, his back to them. He could see his reflection in the glass. A tired man carrying too much weight, too many years. But underneath the warrior remained, and warriors didn't negotiate with terrorists. Okay, Shane said. I'll fight for you. Royce's laugh was genuine. Smart man. Welcome to the team. They shook hands. Royce's grip was crushing, a dominance display. Shane matched it, then exceeded it, squeezing until he felt the bones shift. Royce's smile faltered. One condition, Shane said. My family doesn't know about this. As far as they're concerned, I'm working construction in Nevada for 6 months. Done. But you live here. Train here. I need to know where you are at all times. Fair enough. That night, Shane moved into a room above the warehouse gym. Royce assigned Dee Dixon to watch him, ensure he didn't run. But Shane wasn't planning to run. He was planning something far more dangerous. Using the burner phone Gabriel had given him, Shane texted one word, inside. The next morning, he began his real mission. Training with Royce's fighters, he assessed their skills, identified weaknesses, memorized the operational structure. He ingratiated himself with Salvador Calhoun, the coach, learning the schedule of fights, the betting system, the protection payoffs to cops and officials. And at night, when Wenda thought he was sleeping, Shane moved through the warehouse like a ghost. He photographed financial records, recorded conversations, documented the entire criminal enterprise. Every piece of evidence went to Gabriel, who passed it to FBI agent Kane. But Shane was playing a deeper game. He wasn't just gathering evidence. He was identifying pressure points. Every organization had vulnerabilities, people who could be turned, alliances that could be fractured. Royce's empire looked solid, but Shane knew from combat, the bigger the fortress, the more catastrophic the collapse when you found the right crack. His opportunity came 2 weeks later when he overheard Royce arguing with his lieutenant, Marquis McGuire, about money. Marquis thought Royce was shorting him on profits. Royce accused Marquis of skimming. The argument ended with threats, but Shane heard the fracture forming. He also learned that Dustin Freeman, still recovering from Shane's beating, was becoming a liability. Dustin had developed a dependency on pain medication, was unstable, paranoid. Royce was losing faith in his nephew. All the pieces were falling into place. Shane just needed to push them in the right direction. Chapter 7. The Long Game. Shane's third fight was against Lamar Duncan, the first fighter he'd put down at Titan's Forge. This time, Shane didn't hold back. He dismantled Lamar in 90 seconds with a combination of strikes and submissions that left the crowd stunned and Lamar unconscious. Afterward, Royce pulled him aside. You're making me a lot of money, Shane. The odds were 8-1 against you. I cleaned up. Glad I could help. You know what I think? Royce lit a cigar. I think you could beat my nephew in his prime. Hell, you could probably beat anyone in this organization. Probably. Why'd you really come here? And don't give me that grocery money. Shane had been waiting for this question. Dustin put my daughter in the hospital. I went to his gym to teach him a lesson. You escalated by threatening my family and getting me fired. So, I infiltrated your operation to find leverage. The honesty surprised Royce. That's it. Revenge. I'm a simple man with simple motivations. And now I'm making money and my family is safe. Seems like a fair trade. Royce studied him. You're either the smartest man I've met or the dumbest. I can't decide which. Maybe both. Over the following weeks, Shane became Royce's favorite fighter. His cage record undefeated at 7-0. But more importantly, he became trusted. Royce brought him into planning meetings, asked his tactical advice, even had him train younger fighters. Shane used every opportunity. He planted seeds of doubt, subtle manipulations that played on existing tensions. He mentioned to Mark that Royce had called him unreliable. He told Dee that Mark was planning to branch out independently. He suggested to Salvador that Royce was planning to replace him with a younger coach. None of it was true, but Shane understood human psychology. People believed what confirmed their existing suspicions, and in a criminal organization built on paranoia and violence, suspicion spread like cancer. Meanwhile, FBI agent Kane built her case. Shane's evidence had given her enough for warrants, surveillance authorization, wiretaps. She had everything except the timing. "We can take them down now," she told Shane during a clandestine meeting at a truck stop outside town. "We've got RICO charges: racketeering, illegal gambling, assault, conspiracy." "Not yet," Shane said. "Royce has cops and judges in his pocket. He'll walk or get a light sentence, be back on the streets in 2 years. We need to hit him when he's completely vulnerable." "What are you planning?" "Something Royce will never see coming. Just be ready to move when I give the signal." The signal came 2 weeks later. Shane had learned that Royce was planning his biggest fight yet, a title match between Dustin Freeman and a Russian fighter named Andre, with betting pools expected to exceed $2 million. Every major player in the criminal underworld would attend. Every dirty cop, every corrupt official, every gang leader Royce did business with. It would be the biggest gathering of criminal enterprise in the city's history. It would also be their last. Shane approached Royce with a proposition. "I want to fight Dustin." Royce laughed. "You beat my nephew unconscious already." "Exactly. The rematch would draw massive betting. You'd make a fortune." "Dustin's not ready. He's still recovering. Unstable." "Then let me fight the Russian Andre." Royce's expression shifted to genuine surprise. "You serious? Andre is a killer. He's 6 feet 5 inches, 260, professional heavyweight. He's destroyed everyone we've put against him. I can beat him. You're 50 pounds lighter and 20 years older. I know what I'm doing." Royce considered this. The odds would be astronomical. If Shane won, Royce would make millions. If Shane lost, well, Royce would still make money and he'd be rid of a potential threat. "Okay," Royce said finally. "You fight Andre, but we do it right. Huge promotion, massive betting pool. This will be the event of the year." "Perfect." Shane had 1 month to prepare. During that month, he trained harder than he had in 15 years, shedding weight, sharpening techniques, rebuilding the weapon he'd once been. But he also finalized his other preparations. Gabriel flew in from San Diego with equipment, cameras, recording devices, encrypted communications. Agent Kane positioned FBI tactical teams around the city. Local police, the clean ones who weren't on Royce's payroll, were briefed and put on standby. And Shane made one final call to his wife. "Lisa, I need you to trust me. On Saturday night, take Marcy and go to your sister's in Oregon. Don't ask questions. Don't tell anyone. Just go." "Shane, what are you doing?" "Fixing things. I'll call you when it's over. I love you." "Shane, I love you, Lisa. Tell Marcy I'm proud of her." He hung up before she could respond. Chapter 8. The Architect's Design. Saturday night arrived like Judgment Day. The warehouse on the docks had been transformed into an arena packed with over 500 people. The betting pool had reached $3 million. Every criminal element in the city was present, drawn by greed and spectacle. Shane stood in the makeshift locker room, wrapping his hands when Dustin Freeman entered. Dustin's face had healed poorly, his nose crooked, gaps where teeth used to be. His eyes held a manic gleam. "I know what you're doing," Dustin said. "You think you're clever, infiltrating my uncle's operation, but you're going to die tonight. Andre is going to kill you, and I'm going to watch." Shane finished wrapping his hands. "Your uncle's going to prison tonight. You are, too. And the woman you put in the hospital, she's never going to see you again. You have no idea who you're with. I'm with a coward who hits women and hides behind his uncle. I'm with a failed fighter who needs drugs to get through the day. I'm with a punk who's about to watch his entire world collapse." Dustin's fist came fast, but Shane was faster. He caught the wrist, twisted, and slammed Dustin face first into the locker. "You're going to sit there and stay quiet. Move again. I'll break your arm." Dustin whimpered and nodded. In the arena, Royce stood in the cage with a microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, criminals and degenerates, welcome to the fight of the century. The crowd roared. In this corner, our champion, Andrei, the Siberian bear, Volov. Undefeated, unstoppable, unbeatable. Andrei climbed into the cage, massive, scarred, empty-eyed, a killer who enjoyed his work. And the challenger, a man stupid enough to think he can win. Shane, the instructor Jones. Shane entered the cage to mixed reactions. Some cheers from those who'd bet on the underdog. Mostly jeers from those who knew he was doomed. Royce approached Shane one last time. Last chance to back out. I'm good. Your funeral. Royce exited the cage. The referee, one of Royce's guys, gave perfunctory instructions. Shane and Andrei touched gloves. Andrei's grip was crushing. His eyes promised death. The bell rang. Andrei charged like a bull, throwing massive hooks and overhands. Shane evaded, circled, making Andrei chase him. The crowd grew restless. They wanted blood, not dancing. But Shane was fighting a different fight. He wasn't trying to win. Not yet. He was waiting for his signal. It came 3 minutes into the first round. The warehouse lights flickered once, twice, then steady. Gabriel's signal. Shane changed tactics. He stopped evading and started attacking. A low kick to Andrei's lead leg, a jab to the body, a hook to the liver. Andrei grunted, surprised by the sudden offense. Shane pressed forward, his strikes precise and devastating. Liver shots, leg kicks, body punches. The Russian's mass was his weakness. Shane was faster, more technical, more efficient. Andrei tried to clinch, use his size advantage. Shane anticipated, dropped levels, and executed a perfect double leg takedown. On the ground, Shane was in his element. He moved to mount, postured up, and rained down elbows. The crowd was screaming now. This wasn't supposed to happen. Andrei tried to roll, but Shane transitioned to back control. Hooks in, hand under the chin. The rear naked choke was textbook perfect, sunk deep. Andrei thrashed, tried to break the grip, but Shane's technique was flawless. 10 seconds later, Andrei went limp. The referee stopped the fight. Shane released the choke and stood, raising his hands. But he wasn't looking at the crowd. He was looking at the exits where FBI agents in tactical gear were pouring in. Federal agents, nobody move. The warehouse erupted into chaos. Criminals ran for exits only to find them blocked. Agents swarmed the building, weapons drawn, shouting orders. Some of Royce's guys tried to fight. They were tased, tackled, and cuffed. In the cage, Shane watched Royce's face transform from shock to fury to betrayal, their eyes locked across the chaos. You! Royce screamed, pushing through the crowd toward the cage. You did this. Marquis and Dee tried to follow, but FBI agents intercepted them. The massive operation Shane had helped orchestrate was unfolding perfectly. Every entrance sealed, every exit covered, every criminal in the building trapped. Royce reached the cage, climbing in with murder in his eyes. I'm going to kill you. Shane smiled. You're going to try. Royce pulled a knife from his waistband, a tactical folder wicked sharp. He lunged, slashing. Shane's disarm was reflexive. Practiced 10,000 times. He trapped Royce's wrist, applied pressure to the nerve cluster, twisted. The knife clattered to the canvas. Then Shane went to work. 15 years of teaching Marines how to end threats efficiently. Every technique, every principle, every lesson delivered with surgical precision. Jab, cross, hook to the body, leg sweep, ground control. Shane mounted Royce and delivered controlled strikes. Not enough to kill, but enough to punish. This is for my daughter. A strike to the ribs. This is for every woman you terrorized. Another to the solar plexus. This is for every life you ruined. A final strike to the jaw. Royce went limp, unconscious, but alive. Shane stood as FBI agents swarmed the cage. Weapons trained on both of them. Shane Jones, hands up. Shane complied, hands raised. Agent Kane pushed through the crowd, her expression severe for the cameras, but her eyes grateful. You're under arrest for participation in illegal fighting. Understood. She cuffed him deliberately loose and whispered, play along. We discussed this. Shane was led out through the chaos, past the arrested gang members, past the terrified gamblers, past Dustin Freeman being dragged away in cuffs. Outside, news cameras had arrived. The FBI had tipped them off. This would be national news by morning. In the back of an FBI van, Agent Kane uncuffed Shane. We got everyone. Roy, Marquis, Dustin D. Salvador, all the major players, plus 57 criminals with outstanding warrants, 12 dirty cops, 3 judges, and more evidence than we can process. Good. The charges against you are for show. We'll drop them tomorrow. Claim you are acting as a confidential informant. You'll be clear. And my family safe. We've had them in protective custody since you made the call. Shane nodded, exhaustion suddenly overwhelming him. It was over. 3 months of planning, manipulation, and risk, but it was finally over. Chapter 9. Resolution. The trial took 8 months. Shane testified. His immunity deal protecting him from prosecution. The evidence he'd gathered, financial records, recordings, videos, was overwhelming. Royce Clark received 40 years in federal prison. Marky McGuire got 25. Dustin Freeman, facing assault charges for Marcy, plus his participation in the illegal fighting ring, got 15. The Southside Vipers collapsed without leadership, their criminal empire dismantled by follow-up investigations. Shane Jones returned home to a life that was quieter but not unchanged. The furniture company rehired him. The owner had seen the news, understood the full story, and apologized. Shane accepted, but he knew that part of his life felt small now. Marcy had been in therapy, working through the trauma Dustin had inflicted. She was stronger now, cautious, but not broken. Father and daughter had dinner every Sunday, a ritual that helped them both heal. One evening, 3 months after the trial, Shane sat on his porch with Lisa, watching the sunset. She held his hand, her thumb tracing the scars on his knuckles. "Do you regret it?" she asked. "No, you could have died multiple times, but I didn't. And they're gone. All of them. Was it worth it?" Shane considered this, the months of danger, the lies, the violence, the risk to himself and indirectly to his family. Was justice worth that price? He thought of Marcy's smile at last Sunday's dinner, genuinely happy for the first time in a year. He thought of the other victims who'd testified at trial, finding their voices because Shane had given them the courage. He thought of the city, slightly safer, because one criminal empire had fallen. Yeah, Shane said it was worth it. A car pulled up, Gabriel Stevenson, visiting from San Diego. He joined them on the porch with beers, and they sat in comfortable silence. 3 people who'd gone to war and survived. FBI offered me a consultant position, Shane mentioned, teaching hand-to-hand combat to agents, helping with undercover operations. Lisa's hand tightened on his, and I turned it down. I've had enough of that life. I just want to build furniture, have Sunday dinners with Marcy, and grow old with you. Good answer. But Shane knew himself better than that. Somewhere inside, the warrior remained. Always watching, always ready, always capable. If another Royce Clark emerged, if another Dustin Freeman threatened his family, Shane would do it all again. Some men were born to fight. Shane had accepted that about himself long ago. "Dad." Shane turned to find Marcy standing in the doorway, her boyfriend beside her, a gentle accountant named Noah Cobb, who treated her with respect and kindness. "Hey, sweetheart. Noah and I have some news." She was smiling. "We're engaged." Lisa squealed and rushed to hug them both. Gabriel offered congratulations. Shane stood slowly, approached Noah, and extended his hand. "Congratulations, son." Noah shook his hand nervously. "Thank you, sir. I promise I'll treat her right." "I know you will." Shane's grip was firm, but not crushing. "But just so we're clear, I was a Marine Corps hand-to-hand combat instructor for 15 years. You've seen the news reports about what happened to the last guy who hurt my daughter." Noah paused slightly. Marcy swatted Shane's arm. "Dad." Shane grinned. "I'm kidding. Mostly." He pulled Noah into a hug, clapping him on the back. "Welcome to the family." As they celebrated inside, Shane stepped back onto the porch alone. The sun had set completely, leaving stars scattered across the dark sky. He thought about the path that had led him here, from the battlefields of Iraq and Afghanistan, through the training halls of Quantico, into the underworld of criminal fighting, and finally home. The journey had been violent and dangerous, but necessary because some things were worth fighting for. Family, justice, the basic human right to live without fear. Shane Jones had been a warrior his entire adult life. He'd fought for his country, trained others to fight, and ultimately fought for the people he loved most. And standing on his porch, surrounded by family and friends, he knew he'd do it all again if needed. But for tonight, the war was over. Tonight, he was just a father celebrating his daughter's happiness. And that was enough. Epilogue. 2 years later, Shane Jones stood in a different role, grandfather. Marcy had given birth to a healthy boy named after Shane's father. The old warrior held his grandson carefully, marveling at the fragile weight of new life. The boy would grow up in a world slightly safer because his grandfather had made difficult choices. He'd never know about the violence, the danger, the calculated revenge that had removed a criminal empire from the streets. But someday, if that boy needed protection, if evil threatened his life the way it had threatened Marcy's, he'd have a grandfather who knew how to fight back. For now though, Shane was content to simply hold his grandson and feel the warmth of family around him. Lisa beside him, Marcy and Noah nearby, Gabriel visiting from San Diego. The past was behind them, the future uncertain but hopeful. Shane Jones had been a Marine, an instructor, a warrior, and an avenger. Now finally, he was just a man at peace. And that was the greatest victory of all. Story 2. My wife forgot to buy my plane tickets to her sister's wedding that I paid for in Hawaii. Sorry, honey. We forgot to book your seat and the hotel room for you, and now everything is booked. I was the only family member left out. I just said that happens. Then I disappeared for a year, and the kitchen smelled like burnt toast and regret that morning, though I didn't know it yet. I was drinking my third cup of coffee, black, the way I'd learned to take it during those early years when we couldn't afford cream. When Sarah came downstairs with her phone pressed against her chest like a secret. "Melissa's getting married," she said. Her voice had that careful quality it gets when she's about to ask for something. "In Hawaii next spring." I remember smiling. I remember being genuinely happy. Melissa was Sarah's younger sister, the one who backpacked through Southeast Asia for 2 years and came back with stories that made our suburban life feel small. She deserves something beautiful. "That's amazing," I said. "Maui, Big Island, Kauai, the Garden Isle." Sarah poured herself coffee, still not looking at me directly. "It's going to be expensive. The whole family's going. Mom, Dad, Uncle Richard, Aunt Claire, the cousins, everyone." I did the math in my head without thinking about it. That's what 15 years of marriage does. You become a human calculator for family expenses, flights, hotel, wedding gift, new clothes, because nothing I owned seemed appropriate for a Hawaiian beach wedding. Maybe $5,000, maybe more. "We can do it," I said. "I've got that bonus coming in March in the savings account." "Actually," Sarah interrupted, and there it was. That word that changes everything. "Actually, I was thinking, since it's such a big expense, maybe I could handle the booking. I'm better at finding deals." And Melissa gave me a family discount code for the resort. If you've ever loved someone, really love them, you know that love makes you stupid. It makes you miss things. Red flags just look like flags when you're viewing them through rose-colored glasses. Isn't that what they say? I should have known then. Should have felt it in my bones the way you feel rain coming. But I didn't. "Sure," I said. "Whatever makes it easier." She kissed me on the cheek. Her lips were cold. That was October. The months that followed had a dreamlike quality. The kind of dream where you're walking through familiar rooms that are just slightly wrong. Sarah spent hours on her laptop, clicking through travel sites, scribbling notes on her iPad. Sometimes I'd come home and find her on the phone with her mother and they'd both go quiet when I walked in. Not suspiciously quiet, just that natural lull in conversation that happens when someone enters a room. "Just wedding stuff," Sarah would say. "You know how Mom gets about planning." I did know. Margaret was a force of nature when it came to family events. She'd organized her own vow renewal like it was a state dinner. I figured Melissa's wedding was probably being planned with military precision. Complete with color-coded spreadsheets and backup plans for the backup plans. In November, Sarah asked me to transfer money to her account. $4,000 to start for the deposits. She explained, the resort needs everything up front because it's peak season and the flights are cheaper if we book now. I transferred the money. I remember hovering my finger over the confirm button for just a moment, feeling something I couldn't name. But Sarah was my wife. Sarah was the person I'd built a life with. Sarah was standing in our kitchen with her hair in that messy bun she wore on weekends, looking tired and a little overwhelmed by all the planning. And I loved her. So I pressed confirm. "Thank you," she said, and she meant it. I could hear it in her voice. That's what made everything that came after so much worse. I don't think she was faking that gratitude. I think she genuinely appreciated me funding my own exclusion. December came with its rituals. We bought a Christmas tree from the lot down the street, the one that smells like pine and hot chocolate. We strung lights around the windows. We wrapped presents for each other and her family and my family, and everything felt normal. Everything felt like 15 years of marriage should feel comfortable, familiar, safe. On Christmas Eve at her parents' house, Melissa cornered me by the dessert table. "I'm so excited you guys are coming," she said, loading her plate with Margaret's famous rum cake. "It's going to be perfect, and I'm glad Sarah's bringing you. I was worried she might come alone." Something in my stomach twisted. Why would she come alone? Melissa laughed, but it sounded uncertain. Oh, Mom was saying something about how expensive it was getting, and maybe it would be better if it was just blood family, but Sarah shut that down pretty hard. Said you were coming no matter what. I smiled. I made some joke about not missing an open bar in Hawaii. But that twist in my stomach didn't untwist. It stayed there tight and cold, like a fist wrapped around something vital. That night in the car ride home, I almost asked Sarah about it. The words were right there sitting on my tongue. Did your mom suggest I shouldn't come? But it was Christmas. Sarah was humming along to the radio some about silver bells and city sidewalks. The dashboard lights made her face look soft and young. The way she'd looked when we first met at that party where neither of us knew anyone. We'd spent the whole night talking in the kitchen, blocking the refrigerator until the host had to ask us to move so people could get more beer. I didn't ask. I reached over and took her hand instead and she squeezed back. Another mistake. Another missed exit on a highway that was taking me somewhere I didn't want to go. January was a blur of work and cold and Sarah taking phone calls in the other room. February came with Valentine's Day. I got her the perfume she'd been wanting. She got me a watch I'd never wear because it was too nice for my daily life. We had dinner at the Italian place downtown, the one where the waiter knows our order. 2 months until Hawaii, Sarah said, twirling pasta around her fork. I can't wait. I'm so pale. I'm practically transparent. Did you finalize all the bookings? I asked. All set. I'll forward you the confirmation emails when we get home. She never did. But again, love makes you stupid. Trust makes you blind. I was working 60-hour weeks on a project that was eating my life. I'd come home exhausted, eat whatever Sarah had ordered or made, and collapse into bed. The wedding was there on the horizon. But it felt distant. Real life was the project, the deadlines, the endless meetings. The wedding was a vacation. The wedding was later. March arrived like a promise. My bonus came through, larger than expected. I transferred another $2,000 to Sarah's account without her even asking. She seemed stressed, distant, spending more time at her sister's apartment and helping with wedding prep. I figured that was normal. I figured I was being a good husband by not complaining about the late dinners and the distracted conversations. One night about 3 weeks before we were supposed to leave, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I decided to look up the resort just out of curiosity. I wanted to see where we'd be staying, maybe get excited about it. The project was finally winding down. I could feel my brain starting to unclench. The Kauai Paradise Resort, 5 stars, ocean view rooms with private balconies, an infinity pool that seemed to pour directly into the Pacific. I could picture Sarah and me there, drinks in hand, watching the sunset. Maybe this would be good for us. Maybe this would reset something that had felt slightly off kilter in our marriage. Though I couldn't name exactly what. I pulled up our joint calendar, the one Sarah maintained religiously, and looked at the dates of the wedding, April 15th through April 22nd. A week in paradise. Then, because I'm thorough in ways that sometimes border on obsessive, I opened my email and searched for any confirmations from the resort or the airline. Sarah had said she'd forward them. I didn't find them, but that wasn't unusual. Sarah was terrible about forwarding things. She probably thought she had and forgot. I thought about texting her. She was at Melissa's apartment, probably looking at seating charts or flower arrangements or whatever occupies the final weeks before a wedding, but it was late, nearly 11 o'clock, and she'd be home soon anyway. I fell asleep with my phone on my chest, the resort's website still glowing in the dark. The Tuesday before we were supposed to leave, I woke up thinking about packing. I'm not someone who packs the night before. I make lists, check them twice, lay everything out days in advance. Sarah used to tease me about it. Called it my dad energy even though we didn't have kids. You'd be the type to have a laminated list of what goes in the diaper bag, she'd say, laughing. I'd laugh, too, 'cause she was probably right. That morning, I opened the closet and started thinking about what to bring. Swim trunks, sunscreen, that linen shirt Sarah had bought me last summer, the one I'd worn exactly once. I was mentally cataloging everything when Sarah came into the bedroom already dressed for work. You're up early, she said, thinking about packing. Want to make sure I don't forget anything. I pulled out the suitcase from the top shelf. Hey, can you forward me those confirmation emails? I want to make sure I have all the details on my phone. Sarah was checking her makeup in the mirror. She didn't turn around. Why? Just to have them, the flight times, the resort info, all that. I have all of it on my phone, she said. Don't worry about it. Something about her tone made me stop. Sarah, just forward me the emails. It takes 2 seconds. She turned around then and her face had an expression I'd never seen before. It was careful, calculated, like she was doing math in her head, trying to figure out how to solve an equation where all the numbers were lies. "Okay," she said. "I'll send them when I get to work." She kissed me goodbye, left for the office. I stood there in our bedroom with an empty suitcase at my feet and that fist in my stomach, the one that had appeared at Christmas, suddenly clenched so hard I thought I might be sick. I didn't go to work. I called in, said I wasn't feeling well, which wasn't exactly a lie. Then I sat down at my laptop and did what I should have done months ago. I started digging. First, I checked our bank accounts, all of them. Joint checking, joint savings, my personal checking, Sarah's personal checking that she didn't know I had view access to because we'd set it up together years ago and she'd never changed the permissions. $6,000 gone from our joint account in the past 6 months. All transferred to Sarah's personal account. I could see the trail. October, November, December, January, February, March, regular transfers. Like she was siphoning off pieces of our life together. Okay, that tracked wedding expenses. That's what she'd said the money was for. I looked at Sarah's personal account. I expected to see payments to airlines, to the resort, to wedding vendors. What I found instead made my hands start shaking. Shopping, restaurants, a spa day, hair salon, Nordstrom, Sephora, Lululemon, one charged for $800 at a place called Luxe Boutique. Nothing. Absolutely nothing that looked like travel bookings. The largest single charge was $2,200 to a place called Azure Restaurant dated March 10th. I googled it. Azure Restaurant. Fine dining in the city. Tasting menu for $2,600 per person. 42. I tried to remember where Sarah was on March 10th. It was a Friday. I'd worked late. She'd texted saying she was having dinner with Melissa and some bridesmaids. Wedding planning for 2. My heart was doing something irregular, something that felt like it might require medical attention. I kept digging. Credit card statements, phone bills. I went back months, looking for anything that would explain what was happening because something was happening. Something had been happening while I was working 60-hour weeks and being a good husband and transferring money for a trip we were apparently not taking together. In her text messages. God, I'd never looked at her text messages. Never had a reason to. I found a thread with her mother. Recent messages from last week. Margaret, are you sure about this? It seems cruel. Sarah, it's not cruel. It's just easier this way. Less awkward. Margaret, he's going to find out eventually. Sarah, not until we're gone, and by then it won't matter. Margaret, I still think you should tell him. Sarah, Mom, drop it. Please. This is what's best. I read those messages 10 times, 20 times, trying to make them mean something else, trying to bend reality into a shape where my wife wasn't planning something that required my ignorance to work. Then I found it in an email folder I almost missed, buried under spam and store promotions. An email from Hawaiian Airlines, dated December 15th, confirmation for 6 tickets. Margaret Johnson, Richard Johnson, Claire Chen, David Chen, Sarah Anderson, Melissa Johnson. 6 tickets, not 7. I wasn't on the flight. I had never been on the flight. I sat there for a long time. Minutes, hours, I don't know. The laptop screen went dark and I didn't move to wake it up. Outside, I could hear our neighbor mowing his lawn. Someone drove by with their bass too loud. Normal Tuesday sounds in a world that had just cracked open. When I could move again, when I could breathe again, I checked the resort. I called them directly, gave them the confirmation number I found in Sarah's email. Yes, Mr. Anderson, I have your reservation here. 1 Ocean View room, king bed for April 15th through April 22nd. Checked in under Sarah Anderson's name. Is there anything you'd like to modify? How many guests on the reservation? A pause. Keyboard clicking. 2 guests, sir. Would you like to add someone to the room? No, I said. My voice sounded like it was coming from somewhere else. No, that's fine. 2 guests, Sarah and someone. Not Sarah and me. Sarah and someone else in a room I'd paid for at a resort in Hawaii for her sister's wedding that I wasn't invited to attend. I hung up, called back, asked to speak to a manager, confirmed that yes, I was the one who paid for the room. The credit card on file was our joint account. Yes, I wanted to cancel the reservation. No, I didn't care about the cancellation fee. The manager, a kind-sounding woman named Patricia, put me on hold. Came back. Mr. Anderson, I'm showing that this room was booked as part of a group block for the Johnson-Martinez wedding. There's a family discount applied. If you cancel, the discount gets removed from the other rooms as well. Are you sure you want to proceed? What other rooms? More clicking. There are 5 other rooms booked under the same group rate. Looks like 2 double rooms and 3 single rooms. All checking in the same dates. The entire family. Everyone had rooms. Everyone except me. Mr. Anderson, are you still there? Don't cancel it, I said. My brain was working again, but differently now. Sharper, colder. Actually, I need to make a change. Can you transfer the reservation to my name only? Of course. And the other guest will. They need their own room. They'll figure it out, I said. When Sarah came home that night, I was making dinner. Pasta carbonara, her favorite. I'd opened a bottle of wine. I'd set the table with the nice plates we only used when we had company. I'd lit candles. She stood in the doorway of the kitchen, looking at the scene with confusion, and maybe something else. Fear, suspicion. I couldn't tell anymore. Turns out I'd never been good at reading my wife. What's this? She asked, just felt like doing something nice. We've both been so busy lately. I smiled at her. It didn't feel like my smile. It felt like I was wearing a mask of my own face. Wine. We ate dinner. We talked about nothing. Her day at work. My sudden recovery from my illness. Some show we'd been watching. She was tense. I could see it in the way she held her fork. The way her eyes kept darting to her phone. After dinner, I poured her another glass of wine. Top mine off. So, I said, getting excited for Hawaii? Yeah, really excited. It's going to be beautiful. She took a long drink. Melissa's so stressed, though. I think she'll just be happy when it's over. I bet. Big weddings are a lot. I swirled my wine, watching it catch the candle light. Did you ever send me those confirmation emails? She froze just for a second. Just long enough. Oh, I forgot. I'll do it now. Don't worry about it, I said. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about something. The color drained from her face. Actually drained. I'd always thought that was just an expression, but I watched it happen. She went pale and still, and I knew. In that moment, I knew everything. I've been thinking, I continued, keeping my voice light, conversational. The project is wrapping up at work, and I'm exhausted. Like really exhausted. Burned out. She nodded slowly. Didn't speak. So, I was thinking maybe I should take some extra time off. Not just the week for the wedding, but maybe more. Or maybe a lot more. I met her eyes. Maybe I should take some time to really figure some things out. What things? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Life things. Marriage things. I smiled again, and this time it felt real 'cause I'd made a decision. Somewhere between finding those messages and cooking dinner, somewhere between calling the resort and setting the table, I decided something. So, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go to Hawaii. You're going to have an amazing time at your sister's wedding. And while you're gone, I'm going to do some thinking. Jason, I'm not done. I wasn't angry. That was the strangest part. I'd expected to be angry, to yell, to break things, but what I felt was something colder and clearer. You're going to have a great trip. And when you come back, we'll talk, really talk about everything. She was crying now. Quiet tears that didn't make a sound. I can explain. I'm sure you can, but not tonight. I stood up, started clearing the plates. Tonight, I think you should maybe stay in the guest room. Give us both some space. Jason, please. I stopped, looked at her. Really looked at her. This woman I'd loved for 15 years. This stranger sitting at my table, crying crocodile tears over a betrayal she'd planned for months. Go pack for Hawaii. I'll handle the dishes. She left the room. I heard her footsteps on the stairs, heard the guest room door close. I washed the dishes, I blew out the candles, and I finished the bottle of wine, sitting alone in our kitchen while my wife cried one floor above me, and I started planning. If you've ever wanted to vanish, really vanish, you learn quickly that it's not about going somewhere else. It's about stopping being where you are. It's about becoming a blank space where a person used to be. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in our home office. My home office. Now, that's how I was starting to think of it. And I made lists. I'm good at lists. That dad energy Sarah used to tease me about things I needed to do before she left for Hawaii. Things I needed to do while she was gone. Things I needed to do after. The first list was practical. Separate bank accounts, change passwords on everything, talk to a lawyer, find a place to stay, tell my parents. The second list was harder to write. It was things I needed to understand. Who was going to Hawaii with her? How long had this been planned? Did everyone know? Why? That last one kept staring at me from the page. Why? Such a simple word for such a complicated question. Why would you plan a vacation without your husband? Why would you take money from joint accounts and spend it on yourself? Why would you make plans with someone else? Because there had to be someone else, didn't there? Using money we'd saved together. Why would you let me think I was going right up until the moment it became impossible to go? I thought about that night at Christmas, what Melissa had said about how Sarah had fought for me to come. But that didn't align with the flight bookings from December 15th. Unless Sarah had always planned to uninvite me, unless the whole thing was theater, a performance of being a good wife right up until the curtain fell. At 3 o'clock in the morning, I sent an email to my boss. Family emergency. Need to take the vacation time I'd been banking. 2 weeks starting immediately, possibly extending. He responded within 10 minutes. The guy never slept. No problem. You've earned it. Take care of whatever you need to take care of. At 4 in the morning, I heard Sarah get up. Heard her in the bathroom. Heard her crying again. Part of me, some stupid loyal part that still loved her, wanted to go to her, to hold her. And asked her to explain and believe whatever explanation she gave. I didn't move. At 5, I heard her leave the house. Her car starting, pulling out of the driveway. Going to work early or going somewhere else. I didn't care anymore. I started packing. My brother lives in Portland. We're not close. Distance and time had seen to that. But we're not estranged either. We have the kind of relationship where you can call out of the blue and ask for a favor. And the answer will probably be yes. I need a place to stay, I told him on the phone. For a while, maybe a long while. What happened? Derek has a good voice for crisis. Calm, steady, unquestioning. Sarah and it's complicated. I'll explain when I get there. I just need somewhere to not be here. When? Today. A pause. Okay. Yeah, come up. We've got the spare room. Thanks, Jason. You okay? I thought about that question. Was I okay? My wife had orchestrated my exclusion from her family's life. She'd stolen money from our joint accounts. She'd probably been seeing someone else. Our marriage was over. I knew that with the certainty, the sun will rise. Was I okay? No, I said, but I will be. I drove to the bank first in person because some things need to be done face to face. I opened a new account in only my name, transferred half of our joint savings, my half, the half I'd earned, though even that felt wrong because what is yours and mine in a marriage? I left her half untouched. I'm not a thief. The lawyer's office was second. I didn't have an appointment, but I waited. 3 hours in a lobby with magazines about golf and business, watching other people come and go with their own crises and betrayals. When I finally sat down with Michael Chen, a divorce attorney who came recommended by a colleague who'd been through this, I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, made notes. At the end, he sat back in his chair and Mr. Anderson, I'm going to be honest with you. This is bad, but it's not as bad as it could be. How is this not as bad as it could be? You don't have kids. You've documented everything. You discovered the deception before she left, which means you can act now instead of being blindsided later. And most importantly, you kept your head. A lot of guys in your situation would have confronted her or fought made it ugly. You stayed smart. I don't feel smart. I feel like an idiot for not seeing it sooner. He shook his head. You trusted your wife. That doesn't make you an idiot. That makes you someone who was trying to have a marriage. He pulled out a form. Here's what I recommend. Don't file for divorce yet. Not until we know more. But protect yourself. Document everything. And while she's in Hawaii, I want you to do something for me. What? Disappear. Not legally. You're not trying to hide, but make yourself unavailable. Don't answer her calls. Don't respond to texts. Let her come back to an empty house and an absent husband. See what she does. People reveal themselves when they think no one's watching. That's not manipulative. He smiled grimly. Mr. Anderson, she planned to leave you behind on a family vacation she made you pay for. I think we're past worrying about manipulation. I went home, packed more thoroughly. Clothes for 2 weeks, maybe 3. My laptop, my tablet, chargers, all the boring essentials of modern life. I packed the photo albums from before we went digital because those felt important somehow. Evidence of a time when we were happy or when I thought we were happy, which maybe amounts to the same thing as I left my wedding ring on the kitchen counter just sitting there on the granite. A small circle of gold that suddenly seemed like the punchline to a joke I didn't understand. I left a note short, simple. Sarah, I know. Take your trip. We'll talk when you get back. Jason, I didn't say what I knew. Let her wonder. Let her panic. Let her spend a week in paradise thinking about what was waiting for her at home. I loaded my car, looked at our house, the house we'd bought together 5 years ago, the house we'd painted and furnished and argued about throw pillows in. The house that held 15 years of marriage and memories and apparently lies. It looked the same as always. Blue shutters, white door, small front yard with the garden Sarah never maintained. And I always ended up weeding. It looked like home. It wasn't anymore. I drove north. Portland in April is rain and cherry blossoms, which felt appropriately pathetic for my state of mind. Derek's house was in a neighborhood I didn't know, full of craftsman homes and coffee shops with names like Grounded and Beautiful Day. His wife Amy met me at the door with a hug and no questions, which I appreciated more than I could express. Guest rooms upstairs, she said. Fresh sheets, clean towels. You need anything, just ask. Thanks. We're here for you. Whatever you need, however long you need. I unpacked in a room that wasn't mine, in a house that wasn't mine, in a city that wasn't mine. Everything felt temporary, borrowed, like I was house-sitting my own life. That first night, dear Eric brought me a beer and sat on the edge of the guest bed. You want to talk about it? Not yet. Okay, but when you do, I'm here. He left me alone. I sat in the window and watched rain fall on a street I'd never walked down in a neighborhood I'd never seen. And I felt like I'd accomplished something. I'd extracted myself. I'd created distance. Now I just had to figure out what to do with it. Sarah left for Hawaii on Thursday. I knew because I still had access to our shared calendar and because at 6 a.m. that morning, my phone started buzzing with calls and texts. I didn't answer. Sarah. Jason, please pick up Sarah. We need to talk before I leave. Sarah, please. Sarah, I'm sorry. Sarah, call me. I turned my phone face down and went for a run. Portland was hills and rain and I wasn't used to either. But the burning in my lungs felt good. It felt like something I could control. When I got back, I had 17 missed calls and a voicemail. I listened to it once. Jason, I don't know what to say. I know you're angry. You have every right to be angry. Can we please talk before I leave? I need to explain. It's not what you think. It's please call me back, please. Her voice was thick with tears. Real tears, probably. Sarah had always been good at real tears. I deleted the voicemail, blocked her number, blocked her mother's number, blocked Melissa's number. Michael Chen had said to disappear, so I disappeared. The days in Portland had a strange rhythm. I'd wake up early before dear Eric and Amy and make coffee in their kitchen. I'd sit at their breakfast nook and look at their pictures on the walls, their wedding, their honeymoon in Thailand, various holidays and birthdays, evidence of a functional marriage, proof that it was possible. Derek worked from home, something tech-related that I didn't fully understand. Amy was a nurse, gone for 12-hour shifts that left her exhausted, but somehow still cheerful. They'd been married 8 years. They still kissed goodbye every morning. They still asked about each other's days. I watched them the way you'd watch a nature documentary about some exotic species. Here we see the married couple in their natural habitat, communicating openly and honestly, treating each other with respect and affection. You look like you're taking notes, Amy said one morning, catching me staring. Maybe I am, trying to figure out what I did wrong. She sat down across from me, still in her scrubs from the night shift. Can I tell you something? You probably didn't do anything wrong. Some people are just broken in ways you can't fix. That's bleak. It's realistic. She poured herself coffee, added cream and sugar. When I was in nursing school, they taught us that you can't heal someone who doesn't want to be healed. Same with relationships. You can be the perfect partner, do everything right, and still end up with someone who's choosing to hurt you. So, what do? You save yourself. Then you heal. Then you try again with someone who wants to be saved as much as you do. On Sunday, day 3 of Sarah's Hawaii trip, day 4 of my disappearance, I unblocked my phone just to check. Part curiosity, part masochism, 43 missed calls, 68 text messages, and a series of voicemails that I listened to in chronological order, like some kind of audio documentary of a marriage ending. Day 1, Thursday. Jason, please. I'm at the airport and I'm freaking out. Your note, what do you know? What do you think you know? Please call me. We can figure this out. Day 2, Friday. Okay. I'm in Hawaii and you're still not answering. Mom's asking where you are and I don't know what to tell her. Jason, this isn't fair. At least let me explain. At least give me that. Day 3, Saturday. Fine. You want to be angry? Be angry. But disappearing isn't solving anything. We're married, Jason. We're supposed to talk about things. You can't just run away. The irony of that last one almost made me laugh. I couldn't run away. I wasn't the one who'd booked a vacation without my spouse. I wasn't the one who'd carefully orchestrated being in Hawaii with someone else while my partner stayed home. But the voicemail from Sunday morning was different. Her voice had changed. Less panic, more calculation. Jason, I know you're listening to these. I know you're checking. So, here's what I'm going to tell you. Yes, I messed up. Yes, I should have told you about the plans changing. But you're acting like I committed some horrible crime when really I was just trying to make things easier for everyone. You've been so busy with work, so stressed. And I thought maybe you'd actually appreciate a break. Time to yourself. But clearly I was wrong. Clearly you'd rather make this into some big dramatic thing. So fine. When I get home, we'll talk like adults. Until then, maybe grow up a little. I played that one 3 times. Listened to the way she shifted blame, made herself the victim, turned my hurt into my immaturity. It was masterful, really. The way she could twist reality until up was down and black was white. I called Michael Chen. She's gaslighting me. I said, they usually do. You recording these voicemails? Yes, good. Keep them all and stay disappeared. Don't give her anything to work with. I started walking Portland miles and miles every day, learning the city through my feet. I walked along the Willamette River and through Forest Park. I walked through neighborhoods with names like Pearl District and Hawthorne and Alberta Arts. I walked until my shoes wore through and I had to buy new ones. Walking helped me think. Walking helped me not think. Walking helped time pass. Derek asked me one night what I was planning to do long term. After Sarah came back and we had whatever confrontation was inevitable. I don't know, I said honestly. Divorce, obviously. But then what? Do I move here, go back, start over somewhere completely new? Those are all valid options. They're all terrifying. Yeah, he agreed. Freedom usually is. While Sarah was in Hawaii, while she was presumably having a beautiful time at her sister's wedding, while she was staying in the room I'd paid for, while she was living the life she'd carefully constructed to exclude me, I started investigating. Not in person. I wasn't ready for that kind of confrontation. But digitally, I had access to everything. Our shared cloud storage, her email that she'd never logged out of on our home computer, our joint credit card statements that I could access remotely. I know how this sounds. Invasion of privacy, toxic behavior, all of that. But here's the thing. She'd already invaded my entire life. She'd already excavated our marriage and filled it with lies. So, I did what she'd done to me. I dug through the rubble looking for truth. What I found was worse than I'd imagined. Also better, also more complicated. The credit card charges painted a picture. Azure Restaurant, that $1,200 dinner on March 10th, had a review site where people posted pictures of their meals, couples holding hands over candlelit tables. Romantic atmosphere, perfect for anniversaries and proposals, said the reviews. Sarah and who? I found the answer in her email. A change she'd forgotten to delete or maybe thought I'd never see. Between her and someone named Marcus. The emails went back 18 months. 18 months. While I was working overtime, while I was transferring money for a vacation, while I was being a husband. The emails started professional. Marcus worked in her office, some kind of consultant role. They moved to friendly, then flirty, then explicit. I didn't read all of them. I didn't need to. I got the shape of it. An affair that had started emotional and turned physical somewhere around last summer. But here's what made it worse. What made it cut deeper? Marcus wasn't going to Hawaii. I found that out through a group email chain about the wedding. Melissa had sent it to family only and Sarah had forwarded it to her personal email. The list of attendees was there. No, Marcus. So, if Marcus wasn't in Hawaii, who was sharing that room with Sarah? Or was she alone? Had she really planned an entire vacation just to get away from me to have space from her marriage using money we'd saved together? I called the resort, used the reservation number, asked Patricia, my friend Patricia who'd helped me cancel and rebook, if she could tell me if anyone had checked into the room. Mr. Anderson, I really shouldn't. Please, I just need to know if she checked in alone. A long pause, the sound of typing. 2 guests checked in, Sarah Anderson and Margaret Johnson. Her mother, according to the booking notes, her mother. Sarah had booked a room for her and her mother with money we'd saved for our life together. She'd planned a vacation with her mom to exclude me to actively purposefully leave me out of her family. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so I didn't either. I just sat there in Eric's guest room. With rain falling outside and the truth settling around me like snow, I started writing. Not because I'm a writer. I'm not, but because I needed to organize my thoughts outside my head. If they stayed inside, they'd eat me alive. So, I wrote everything down. A timeline of our marriage, a list of red flags I'd missed, questions I needed answered, things I wanted to say when Sarah came home. The document grew to 20 pages, then 30, then more. It became something like a deposition, evidence I was gathering for a trial, where I was both prosecutor and witness. Derek found me one night at 2 o'clock in the morning typing furiously on my laptop in the kitchen. Can't sleep. Haven't really tried. He read over my shoulder for a minute. That's thorough. I need to understand what happened. I need to see it all laid out. Or maybe you need to accept that you'll never fully understand. Some things don't have the explanations that make sense. That's not good enough. I know. He sat down next to me. But Jason, at some point you're going to have to stop investigating and start healing. And those are different things. He was right, of course, but I wasn't ready to heal. I was still bleeding. On Wednesday, day 6 of Sarah's vacation, day 7 of my disappearance, I got a text from an unknown number. This is Melissa. I'm borrowing someone's phone because Sarah said you blocked her. Jason, what's going on? Everyone's worried about you. Sarah's a mess. Can you please just call her? I almost didn't respond, but I liked Melissa. She had always been kind to me, and this wasn't her fault. Tell Sarah I'm fine. Tell her we'll talk when she gets home. Tell her to enjoy her vacation. But she's not enjoying it. She's crying all the time. She barely came to the ceremony. Jason, whatever's happening, you guys need to work it out. We will after she gets home. Can you at least tell me what happened? I thought about that. What could I say? Your sister planned a family vacation and didn't include me even though I paid for it. Your sister has been having an affair. Your sister spent 18 months building a separate life that didn't have room for her husband. Ask your sister, I wrote. She knows. I blocked that number, too. The days took on a routine. Morning coffee, long walks, research into my marriage's failure, and evening conversations with Derek and Amy that danced around the real issues. I was living in a holding pattern, waiting for Sarah to come back so we could have whatever confrontation would end this. But in the waiting, something unexpected happened. I started feeling better. Not happy, not whole, but better. Like I'd been holding my breath for years and was finally, slowly learning to breathe again. I slept through the night for the first time in months. I ate meals without my stomach hurting. I laughed at Derek's terrible jokes and Amy's hospital stories. I existed without the constant low-level anxiety that had become so normal. I'd forgotten it wasn't how life was supposed to feel. You seem lighter, Amy observed one evening. We were cooking dinner together. Her teaching me how to make proper Thai curry while dear Eric worked late. I don't feel lighter. I feel hollow. Maybe hollow is lighter. I thought about that while I chopped vegetables. Maybe she was right. Maybe I'd been carrying so much weight for so long that hollow felt like relief. Sarah came home on a Sunday. I knew 'cause I'd been tracking the flight. I still had access to her email. Still had the confirmation number. Flight 427 landing at 6:35 p.m. I didn't go to the airport. I didn't go home. I stayed in Portland in dear Eric's guest room, eating leftover pizza and watching rain streak down the windows. At 8 p.m., my phone started ringing again. Different number. She'd probably borrowed her mother's phone or used a Google number. I didn't answer. At 9:00 p.m. a voicemail. Jason, I'm home and you're not here. Your ring is on the counter. Your note. Jason, where are you? Are you safe? Please, just let me know you're safe. At 10 p.m., another okay, I'm officially freaking out. I called the police, but they said you're not a missing person. You're just gone. Jason, this isn't funny anymore. Come home. Please come home. We need to talk at 11 p.m. Fine, I get it. You want me to suffer. You want me to understand how it feels to not know where someone is or what they're thinking. Point made. You win. Now, please come home or at least tell me where you are. I didn't respond to any of them. I'd made a decision during the week in Portland during all those miles of walking and thinking and writing. I wasn't going to be reactive anymore. I wasn't going to be the one scrambling to explain or defend or understand. Sarah had made her choices. Now she could live with the consequences. Michael Chen called the next morning. Your wife has been trying to reach me. She's worried about you. She's asking if I know where you are. What did you tell her? That you're my client and she should get her own lawyer. But Jason, at some point you need to talk to her. If only to move forward with the divorce proceedings. I know, just not yet. Fair enough, but don't wait too long. Limbo is comfortable until it's not. I came home on a Tuesday. 3 days after Sarah got back from Hawaii, 12 days after I'd left. It felt both too soon and not soon enough. The drive south was long. 5 hours of highway and rain and mental preparation for a conversation I didn't want to have. Dear Eric had offered to come with me for moral support, but this was something I needed to do alone. Our house looked exactly the same. Same blue shutters, same white door, same weeds in the garden that neither of us had ever been good at maintaining. I sat in my car for 10 minutes just looking at it, trying to remember what it felt like when this was home and not just a building where my marriage had died. Sarah's car was in the driveway. She was home waiting. I grabbed my bag, walked to the door, used my key. The house smelled like her perfume and something cooking. She'd made dinner apparently, an offering, a peace treaty, or maybe just normal life continuing despite everything, which was almost worse. She came out of the kitchen when she heard the door. She looked terrible. Good. Terrible, if that makes sense. Like she'd been crying for days, but had recently showered and put on clean clothes and tried to make herself presentable. Her eyes were red and puffy. Her face was thinner, like she hadn't been eating. Good, I thought, and then hated myself for thinking it. Jason, she said just my name. Like a prayer or an accusation. I couldn't tell which. Sarah. We stood there in our own foyer, two people who'd shared a bed for 15 years, and the distance between us felt insurmountable. Can we talk? She asked. That's why I'm here. She led me to the living room. I sat in the chair, not the couch where we usually sat together, but the chair across from it, creating physical space to match the emotional space. I don't know where to start, she said. How about the beginning? How about when you decided to plan a family vacation without me? She flinched. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? She took a breath, let it out. When she spoke, her voice was quiet. It started with my mom. She said something about how expensive the trip was getting. And maybe it would make more sense if it was just blood family. And at first, I told her, no, obviously you were coming. You're my husband. But then she kept bringing it up. And Melissa was stressed about the cost. And I thought maybe if you didn't come, if I went with my mom instead, we could save some money. And you'd been so busy with work, so exhausted. I thought maybe you'd actually want a break. So you decided for me. I was going to tell you I was. But then the months kept passing, and I kept chickening out. And then it was too late. The flights were booked, the room was booked, everything was set. I thought maybe I could just tell you at the last minute, and you'd understand. Except you never told me at all. You were going to let me pack, let me show up at the airport and what? Surprised me with the fact that I didn't have a ticket. She was crying now. I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. I panicked. I made a mistake. What about Marcus? The name hit her like a physical blow. She actually recoiled. What? Marcus, your coworker, your affair? Did you think I wouldn't find out about that, too? That's over. That ended months ago. When? Before or after you took him to his restaurant for a 10,00 dinner using our money? March. It ended in March. That was me ending it. That was me choosing you. I laughed. Actually laughed because it was either that or scream. You chose me by planning a vacation without me. By spending our savings on clothes and spas and everything except what you told me you were spending it on. That's how you chose me. I know how it looks. You know how it looks. Sarah, I saw the emails. 18 months. You've been sleeping with this guy for 18 months. Lying to me for 18 months. And you want me to believe that you chose me? She was sobbing now. That ugly kind of crying where you can't catch your breath. Part of me, that same stupid loyal part, wanted to comfort her, to cross the space between us and hold her and tell her it would be okay. I stayed in my chair. I love you, she said through the tears. Jason, I love you. I made mistakes, terrible mistakes, but I love you. We can fix this. We can go to counseling. We can work through it. Please, please don't give up on us. Do you know what the worst part is? I said, my voice was calm. Eerily calm. It's not even the affair. It's the Hawaii thing. You took something that should have been a happy family occasion and you turned it into this elaborate plot to exclude me. You let me pay for it. $6,000, Sarah. $6,000. And you let me believe I was going right up until the moment you left. You let me think I was part of your family, part of your life, when really you were trying to figure out how to carve me out of it. That's not true. Then what is true? Because from where I'm sitting, everything you've told me for the past 6 months has been a lie. So why should I believe anything you say now? She didn't have an answer for that. She just cried and I just watched and the space between us grew wider. We talked for hours. Or rather, she talked and I listened. She explained and justified and apologized and promised. She told me about how Marcus had pursued her. How lonely she'd been, How I'd been working so much and she'd felt neglected. She told me about her mother's pressure about the Hawaii trip, how she'd felt caught between her family and me. She told me about how she'd been planning to tell me. Really, she just needed the right moment. I let her talk, let her exhaust herself with explanations. And when she was finally done, when she'd emptied herself of words and excuses and apologies, I spoke. I want a divorce. The words hung in the air like smoke and bell final. No. She shook her head. No, Jason. Please don't do this. Don't throw away 15 years because of a few mistakes. A few mistakes? Sarah, you had an 18-month affair. You planned a vacation designed to exclude me. You stole money from our joint accounts. I didn't steal. It was our money for our life, not for your affair, not for your private vacation with your mother. While I stayed home like an idiot, I stood up. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not being the understanding husband who forgives and forgets while you do whatever you want. I'm not being the guy who pays for everything while you use that money to build a life that doesn't include me. So that's it. You're just giving up? What about for better or worse? What about till death do us part? Those vows go both ways, Sarah. And you broke them first. I walked toward the stairs, toward the bedroom, toward the closet where I'd pack more of my things because I wasn't staying here. Not tonight. Maybe not ever again. She followed me. Where are you going? Back to Portland. Derek said I can stay as long as I need. You've been in Portland this whole time? Yeah. You let me think. I thought something happened to you. I thought you were hurt or dead or you thought wrong. I was fine. I am fine. I'm better than I've been in months. Actually, that stopped her. She stood in the doorway of our bedroom, not our bedroom anymore, just a room where we used to sleep, and looked at me like I was a stranger. You're different, she said quietly. Yeah, I am. I don't like it. You don't have to. I packed a bag, more clothes, my important documents, some books, things that felt like mine in a house where everything felt like ours. She watched from the doorway, not saying anything, just watching me dismantle our life, one item at a time. As I was zipping up the bag, she spoke. What do I tell people? My family, our friends, what do I say about why you're gone? Tell them the truth. I can't. They'll hate me. Then lie. You're good at that. It was cruel. I knew it was cruel. Even as I said it. But I was so tired of protecting her feelings while mine bled out. I carried my bag downstairs. She followed. At the door, I stopped, turned to face her one last time. For what it's worth, I said, I did love you. Really loved you. I would have done anything for you. I did do everything for you and it wasn't enough. Or maybe it was too much. I don't know anymore. But I'm done trying to figure it out. Jason, I'll have my lawyer contact you about the divorce proceedings. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't show up in Portland. We'll handle everything through lawyers from now on. That's so cold. Yeah, it is. But you know what's colder? Booking a family vacation and deliberately leaving out your husband. You know what's colder? Letting him pay for it while you someone else. So, excuse me if I'm not particularly warm right now. I opened the door, stepped out into the rain, put my bag in the car, started the engine. Through the windshield, I could see Sarah standing in the doorway of our house. Her house now really, because I was never coming back, crying in the porch light. I put the car in reverse, drove away, didn't look back. The divorce took 9 months. 9 months of lawyers and mediations and dividing up a life we'd built together. 9 months of deciding who got the couch and who got the coffee maker and who got the friends we'd made as a couple. 9 months of feeling like I was dismantling myself piece by piece. Sarah fought it at first, contested the divorce, asked for counseling, sent me long emails that I forwarded to Michael Chen without reading. But eventually, somewhere around month 4, she gave up, signed the papers, agreed to the terms. We split everything down the middle. The house sold, the money divided, the life we'd built liquidated and portioned out like we were settling an estate. By the time it was final, by the time I got the document that said I was legally no longer married, it felt anticlimactic. Just a piece of paper saying what I'd already known. That marriage had died the moment Sarah booked that flight to Hawaii without me. I stayed in Portland. Derek and Amy's guest room became my apartment, became eventually my own place. A small 1-bedroom in the Pearl District with big windows and hardwood floors and nothing in it that reminded me of Sarah. I got a job at a tech company doing project management using skills I developed over 15 years of marriage to organize other people's chaos. I made new friends. I found a therapist. I started rebuilding. But I wasn't happy. Not yet. I was just less unhappy functioning. Going through the motions of life without actually feeling alive. The therapist, a woman named Dr. Patricia Moore, which made me laugh because what were the odds of another Patricia, told me that healing isn't linear. You're going to have good days and bad days, she said during one of our sessions. Days where you feel like you're moving forward and days where you feel like you're back at the beginning. That's normal. That's how this works. How long does it take? There's no timeline. Some people heal in months. Some people take years. Some people never fully heal. They just learn to live with the scar tissue. That's depressing. It's realistic. But here's the thing, Jason. You get to choose what kind of healing you want. You can be bitter and angry and let this define the rest of your life. Or you can process it, learn from it, and eventually move on. Both are valid responses, but only one of them leads to actual happiness. I thought about that a lot in the months after the divorce was finalized. What kind of healing did I want? What kind of person did I want to be on the other side of this? In month 10, March, again, full circle from when this all started. I got a message on LinkedIn from Melissa. Jason, I hope you're doing okay. I know things ended badly with you and Sarah, and I'm so sorry about my part in all of it. I should have told you about the Hawaii situation. I should have pushed back harder when Mom suggested limiting it to blood family. I should have been a better sister-in-law to you. I just wanted you to know that what Sarah did wasn't okay. I've told her that. We've actually had a huge falling out over it. I can't believe she put me in that position. Made me complicit in lying to you. You deserve better. Also, I don't know if you heard, but Sarah and Marcus are together now officially. They moved in together last month. I thought you should know in case it matters, in case it helps with closure or whatever. Take care of yourself. You're a good person and you deserve good things. Melissa, I read that message 5 times. Sarah and Marcus were together. Of course they were. The affair that ended in March had apparently just been on pause until the divorce was final. Or maybe not even on pause. Maybe they'd been together this whole time and I just hadn't known because I'd blocked everyone and stopped paying attention. It should have hurt. Finding out that your ex-wife is now living with the man she cheated on you with should hurt like hell. But it didn't. Or it did, but not the way I expected. It hurt like a door closing, not like a wound opening. It hurt like confirmation of something I already knew, that Sarah had chosen her path and I'd chosen mine, and those paths were never going to cross again. I wrote back to Melissa. Thank you for telling me and for apologizing that you don't owe me that. You weren't the one who made those choices. I hope you and your husband are happy. I hope Hawaii was beautiful. And I hope you know that I never blamed you for any of this. I'm doing okay. Better than okay, actually. Turns out losing everything you thought you wanted is a weird kind of freedom. Take care, Jason. The year anniversary of Sarah leaving for Hawaii, April 15th, fell on a Tuesday. I took the day off work, not because I was sad or angry or nostalgic, but because it felt like a milestone worth marking. I drove to the coast, Oregon's coast, which is nothing like Hawaii, but beautiful in its own way. Rocky and wild and cold, with waves that crash against black stone and wind that cuts through your jacket. I walked along the beach for hours thinking about everything that had happened in the past 12 months. A year ago, I'd been a married man who thought he was going to Hawaii, who thought his wife loved him, who thought his life was stable and predictable and fine. Now I was divorced, living in a new city, working a new job, building a new life. Everything had changed. Everything was different. And somewhere in all that change, I'd found something I hadn't expected. Myself. Not the version of myself that had existed in my marriage. The accommodating husband, the understanding partner, the guy who transferred money and asked no questions and believed every lie because believing was easier than doubt. But a different version, harder, clearer, more honest about what I wanted and what I wouldn't accept. Dr. Moore had asked me once what I'd learned from all of this. The marriage, the betrayal, the divorce, the year of reconstruction. I learned that trust has to be earned. I'd said even in marriage, maybe especially in marriage. What else? I learned that love isn't enough. You can love someone completely and still lose them. You can love someone and they can still hurt you. Love doesn't protect you from anything. That's pretty cynical, maybe, but it's true. She nodded, made a note in her ever-present notebook. So, where does that leave you? If love isn't enough, if trust has to be earned, what do you believe in now? I thought about that for a long time. What did I believe in? I believe in evidence, I'd finally said. I believe in patterns and actions and proof. I believe people show you who they are if you pay attention. And I believe that when someone shows you they don't value you, you should believe them. That's smart. But Jason, don't let what Sarah did make you cynical about everyone. Some people are worth trusting. Some people will value you the way you deserve to be valued. Don't close yourself off to that possibility. Standing on that Oregon beach watching waves crash against rocks, I thought about Dr. Moore's words. Was I closed off? Probably. Did I have walls up that weren't there before? Definitely. But were those walls permanent? Did they have to be? I didn't know. What I did know was that I wasn't ready to tear them down yet. Maybe I'd never be ready. Maybe I'd spend the rest of my life keeping people at arm's length, protecting myself from ever being that vulnerable again. Or maybe, and this felt like a radical thought, maybe I'd meet someone someday who made those walls feel like a cage instead of protection. Someone who made me want to risk it all again despite knowing exactly how badly it could go. But not today. Today I was just a divorced guy standing on a beach, marking the anniversary of the day his wife chose a vacation over her marriage. Today I was just surviving, which was enough. I came back from the coast feeling not better exactly, but resolved like I'd closed a chapter. The divorce was final. Sarah had moved on. I was building a new life. The story should have ended there. It didn't. 2 days after my anniversary beach trip, dear Eric came into the living room where I was working on my laptop. He had his phone in his hand and a strange expression on his face. "You need to see this," he said. "See what?" He handed me his phone. On the screen was a Facebook post from Melissa. Public, visible to everyone. It was a photo of her and her husband on a beach in Kauai, sunset in the background, both of them smiling, beautiful. But that wasn't what dear Eric was showing me. It was the comment thread underneath, specifically a comment from Sarah's mother, Margaret, responding to someone who'd asked about the wedding. It was beautiful, but unfortunately marred by some family drama. Sarah's husband, Jason, refused to come at the last minute and caused a lot of stress for everyone. Very disappointing behavior from someone we'd all grown to love. Some people just can't handle not being the center of attention. I read it 3 times, then I read the replies. Oh no, what happened? Margaret, I'd rather not get into it, but let's just say some people can't be happy for others. That's terrible. Poor Sarah. Margaret? Yeah, she's been having a hard time. The divorce has been very difficult on her, but she's strong. She'll get through it. I handed the phone back to Derek. Well, that's interesting. Interesting. Jason, she's telling everyone you're the bad guy. She's making it sound like you ditched the wedding. She is. Aren't you angry? Was I angry? I thought about it. Felt around inside myself for rage or hurt or indignation. Found something else instead. A kind of cold, clear determination. No, I said slowly. I am not angry. But I think it's time people knew the truth. I spent the next week gathering everything. Every document, every screenshot, every piece of evidence I'd collected over the past year. The bank statements showing where Sarah had actually spent our money. The emails between her and Marcus, dated and explicit. The flight confirmations showing I'd never been booked on that Hawaii trip. The recording of my call with the resort where they confirmed Sarah had checked in with her mother, not me. I organized it all into a document, professional, clean, chronological, no emotional language, no accusations, just facts dated and source telling the story of what had actually happened. Then I wrote a cover letter, short, direct, to friends and family. My name is Jason Anderson. Many of you know me as Sarah's ex-husband. Some of you have heard various stories about why our marriage ended and why I wasn't at Melissa's wedding in Hawaii last year. I'm writing to provide you with accurate information. As recent comments suggest, there's confusion about what actually occurred. Attached, you'll find a detailed timeline with supporting documentation. Hey Shin, I'm not sharing this to hurt anyone or to be vindictive. I'm sharing it because I believe people deserve to know the truth through that and because public statements have been made that misrepresent what happened. The facts are simple. I was never invited to the Hawaii wedding despite being married to Sarah at the time. I paid for my wife's trip $6,000 plus believing I would be attending. I discovered the exclusion days before departure. The exclusion was deliberate and planned for months. Sarah was involved in an affair during our marriage. All of this is documented in the attached files. I've included sources for every claim. You're welcome to verify anything you read here. I'm not asking for sympathy or taking sides. I'm simply providing facts that were deliberately hidden from me and from you. What you do with this information is up to you. Respectfully, Jason Anderson. I read it over 10 times. Had Michael Chen read it to make sure I wasn't opening myself up to any legal issues. Had Dr. Moore read it to make sure I wasn't doing this from a place of revenge rather than justice. Why do you want to send this? Dr. Moore asked during our session. Because she's been telling people I'm the bad guy. Because her mother is publicly lying about what happened. Because I spent 15 years being the person who took the high road and stayed quiet. And look where that got me. So this is revenge. This is truth. There's a difference, is there? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you want to hurt her the way she hurt you. Maybe I do. Is that so wrong? Dr. Moore was quiet for a moment. No, it's human. But Jason, you need to be really clear about why you're doing this. If you're doing it to heal, to reclaim your narrative, to stop the lies, those are valid reasons. If you're doing it to destroy her, to make her suffer, to get revenge, that might feel good in the moment, but it won't heal you. It'll just create more pain. So, you think I shouldn't send it? I think you should be honest with yourself about your motivations. And then do whatever you need to do. I thought about her words for 3 more days. What were my motivations? Did I want to hurt Sarah? Yes. Did I want Margaret to face consequences for lying? Absolutely. Did I want everyone to know what really happened? Desperately. But underneath all of that, what I really wanted was simpler. I wanted to not be a liar's footnote. I wanted my story to be told in my own words, not filtered through Sarah's revisionist history. I wanted the truth to exist somewhere other than in my own head and in documents only my lawyer had seen. So, I sent it, not to everyone. I'm not that cruel, but to key people. Melissa, who'd apologized and deserved to know the full story. Sarah's close friends who'd been making supportive comments on her social media. A few mutual friends who'd stayed neutral during the divorce. And yes, I sent one to Margaret because she'd started this by making public accusations. I attached all the documentation, every screenshot, every bank statement, every email that proved what I was saying was true. Then I closed my laptop and waited for the explosion. It took less than an hour. My phone started blowing up. Not with angry messages, those would come later, but with shocked responses from people who'd had no idea. Jason, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Sarah told us you'd backed out of the trip at the last minute because of work. This is insane. I can't believe she did this to you. Why didn't you tell us this before? That last one came from a friend we'd made as a couple. Tom, someone I'd considered close. I responded honestly because I was ashamed. Because I thought if I stayed quiet and took the high road, eventually the truth would come out on its own. Because I didn't want to seem bitter or petty. But staying silent just let lies flourish. The responses kept coming. Some supportive, some confused, some angry on my behalf. But the one that mattered, the one I was waiting for, came from Melissa. Jason, I just read everything. I'm sitting here literally crying. I had no idea it was this bad. Sarah told us you knew about the plans changing, that you were okay with it because of work, that the divorce was mutual. I don't even have words. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I didn't push harder, didn't question more, didn't see what was happening. You deserved so much better. Also, I deleted my mom's comment and blocked her from my posts until she apologizes to you publicly. What she said was not okay. I stared at that message for a long time, an apology I'd never asked for, from someone who'd never really wronged me. It felt like vindication and sadness mixed together, bitter and sweet in equal measure. The fallout was spectacular in the way natural disasters are spectacular. You can't look away even though you know you should. Margaret called me directly, which was bold considering I'd blocked her number a year ago and she had to use someone else's phone. I answered because I was curious what she'd say. Jason, how dare you? No, I interrupted. Mel, you don't get to how dare me. You don't get to lie about me publicly and then be upset when I correct the record with facts. You've humiliated my daughter. Your daughter humiliated herself. I just documented it. Every single thing in that document is true, Margaret. You know it's true. Sarah knows it's true. The only people who didn't know it was true were the ones you'd been lying to. This is vindictive and cruel. You know what's cruel? Letting your son-in-law pay for a family vacation and then excluding him from it. You know what's cruel? Publicly saying he refused to come when you know damn well he was never invited. You want to talk about cruelty, Margaret? Let's talk about 18 months of an affair. Let's talk about emotional abandonment. Let's talk about financial manipulation. Let's talk about all the things your daughter did that you've been covering up and excusing and enabling. She was silent. I could hear her breathing heavy and angry. If you ever, I continued, my voice cold. If you ever publicly lie about me again, I'll send that document to your entire social circle, your church group, your book club, everyone. Because I kept the receipts, Margaret, I have proof of everything. So, you can either accept that your daughter made choices that ended our marriage, or you can keep lying and find out what happens when I stop being nice. I hung up, blocked the number she was calling from. Felt something like satisfaction settle in my chest. Sarah texted me from a new number later that day. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity went out. You're destroying my life. I'm correcting lies, I wrote back. Not the same thing. Everyone hates me now. My friends, my family, even Melissa's barely speaking to me. Maybe you should have thought about that before you orchestrated a year-long deception. I made mistakes. I admitted that. I apologized. What more do you want? I wanted you to stop lying about what happened. I wanted you to stop painting me as the villain. I wanted people to know the truth. That's all. By humiliating me, by airing our private business to everyone. I stared at that message. The audacity of it. The sheer audacity. Sarah, you made our business public when your mother started posting lies about me on Facebook. You made it public when you told mutual friends I'd abandon the wedding. You made it public every time you played the victim instead of taking responsibility. I didn't make this public. You did. I just made sure the public version was accurate. I hate you. Good. We're even then. I blocked that number, too. Changed my own number the next day just to be safe. Fresh start. Clean slate. No more texts from my past trying to pull me back into drama I'd finally escaped. I'm writing this from a coffee shop in Portland. It's raining. It's always raining in Portland, and I'm watching people hurry past the windows with their umbrellas and their coffee cups and their normal uncomplicated lives. It's been 2 years since Sarah left for Hawaii without me. 1 year since the divorce was finalized, 6 months since I sent that document and burned down the lies she'd built around our marriage's ending. People ask me sometimes if I regret it, sending the truth out into the world, destroying whatever narrative Sarah had carefully constructed. The answer is complicated. Do I regret the hurt it caused? Yes and no. I regret that it was necessary. I regret that I trusted someone for 15 years who didn't deserve it. I regret all the years I spent being accommodating and understanding and blind. But do I regret making sure people knew what really happened? No, not even a little bit. Because here's what I learned in the year I vanished. In the year I spent rebuilding myself from the ground up. Silence protects the guilty. Staying quiet, taking the high road, being the bigger person, all of those things just give liars room to operate. All of those things mean the person who cares least about the truth gets to define it. And I was done letting other people define my story. The aftermath of sending that document was messy. Sarah lost friends, not all of them, but enough. Margaret had to make a public apology on Facebook, which she clearly hated, but Melissa insisted on. Marcus and Sarah broke up 3 months after the truth came out, apparently unable to survive the scrutiny of everyone knowing how their relationship started. I won't lie and say none of that gave me satisfaction. It did. There's a particular kind of justice in watching someone face consequences for their actions after spending so long watching them avoid those consequences. But more than that, more than any revenge or vindication, what I got from telling the truth was freedom. Freedom from being the secret keeper, the one protecting everyone else's comfort at the expense of my own truth. Freedom from carrying the weight of lies that weren't even mine. Dr. Moore says I'm doing well. Better than well. She says most people who go through what I went through take years to recover, and I'm already building a healthy, functional life. She says I should be proud. I'm not sure about proud, but I am sure about one thing. I'm different now. Different than I was when I was married. Different than I was even a year ago when I first disappeared. I'm harder, more careful, more suspicious. I verify everything now. Trust slowly. Keep receipts for everything from conversations to financial transactions. Some people might call that paranoid. I call it learned wisdom. But I'm also softer in some ways, more open to the idea that not everyone is like Sarah. More willing to believe that good people exist, even if I haven't let many of them close yet. More hopeful about the possibility of building something real with someone who deserves it. Dear Eric says I'm ready to start dating again. Amy agrees. They've even tried to set me up with some of Amy's nurse friends, kind women who've seen enough at work that my divorce story doesn't even faze them. I haven't taken them up on it yet. Maybe soon. Maybe when the anniversary of the divorce passes and I feel like I've fully closed that chapter. Or maybe I'm just making excuses because the truth is I'm still a little bit broken, still healing, still figuring out who I am as a single person in my 40s, starting over in a city that isn't home, but also isn't not home. Last week, I ran into someone at a bookstore. Literally ran into her. I was backing out of an aisle with a stack of books and walked straight into someone doing the same thing. Books went everywhere. We both apologized. Both bent down to pick things up. Both laughed at the absurdity of it. Her name was Olivia. She was pretty in an understated way with glasses and curly hair and paint under her fingernails. She was buying books on art history and restoration. I was buying mysteries and a book about Japanese philosophy. Good taste, she said, nodding at my stack. You too? You an artist? Restorer? Actually, I work at the museum. You, project manager, technology, much less interesting than art restoration. We talked for 20 minutes in that bookstore aisle, and it was easy, comfortable. She was funny and smart, and when she smiled, her whole face lit up. And when we finally exchanged numbers, casual, friendly, no pressure, I realized I was excited about the possibility of seeing her again. Not because I want to jump into a relationship. No, not because I'm looking for someone to fix the parts of me Sarah broke, but because for the first time in 2 years, I met someone who made me think that maybe eventually I could try again. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday. And that feels like healing. If you've made it this far, if you've read this entire story about betrayal and disappearance and reconstruction, you might be wondering what the moral is. What's the takeaway? What am I supposed to learn from Jason's story? Here's what I learned. What I want you to know if you ever find yourself in a situation like mine: first, trust your instincts. That feeling I had at Christmas when Melissa mentioned Sarah might come alone, that twist in my stomach when Sarah wouldn't forward the confirmation emails, those were my instincts, screaming at me that something was wrong. I ignored them. Don't ignore yours. Second, love requires more than love. It requires respect. It requires honesty. It requires two people actively choosing each other every single day. Love without those things is just a word, just empty air shaped into something that sounds pretty. Third, financial transparency is non-negotiable. When Sarah asked to handle the booking, I should have insisted on seeing the confirmations. I should have checked the bank accounts monthly. I should have been an active participant in our finances instead of a passive contributor. Money isn't romantic, but financial deception is often the foundation for every other kind of deception. Fourth, silence protects the guilty. I spent months being quiet, taking the high road, not telling anyone what really happened. All that did was allow Sarah to control the narrative. If someone is lying about you, you have every right to correct that lie with truth. You don't have to be cruel about it, but you also don't have to protect people who aren't protecting you. Fifth, disappearing isn't running away. Sometimes it's saving yourself. When I left for Portland, Sarah called it abandonment. But what I was actually doing was creating space to think clearly, to gather information, to protect myself from further manipulation. Sometimes you need to remove yourself from a situation before you can see it clearly. Sixth, document everything. Every conversation, every financial transaction, every promise made and broken. Not because you're paranoid, but because if things go wrong, you'll need proof. Truth without evidence is just your word against theirs. Other people's behavior is not a reflection of your worth. Sarah cheated because of who she is, not because of who I am. She lied because lying was easier than honesty for her. She excluded me because she wanted to. None of that. None of it means I wasn't a good husband. It just means I was a good husband to the wrong person. Eighth, healing isn't linear and it isn't quick. It's been 2 years and I'm still figuring out how to trust people. I'm still having days where the betrayal feels fresh, where I wonder what I could have done differently. And that's okay. There's no timeline for recovering from having your life dismantled by someone you loved. Ninth, you can't save a relationship alone. I tried. God, I tried. I was understanding and accommodating and patient. I transferred money and asked no questions and believed every explanation. But relationships require two people trying. One person cannot carry the entire weight. 10th. Sometimes the best revenge is simply telling the truth. I didn't have to embellish or exaggerate or invent anything. I just had to share what actually happened with documentation and let people draw their own conclusions. The truth was damning enough on its own. And finally, most importantly, you are allowed to start over. You are allowed to leave a situation that's destroying you. You're allowed to walk away from people who don't value you. You are allowed to build a new life in a new place with new people who actually give a damn about your well-being. You're allowed to vanish and then reappear as someone different, someone harder and softer in all the right places. Someone who knows their worth and won't settle for less anymore. That's what I did. That's what this whole story has been about. Not revenge, though that was part of it. Not anger, though that was there, too. But mostly, it's been about reclaiming myself from a marriage that was slowly erasing me. I still think about Sarah sometimes. Wonder if she's happy with whatever life she's built. Wonder if she ever truly understood what she destroyed. I wonder if she tells herself a different story, one where she's still the victim and I'm still the villain. Probably she does. People rarely see themselves as the antagonist in their own story, but that's not my problem anymore. She's not my problem anymore. What she thinks, what she feels, what narrative she's constructed to absolve herself, none of that touches me now. I'm in Portland living my life. Slowly learning how to be okay again. And that's enough for now. That's more than enough. The rain has stopped. The coffee shop is closing. I need to pack up my laptop and head home to the apartment that's mine in the city I chose. Living the life I rebuilt from scratch. Tomorrow I might text Olivia, see if she wants to grab coffee, talk about art restoration and Japanese philosophy and nothing heavy or complicated. See if that spark I felt in the bookstore was real, or just my imagination desperate for connection. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll wait another month, another year, another decade. Maybe I'll never be ready to try again. But I have the option now. I have the choice. And that the simple freedom to choose my own path without someone else steering from behind the scenes, that's worth everything I lost to get here. If you're reading this and you're in a situation like mine, if someone you love is lying to you, stealing from you, excluding you, making you question your own reality, I want you to know something. You're not crazy. You're not overreacting. Your instincts are probably right and you're allowed to save yourself. Even if it means disappearing for a year. Even if it means blowing up your entire life. Even if it means starting over from nothing. You're allowed. I'm proof of that. I vanished. I rebuilt. I survived. And so can you. Story 3. I was ready to divorce my wife until I overheard what she told her friends about me. There's a specific kind of silence that fills a home when love is dying. It's not the comfortable quiet of two people who've run out of things to say because they already know each other so well. It's not the peaceful hush of a Sunday morning spent reading separate sections of the newspaper in companionable stillness. No, this silence is different. It's thick, suffocating, the kind that presses against your chest and makes you hold your breath just to avoid disturbing it. Because disturbing it means acknowledging it. And acknowledging it means admitting that something has gone terribly, irreversibly wrong. That was the silence that lived in our house for 6 months before I finally decided to leave. My name is Marcus. I'm 42 years old and I was married to AITA Chen for 14 years before I typed divorce attorney near me into my phone search bar at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday in March. The cursor blinked at me in the darkness of our guest bedroom where I'd been sleeping for 3 weeks by then. And I remember thinking that this was it. This was how it ended. Not with screaming or thrown dishes or dramatic declarations. Just me alone in a room that smelled faintly of lavender potpourri that Isla had placed on the dresser years ago, googling lawyers while my wife slept 20 feet away in what used to be our bedroom. If you've ever felt like a ghost in your own life, you know what I'm talking about. That sensation of walking through rooms you used to fill with presence and realizing that no one would notice if you simply stopped existing there. And that's what the 6 months after I lost my job felt like. I was a senior project manager at a mid-sized tech firm in Seattle. Decent salary, good benefits. The kind of job that allowed us to buy a 3-bedroom house in Ballard with a view of the Sound if you stood on your toes in the upstairs bathroom. The kind of job that made me feel like I was doing something right, like I was building something, providing something, being something. And then in the span of a 15-minute meeting with HR, I wasn't. Market conditions, they said, restructuring, they explained. It's not personal, they assured me, as if there was any way to make being erased from an organization you'd given 8 years of your life to feel impersonal. They gave me a severance package and a cardboard box for my desk items. And I walked out of that building on a gray February afternoon, feeling like I'd been surgically removed from my own identity. I told that evening. We were in the kitchen, her chopping vegetables for a stir-fry, me standing in the doorway with my cardboard box still in my hands like some cliché from a movie about corporate casualties. They let me go, I said. Her knife stopped mid-chop. She turned to look at me, her dark eyes scanning my face for what? Signs of devastation? Anger? I'm not sure what she was looking for, but whatever she saw made her set the knife down carefully, wipe her hands on a towel, and cross the kitchen to hug me. Oh, Marcus, she whispered into my shoulder. I'm so sorry. I remember that hug. How her hair smelled like the jasmine shampoo she'd used since we first started dating. How her arms felt strong and certain around me. How for just a moment I felt like maybe we'd be okay because we and we had always figured things out before. But that moment passed quickly and what replaced it was something I didn't recognize until much later. The first crack in the foundation. We'll figure it out, she said, pulling back to look at me. You'll find something better. This might even be a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. That phrase would echo in my head for months afterward when growing more bitter each time because I didn't find something better. I didn't find anything at all. The job market in tech had contracted just enough that dozens of people with my exact qualifications were all competing for the same handful of positions. I sent out applications every day. It worked. I reached out to former colleagues. I optimized my LinkedIn profile and practiced interview responses and did everything the career counselor from the unemployment office told me to do, and I got nowhere. 1 month passed, then 2, then 3, the severance money dwindled. I started calculating how long our savings would last. AITAH was a physical therapist at a clinic downtown and her salary was solid, but it wasn't enough to cover both the mortgage and all our other expenses indefinitely. We'd always been a two-income household. We'd built our life on the assumption that we'd both keep working, both keep contributing, both keep pulling our weight. Now I was dead weight, and I could feel it in every interaction we had. "Did you hear back from that startup you interviewed with?" She'd ask over dinner, her tone carefully neutral, like she was trying not to pressure me, but also desperately needed good news. "Not yet," I'd say, even though I knew not yet was code for they went with someone else and haven't bothered to send the rejection email. "Okay," she'd respond. And then there would be that silence again, that terrible assessing silence that made me feel like I was being weighed and measured and found wanting. I stopped going to the gym because we'd canceled the membership to save money. I stopped meeting friends for drinks because I couldn't afford to split the tab. I stopped doing a lot of things actually, including most of the things that had made me feel like myself. Instead, I spent my days in a kind of purgatory. I'd wake up after Isa left for work, make coffee, sit at the desk in what we called the office, but was really just a converted spare bedroom, and send out applications until my eyes glazed over. Then I'd scroll through job listings I'd already seen. Then I'd refresh my email. Then I'd check LinkedIn. Then I'd spiral into reading articles about the changing job market and automation and age discrimination and wonder if at 42 I was already obsolete. By the time Isla got home around 6:30, I'd have dinner started because what else did I have to do? And I'd try to act like I'd had a productive day. But she could see through it. I know she could. I could see her seeing through it, which somehow made it worse. "How's your day?" she'd ask, setting her bag down by the door. "Fine," I'd lie. "Sent out some applications, had a phone screen." "That's good," she'd say. But her voice carried this exhausted quality, like she was tired of offering encouragement that led nowhere. We stopped talking about my job search after a while. We stopped talking about a lot of things. Intimacy became a memory. Not just sex, though that disappeared too, gradually and then completely, but the small intimacies that make a marriage feel like a partnership rather than a cohabitation arrangement. We stopped touching each other in passing, stopped asking about each other's days in any meaningful way, stopped laughing at each other's jokes. I'd see her in the morning before she left for work, her face already set in the professional mask she wore for patients, and I'd think, "I don't know who you are anymore." Worse, I'd think I don't know who I am anymore. That's the thing about losing your job when your identity is wrapped up in what you do. I wasn't just unemployed. I was untethered. I was a project manager who didn't manage projects. A provider who didn't provide. A husband who was failing at the one thing I'd always thought I'd be able to do, take care of my family. We didn't have kids. A and I had talked about it early in our marriage, but we'd always found reasons to wait. She wanted to establish her career. I wanted us to be more financially secure. We wanted to travel more first. There was always something, some reason to postpone. And eventually, the conversation just stopped happening. Now, I was grateful we'd waited 'cause at least we didn't have children watching their father dissolve into irrelevance. But that gratitude came with its own poison. The knowledge that if we did divorce, it would be clean. No custody battles, no child support calculations, no little faces we'd have to explain things to. Just the house to sell, the assets to divide, and two people walking away from 14 years like it had been a lengthy but ultimately concluded experiment. I started thinking about divorce seriously sometime around the 4-month mark of unemployment. Not because of any single incident, not because we fought. We barely fought at all actually, which in hindsight was part of the problem. No, I started thinking about divorce because I could feel us becoming strangers and I didn't know how to stop it. I'd watched Isla get ready for work in the morning and she'd move through the routine with such efficiency, such complete lack of acknowledgement of my presence that I felt like I was watching her through a window rather than standing in the same room. She'd shower, dress, dry her hair, apply minimal makeup, just enough to look polished and gather her things. All while I sat on the edge of the guest bed pretending to look at my phone. "See you tonight," she'd say from the doorway, not quite meeting my eyes. "Yeah, see you," I'd respond. And she'd be gone, and I'd sit there wondering when exactly we'd become people who said, "See you tonight," instead of, "I love you." I should have said something. I should have stopped her one morning and asked, "Are we okay? Are we still we?" But I didn't because I was afraid of the answer. Because what if she said no? What if she confirmed what I already suspected? That she was staying out of obligation, out of some sense of loyalty to vows we'd made 14 years ago when we were different people who couldn't have imagined this version of us. So instead, I let the silence grow and I started noticing things. Small things at first. The way she'd take her phone into the bathroom when she showered, which she'd never done before. The way she'd tilt the screen away from me if I walked past while she was texting. The way she started working late more often. Coming home at 8 or 9 instead of 6:30, smelling like the outside world. Rain and wind and a life I wasn't part of. Busy at the clinic, I'd ask, trying to keep my voice casual. Yeah, we're understaffed, she'd say, which might have been true or might have been a lie. I didn't know anymore, and I didn't trust myself to know. I told myself I was being paranoid. That unemployment had made me suspicious and insecure, that there was no reason to think Isa was being unfaithful just because she seemed distant. But the thought once planted grew roots. I started paying closer attention, noting patterns. She'd check her phone constantly, even during dinner. She'd smile at messages I couldn't see. She'd take calls in the other room, speaking in low tones I couldn't quite make out. And maybe worst of all, she seemed happier. Not when she was with me. With me, she was still that exhausted, distant version of herself. But in general, she had this energy about her, this lightness that I hadn't seen in months. It made me feel sick because if she was happier and I was the main variable that had changed in her life, or rather the variable that had become less employed, less confident, less present, then what did that say? What was I supposed to conclude? I didn't want to be the kind of person who spied on his wife. I really didn't. But desperation makes you do things you never thought you'd do. So, one day after she left for work, I went into our bedroom, her bedroom really, since I'd been exiled to the guest room. And I looked around. I didn't even know what I was looking for. Evidence, proof, some concrete thing I could point to and say, this is why everything feels wrong. Her nightstand held a book about trauma recovery and physical therapy techniques. Her dresser was neat, organized, completely ordinary. Her closet showed no signs of secret date outfits or hidden lingerie. I felt like an intruder in what had once been my own space, and I felt pathetic for being there at all. But then I saw her journal. Allah had kept a journal for as long as I'd known her. Nothing dramatic or daily diary-ish, just occasional entries when she needed to process things. She'd told me about it early in our relationship, back when we were still learning each other's rhythms and secrets, and she'd even read me a few entries once, sweet things about trips we'd taken, thoughts about her career goals. The journal was on her nightstand, a leather-bound notebook with a ribbon bookmark. And I knew that reading it would be a violation, that whatever trust we had left would evaporate the moment I opened that cover. But I picked it up anyway, my hands shaking slightly, and I told myself, I just checked the most recent entry just to see, just to know. I opened to the marked page and started reading. The entry was dated 3 days ago. I don't know how much longer I can do this. Every day feels like pretending, like I'm playing the role of a supportive wife, when really I just feel empty. Marcus won't even look at me anymore. He won't talk to me. I really talk. I mean, not just the surface level exchanges about groceries or bills. It's like he's already left, even though I'm like he's still here physically. And I'm trying so hard to be patient, to give him space to figure things out. But I'm drowning, too. I'm drowning in the silence we've created. And I don't know how to break it without breaking everything else. I stopped reading. My hands were shaking harder now. And I felt like I was going to be sick. She wasn't having an affair. She was just hurting. Hurting in the same way I was hurting maybe, but from a different angle. And I'd been so wrapped up in my own pain, my own sense of failure that I hadn't even considered that she might be struggling, too. I put the journal back exactly where I'd found it. And I left the room feeling worse than when I'd entered. Because now I had confirmation that I wasn't just imagining the distance between us. It was real. We were both drowning, both pretending, both trapped in this terrible cycle of silence and assumption. And I still didn't know how to fix it. So, I did what seemed logical at the time, which in retrospect was possibly the worst decision I could have made. I decided that maybe the kindest thing, the most honest thing, would be to just end it. To stop dragging out this painful dissolution and give us both permission to start over. I found a family law attorney with good reviews and scheduled a consultation. I didn't tell Allah. I told myself I was just exploring options, but I knew I was lying to myself. I was ready to sign papers and divide assets and tell people that it just didn't work out, which is what people say when they're too tired to explain the 1,000 small cuts that bled a marriage dry. The consultation was on a Thursday afternoon. The attorney's office was downtown in one of those buildings with 2 bright fluorescent lighting and generic landscape paintings on the walls. The attorney herself, a woman in her 50s named Patricia Kowalski, was kind but direct. "How long have you been married?" she asked, pen poised over a legal pad. 14 years. "Children?" "No." "Shared assets, a house, cars, savings accounts, what's left of them?" "The usual." She nodded, making notes. "And is this an amicable separation?" Are you both in agreement? I hesitated. I haven't told her yet that I'm filing. Patricia looked up at me, her expression neutral, but assessing. Mr. Chen, it's Marcus. Marcus Holland. Isa kept her last name. Marcus. Then I need to be clear with you about something. Washington is a no-fault state, which means you don't need a specific reason to file for divorce, and you don't need your spouse's permission. However, if this comes as a surprise to her, it can complicate matters significantly. Have you two discussed the possibility of divorce, separation, counseling? We've barely discussed anything. I admitted that's part of the problem. Then I'd strongly recommend at least having a conversation with her before you file. Not for legal reasons. You have every right to proceed, but for practical and emotional ones. Divorces go more smoothly when both parties have time to process and prepare. I left the consultation with a folder full of paperwork and a sick feeling in my stomach. But I also left with determination because Patricia was right. I needed to tell Allah. I couldn't just ambush her with divorce papers. Whatever else had gone wrong between us, I owed her honesty. I planned to tell her that Friday evening. I'd rehearsed various versions of the conversation in my head, calm, rational, explaining that we'd both be happier apart, that we'd grown into different people, that sometimes love wasn't enough. But Friday came and I couldn't do it. She came home exhausted from a long week. And I looked at her, really looked at her, maybe for the first time in months, and I saw the weight she was carrying. The tiredness in her eyes, the tension in her shoulders, and I chickened out. Saturday, I told myself I'd do it Saturday, but Saturday was her friend Lauren's birthday, and Isa had plans to go to Lauren's house for dinner with a group of women I'd met a handful of times over the years. She seemed almost excited about it, which was such a rare thing to see from her lately that I didn't want to ruin it by dropping divorce talk into her afternoon. So, I told her to have fun, and she left around 5 o'clock wearing jeans and a blue sweater I'd always liked. And I was left alone in our too quiet house with my coward's guilt. I spent the evening the way I'd spent most evenings lately, cooking something simple, pasta with store-bought sauce, eating while watching YouTube videos I wouldn't remember 5 minutes later, cleaning up, and then retreating to the guest bedroom with my laptop. Around 10 o'clock, my phone buzzed with a text from Allah. Staying a bit later. Don't wait up. Short, functional. The kind of message you send to a roommate, not a spouse. I texted back, okay, have fun. And then I lay there in the guest bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about how I'd tell her the next day. Sunday morning, maybe, or Sunday afternoon. Definitely Sunday. I must have dozed off around 11 o'clock because the next thing I was aware of was the sound of the front door opening and closing. I glanced at my phone. 12:47 a.m. I heard Isa's footsteps moving through the house, slightly uneven, like maybe she'd had a couple of glasses of wine. I heard her go to the kitchen, heard the tap run, heard the familiar sounds of her nighttime routine filtering through the walls, and then I heard voices, plural. I sat up confused. Had she brought someone home? But I'd only heard the front door open once, and I would have heard multiple sets of footsteps, multiple voices saying good night. The sound was coming from the living room. Isla's voice and at least two others, female voices. And then I realized she'd started a video call. The walls in our house weren't thick. And the guest bedroom shared a wall with the living room. If I stayed quiet, I could hear her clearly. I should have put in headphones. Should have turned on music or gone to the bathroom or done anything other than what I did, which was sit there in the dark and listen because what I heard changed everything. I just needed to vent, Isa was saying, her voice thick with emotion. I hadn't heard from her in months. Sorry for calling so late. Don't apologize, another voice said. Lauren, I recognized. That's what we're here for. What happened? Nothing happened. That's the problem. Isa's voice cracked slightly. It's been 6 months of nothing happening. 6 months of watching him disappear, piece by piece, and I don't know how to stop it. There was a pause. Then a third voice, Jenna maybe, said gently. You're talking about Marcus? Of course I'm talking about Marcus, Isa, and I could hear her crying now, soft but unmistakable. I'm watching my husband vanish right in front of me, and I don't know what to do. He won't let me in. He barely speaks to me. He looks at me like I'm the enemy, and I don't know what I did wrong. My chest tightened. I felt like I was eavesdropping on something sacred and terrible. You didn't do anything wrong, Lauren said firmly. He lost his job, Allah. That's traumatic. He's probably depressed. I know that, Isla said, her voice raw. I know that. But what am I supposed to do? I've tried everything. I've tried giving him space. I've tried asking him how he's feeling. I've tried pretending everything's normal so he doesn't feel pressured. Nothing works. He just retreats further. Have you suggested therapy? Jenna asked. He won't go. I brought it up once and he looked at me like I'd suggested he admit himself to an institution. And I get it. I understand that men, especially men like Marcus, have this whole thing about mental health being a weakness, but watching him suffer without help is killing me. Is he looking for work? Lauren asked. Every day, Issa said, he sends out applications, he networks, he does everything right, and nothing is working. And I can see it breaking him. I can see him looking at himself like he's worthless. Like because he doesn't have a job and he's not a person anymore. And I want to shake him and tell him that I don't care about the money, that I don't care about the job, and that I just want him back. But he won't believe me. I was frozen in the guest bed, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it would give me away. Do you think he knows how you feel? Jenna asked quietly. There was a long silence. Then Isla said in a voice so small everyone almost didn't hear it. I don't think so. I think he thinks I'm judging him or that I'm disappointed in him. And maybe at first I was frustrated. Not disappointed, just frustrated because we were supposed to be partners. You know, we were supposed to figure things out together. But he shut me out so completely that I couldn't even try to help. And now what? Lauren prompted. Now I think he's given up on us. Issa whispered. He moved into the guest room. He barely looks at me. He answers in monosyllables. It's like living with a ghost who resents me for being alive. She was sobbing openly now, and I could hear her friends murmuring comfort, but I couldn't focus on their words because my mind was reeling. She thought I had given up on us. I love him, Issa said, her voice breaking. I love him so much it physically hurts. I love the man he was, and I love the man he could be again if he just let himself believe he's worth something. But I'm exhausted and I'm lonely and I don't know how much longer I can keep trying to reach someone who doesn't want to be reached. Have you thought about what comes next? Jenna asked carefully. If things don't change, another pause. Then I've thought about it, about separation, about whether staying is hurting us both more than leaving would. But I can't do it. I can't walk away. Not yet. Not when I know he's drowning and just needs someone to believe in him. But what if he never lets you? Lauren asked. What if he stays like this? Then I guess I'll have my answer. Issa said quietly. I'll know that whatever we had, whatever we built wasn't strong enough to survive but I need to know I tried everything first. I need to know that if we end, it's not because I gave up. God, Aya, Jenna said, you're stronger than I would be. I'm not strong, Allah said. I'm terrified. I'm terrified that one day I'll wake up and realize we waited too long. That we let the silence kill us. I'm terrified that he's already decided I'm not worth fighting for. And I'm terrified that I'm going to lose the only man I've ever loved because he won't let me love him. The conversation continued, but I couldn't hear it anymore over the roaring in my ears. I sat in the dark guest bedroom, my wife's words echoing in my head, and I felt like the biggest fool who'd ever lived because she just described in painful detail exactly how I'd been feeling. The fear, the loneliness, the sense that we were losing each other. But from her perspective, from the other side of the wall I'd built between us, I'd thought she was disappointed in me, resentful, distant by choice. But she was distant because I'd pushed her away. She was exhausted because she'd been trying to reach me while I retreated. She was lonely because I decided somewhere along the way that I was protecting her from my failure by not burdening her with it. I'd been so consumed by my own pain that I hadn't seen hers. And I'd been planning to serve her with divorce papers. I'd been planning to walk away from someone who loved me so much it physically hurts. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I felt nauseous, ashamed, horrified at myself. I heard her end the call, heard on her moving around the living room, and then heard her footsteps in the hallway. They paused outside the guest bedroom door. I held my breath, wondering if she'd knock, if she'd come in. If this would be the moment when everything finally broke open. But after a few seconds, she moved on and I heard the master bedroom door close softly. I lay back down, but there was no possibility of sleep. My mind was racing, replaying everything. The past 6 months, the past 14 years, every moment of silence and assumption and failure to communicate. I'd been ready to throw away my marriage because I'd assumed I knew what Issa was thinking, what she was feeling, what she wanted, and I'd been completely catastrophically wrong. The next morning, Sunday morning, the day I'd planned to tell her I wanted a divorce. I woke up with a clarity I hadn't felt in months. I couldn't undo the past 6 months. I couldn't take back the distance or the silence or the pain. But I could stop making things worse. I could stop assuming. I could stop retreating. I could start fighting for us. I found her in the kitchen making coffee, still in her pajamas. Her eyes were slightly red, and I wondered how much sleep she'd gotten. Probably not much more than me. Allah, I said from the doorway. She turned, surprise, flickering across her face. We hadn't had a real conversation in weeks. Hadn't sought each other out. This break-in pattern seemed to startle her. "Yeah," she said carefully. "Can we talk?" Something shifted in her expression. Hope maybe mixed with weariness. "Okay." We sat at the kitchen table, the same table where we'd had hundreds of meals and conversations over the years. And for a moment, neither of us spoke. Then I said, "I've been a terrible husband." She started to protest, but I held up my hand. "Let me finish, please. I've been terrible because I shut you out. Because I decided that my failure was something I had to carry alone. And in doing that, I made you feel like I didn't need you, like I didn't want you. And that wasn't true. It was never true." Her eyes were wide, fixed on me with an intensity I hadn't seen in months. "I lost my job," I continued, my voice rough. "And somewhere along the way, I lost myself, too. I let what I do become who I am. And when I didn't have that anymore, I didn't know how to be anything, especially not a husband. Especially not your husband, because you deserve someone who has their life together, and I felt like I was failing at everything." "Marcus, I heard you last night," I said quickly before I could lose my nerve on the video call with Lauren and Jenna. "I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I heard you and I heard what you said about us, about me, and I need you to know something." I took a shaky breath. "I was planning to ask for a divorce," I said. "I had a consultation with an attorney. I was going to tell you yesterday, but I chickened out, and then I heard you last night and I realized I'd been about to make the biggest mistake of my life." Issa's face went pale. "What?" "I thought you wanted out," I said. "I thought you were staying out of obligation. I thought I was doing you a favor by letting you go, but I was wrong. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." She was crying now, tears streaming down her face, and I reached across the table to take her hands. She didn't pull away. "I love you," I said, and my own voice was breaking. "I love you. And I've been treating you like the enemy when you're the only person I've ever wanted on my side. And I don't know how to fix what I broke, but I want to try. If you'll let me, if it's not too late." For a long moment, she just looked at me, tears falling, and I braced myself for her to say it was too late, that I'd hurt her too badly, that she was done trying. But then she squeezed my hands and said, "It's not too late. God, Marcus, it's not too late." And then we were both crying, both holding on to each other's hands like lifelines. Both finally being honest. "I didn't know what to do," she said through tears. "I didn't know how to help you without making things worse. You seemed so angry all the time or so sad, and I didn't know if you wanted space or comfort or what. And I was trying so hard to be supportive without being pushy. And I think I just ended up being distant instead." "You weren't distant," I said. "I was. I pushed you away because I was ashamed. Because I felt like I wasn't enough anymore." "You've always been enough," she said fiercely. "With or without a job, with or without money, you're enough, Marcus. You're everything." We talked for 2 hours that morning. Really talked, maybe for the first time in half a year. We said things we should have said months ago. We admitted fears and resentments and pain we'd been carrying silently. We cried and apologized and started slowly to rebuild the bridge between us. It wasn't a magic fix. That conversation didn't suddenly make everything perfect, but it was a beginning. The weeks that followed were hard in different ways. I made an appointment with a therapist, something I'd been resistant to because of exactly the toxic masculinity Allah had described to her friends. But I went and I started unpacking the way I'd tied my self-worth to my career. The depression I'd been sliding into, the fear that had been driving all my worst decisions. Isa and I started couples counseling, too. We needed help navigating the damage we'd done, and we needed tools for communicating better. Our counselor, a woman named Dr. Sarah Chen, no relation to Isa, though they joked about it, was patient and insightful. "You're both grieving," she told us in one of our early sessions. "You're grieving the life you thought you'd have, the stability you thought you'd built, and you've been grieving separately, which made you feel alone even though you were together." She was right. We'd been in parallel pain, close enough to touch, but somehow unable to reach each other, but slowly with work, we started reaching. I stopped sleeping in the guest room. That was Allah's idea, actually. About 3 weeks after our kitchen table conversation, she stood in the doorway of the guest room while I was getting ready for bed and said, "I want you back in our room." "If you want to be there, I want to be there," I said immediately. That first night back in our bed was strange. We lay there in the dark, not touching at first. Both of us hyper-aware of the space between us. But then Allah reached out and took my hand and I squeezed back and it felt like something essential clicking back into place. We started small, holding hands while watching TV, cooking dinner together, asking each other real questions, and giving real answers instead of the surface-level exchanges we've been trading. "How is therapy?" she'd ask. Hard, I'd say. We talked about shame today, about how I've been carrying this belief that I'm only valuable if I'm productive. What did your therapist say? That it's a lie. That my value isn't conditional. That even if I never worked another day in my life, I'd still be a person worth loving. She's right, Aya would say, squeezing my hand. She's absolutely right. And slowly, so slowly, I started believing it. I kept looking for work, but with less desperation. I expanded my search beyond project management, started considering adjacent fields, even took on some freelance consulting gigs that paid barely anything, but gave me something to do, something to contribute. And somewhere around the 2-month mark after our kitchen table conversation, something shifted. I realized I was happy. Not because my circumstances had changed. I still didn't have a full-time job. We were still living carefully on Isa's salary and my dwindling savings, but because I'd stopped measuring my worth by external metrics. Because I had my wife back. Because we were building something real again. One evening about 3 months after I'd overheard that phone call, Allah and I were sitting on our back porch watching the sunset. She was curled up next to me on the old love seat we'd bought at a yard sale years ago, her head on my shoulder, my arm around her waist. I've been thinking, she said quietly. About how close we came to losing this. I tightened my arm around her. Me, too. I'm glad you heard me that night, she said. I mean, I'm mortified that you heard me ugly crying to my friends about our marriage. But I'm glad because I don't think I could have said those things to you directly. Not then. I was too scared. I'm glad I heard too, I said, even though it was the most painful thing I've ever experienced. Because it was exactly what I needed to hear. That you still loved me. That you hadn't given up. That I wasn't the only one fighting to hold on. She lifted her head to look at me. I never gave up. I was tired and sad and lonely, but I never stopped loving you. Not for a second. I know, I said. I know that now. She kissed me then, soft and sweet. And I felt something settle in my chest. Something that had been twisted and wrong for months. What do you think would have happened if you hadn't heard me? She asked after a moment. If you'd gone through with the divorce, I considered it. I think we both would have been miserable. I think we would have spent the rest of our lives wondering what would have happened if we just talked to each other, if we'd been braver. I don't want to live like that, she said, avoiding hard conversations because they're uncomfortable. Me neither, I said. So, we make a deal. No more silence. No more assuming. If something's wrong, we say it. Even if it's scary, especially if it's scary. She held out her pinky. Deal. I linked my pinky with hers and we sat there as the sun painted the sky orange and pink, and I thought about how close I'd come to throwing this away. I got a job offer 4 months after our kitchen table conversation. It wasn't the job I'd been expecting to get. It was with a non-profit that did technology training for underserved communities, and the pay was about 30% less than what I'd been making before. But the work was meaningful. The team was great. And the director who hired me said something during my final interview that stuck with me. We're not looking for someone who knows all the answers. We're looking for someone who's willing to figure things out alongside the communities we serve. Someone who's humble enough to learn. Humble. That was a word I'd learned a lot about in therapy. I took the job and I loved it almost immediately. It was different from corporate project management. Messier, less predictable, more human. But that was exactly what I needed. Isa was thrilled. Not because of the paycheck, though the financial relief helped, but because she could see I was excited about something again. You seem like yourself, she told me one evening after I'd come home energized from a particularly good day at work. I feel like myself, I said. Better than myself, maybe. Like a version of me that's learned some things. What kinds of things? That my value isn't about what I produce. That asking for help isn't weakness. That marriage is about being honest even when it's hard. That the person I married is the best thing that ever happened to me. And I almost let her go because I was too proud to admit I was struggling. She smiled. The real smile that reached her eyes, the one I'd missed so much during those dark months. We almost let each other go, she corrected. We both made mistakes, but we're here now, and that's what matters. We celebrated 1 year of recommitment, our term for the anniversary of our kitchen table conversation, by going back to the restaurant where we'd had our first date 14 years earlier. It was a small Italian place in Fremont, family-owned, with red checkered tablecloths and candles and wine bottles. Do you remember what we talked about? Allah asked over pasta. On our first date. Vaguely, I remember being terrified you were out of my league, she laughed. You were sweet. You asked me about my work and you actually listened. Most guys I dated just wanted to talk about themselves. And now you're stuck with a guy who talks about himself too much in therapy. I Joe and I'm not stuck, she said, reaching across the table to take my hand on. I'm exactly where I want to be. We'd rebuilt something stronger than what we'd had before, I realized. Not because the foundation had been weak, but because we'd learned how to repair it together. We'd learned that silence was poison. That assumptions were dangerous. That vulnerability was strength. And we'd learned that marriage isn't about never struggling. It's about choosing to struggle together. There's a specific kind of silence that fills a home when love is healing. It's not the suffocating quiet of pain unspoken. It's not the tense absence of words that need to be said. It's the comfortable silence of two people who've run out of urgent things to say because they've already said the important things. The peaceful quiet of a Sunday morning spent reading separate sections of the newspaper in companionable stillness, knowing that if either person needs to speak, the other will listen. That's the silence that lives in our house now. I'm sitting in what used to be the guest bedroom, but is now my actual office. Helped me set it up properly with a real desk and good lighting and plants on the windowsill. I can hear her in the living room talking to a patient on the phone, giving guidance about exercises and recovery timelines in that calm, professional voice she uses. And I feel grateful. Grateful that I heard her that night. Grateful that I was brave enough to change course. Grateful that she was willing to rebuild with me. I still think about those divorce papers sometimes, about how close I came to signing them, about what my life would look like now if I had empty probably or filled with regrets I'd never quite be able to name on. But I didn't sign them. I tore them up the morning after our kitchen table conversation, standing over the recycling bin, ripping them into small pieces like I could physically destroy the future they represented. Isa found me doing it. What was that? She asked. A mistake, I said. A big one that I'm not making. She kissed my cheek and squeezed my shoulder, and that was all the acknowledgement either of us needed. We tell our story sometimes when friends are struggling, when someone mentions feeling distant from their partner or lost in their own life or hopeless about their relationship. We tell them about the silence that almost killed us. About the assumptions that nearly destroyed us, about the phone call that saved us. Communication. Isa always says that's the whole thing. Not just talking, but really communicating, saying the scary things, admitting the hard things. And listening, I add, actually listening, not just waiting for your turn to talk. Sometimes people thank us for sharing. Sometimes they look uncomfortable, like we've shown them too much. But I don't regret being honest about how close we came to the edge. 'Cause if our story helps even one couple step back from their own edge, it's worth the vulnerability. Last month, on a rainy Tuesday evening, Isla came home from work and found me in the kitchen making dinner. Chicken stir-fry, one of our standards. She wrapped her arms around me from behind and rested her cheek against my back. I love you, she said, not in response to anything I'd said or done. Not prompted by an occasion or anniversary, just because. I love you, too, I said, turning in her arms to face her. More than anything, more than having a job, she teased. Way more than having a job, I said. Seriously, the job is great. But you're everything. She kissed me soft and lingering. And I thought about how different this moment was from the ones we'd had a year and a half ago when every interaction felt fraught and loaded and wrong. What made you want to tell me that? I asked. That I love you. I mean, she shrugged. I was just thinking about us, about how we almost lost each other, and I wanted to make sure you knew. I know, I said. I always know now. Good, she said. Don't forget. I won't. I promise never again. And I meant it. If you've ever felt like a ghost in your own life, I hope you know you're not alone. I hope you know that the silence isn't permanent, that the distance can be crossed, that the assumptions can be challenged. I hope you know that sometimes the scariest thing being honest about pain, about failure, about fear is also the most necessary thing. I hope you find the courage I almost didn't have to speak, to listen, to stay, to fight. Because marriage isn't about being perfect. It's not about never struggling or never doubting or never making mistakes. It's about choosing every day to show up, to be honest, to love someone even when, especially when it's hard. Isa and I aren't perfect. We still have hard days. We still disagree. We still have to work at this, at keeping the lines of communication open. But we're committed to each other, to the work, to the belief that what we have is worth fighting for. And on the hard days when I'm tempted to retreat into silence or assumption or pride, I remember that phone call. I remember hearing Isla say she loved me so much it physically hurts. I remember how close I came to walking away from that love. And I remember that I tore up those divorce papers for a reason, because some mistakes are too big to make. And losing Isla would have been the biggest mistake of my life. So instead, I choose to stay. I choose to speak. I choose to love her loudly and clearly every day for the rest of my life. And she chooses the same. That's the thing about marriage, I think. It's not about the big romantic gestures or the perfect moments or the fairy tale ending. It's about the choice, the daily deliberate, sometimes difficult choice to keep choosing each other. We choose each other every day, even on the hard days, especially on the hard days. And that makes all the difference. The rain has picked up outside, drumming against the windows in the steady rhythm that's common in Seattle autumns. I can hear Isla moving around in the kitchen now, starting dinner, even though I said I'd cook tonight. I close my laptop and head to join her. And when I enter the kitchen, she looks up and smiles. The real smile, the one that says, "I'm home." "Hey," she says, "I thought you were working." "I was, but I heard you in here and I wanted to help. You just want to make sure I don't burn the chicken like last time." She teases that, too. I admit and she laughs. We cook together, moving around each other with the ease of people who've learned each other's rhythms. We talk about our days, the frustrating parts, the funny parts, the mundane parts. We talk about weekend plans and grocery lists, and whether we need to finally replace the bathroom faucet that's been leaking. Normal things, daily things, the small conversations that make up a life together. And as we sit down to eat, I realize this is what I almost lost. Not the big moments or the dramatic declarations, but this. The ordinary magic of sharing a meal with someone who knows you and loves you anyway. "What are you thinking about?" Allah asks, noticing my expression. "How lucky I am," I say honestly. "Sap," she says, but she's smiling. "Your sap," I counter. "My sap," she agrees. We eat in comfortable silence for a while and then Isa says, "I saw Lauren today. She asked about us." "Yeah. What did you tell her?" "That we're good. Really good. That the work was worth it." "And what did I say?" "It is." She reaches across the table to squeeze my hand and I squeeze back and I think about how this simple gesture, the reaching out, the connection, the physical reminder that we're together is something I took for granted before. Something I'll never take for granted again. After dinner, we clean up together and then we settle on the couch with tea and a movie neither of us has seen. Halfway through, Isla falls asleep against my shoulder, her breathing deep and even. And I carefully extract my arm to grab a blanket and drape it over her. I should probably wake her and suggest we go to bed, but I don't. I just sit there watching her sleep, feeling the weight of her head on my shoulder, and I let myself feel grateful. Grateful for second chances. Grateful for uncomfortable truths overheard at the exact right moment. Grateful for a woman who loved me even when I made it nearly impossible. Grateful for the courage we both found to try again. The movie plays on, but I'm not watching it. I'm watching my wife and I'm thinking about all the versions of this moment that could have existed if I'd made different choices. In one version, I'm alone in an apartment somewhere eating takeout and wondering what Isa is doing, whether she's happier without me. In another version, we're going through the motions of a dead marriage, living parallel lives in the same house, too stubborn or scared to acknowledge what we've lost. But in this version, the real version, the one we fought for, we're here together, healing, growing, learning to love each other better every day. This is the version I choose. This is the version we choose. The movie ends when and I gently wake Isla. "Hey, sleepyhead. Let's get you to bed." She blinks at me, disoriented. "I fell asleep about an hour ago. Why didn't you wake me?" "You looked peaceful," I say. "And I liked sitting with you." She smiles, still half asleep, and takes my hand as we head to the bedroom. We go through our nighttime routine, brushing teeth, changing into pajamas, setting alarms with the kind of coordination that comes from years of practice. And then we're in bed in the dark and Isla curls up against me like she's been doing for the past year. And I wrap my arm around her and I think this is everything. "Marcus," she murmurs. "Yeah. Thank you for what?" "For staying, for fighting, for loving me enough to tear up those papers." I kiss the top of her head. "Thank you for giving me a reason to always," she whispers. And as we drift off to sleep, I make a silent promise to the universe, to Allah, to myself. I will never take this for granted again. I will never let silence replace honesty. I will never assume I know what she's thinking instead of asking. I will never retreat when things get hard. I will show up. I will be present. I will love her out loud every day for the rest of my life. Because that's what marriage is. Not the absence of struggle, but the presence of commitment. Not the lack of problems, but the willingness to face them together. Not perfection. Just persistence and love. So much love. 1 year later, I'm standing in our kitchen on a Sunday morning making pancakes while Isla sits at the table reading something on her tablet. Sun streams through the windows catching the dust motes floating in the air. And the whole scene is so simple and beautiful that I have to pause and just take it in. "What?" Isa asks, noticing my stare. "Nothing," I say. "Just this us. How good it is." She sets down her tablet and comes over to wrap her arms around me from behind. It is good, isn't it? The best, I say. We've been in a good place for a while now. More than a year since our kitchen table conversation. More than a year since I tore up those divorce papers. And every day has been a choice to keep building, keep communicating, keep loving each other better than we did the day before. It hasn't been perfect. We've had arguments and frustrations and moments when the old patterns threaten to resurface. But we've also had tools now, therapy, communication techniques, a shared commitment to honesty that help us navigate the rough patches without falling back into silence. My job at the nonprofit has been incredible. I was promoted to director of programs last month, which came with a modest raise and a lot more responsibility. But more importantly, I wake up excited to go to work most days, which is something I'd never experienced in corporate life. Isa's practice has been thriving. She took on a more senior role at her clinic, mentoring younger therapists and developing new treatment protocols. I can see how much she loves it, how fulfilled she is by the work. And we've started talking about kids again. Not urgently, not with pressure, just exploring the possibility. Opening the conversation back up after years of letting it lie dormant. I think we'd be good parents, Isa said a few weeks ago, lying in bed after a particularly nice dinner with friends who'd brought their toddler along. I think we've learned enough about communication and partnership that we could actually handle it. You think? I asked. I think, she said. If you want to. I want to, I said. Not right away, but someday soon. Yeah. She'd smiled at me in the dark, and I'd seen the future there. Not the perfect Pinterest-worthy version, but the real one. The messy, beautiful, hard, wonderful reality of building a life together. Now, as I flip pancakes and Allah moves back to the table with her coffee, I think about how I almost missed this. How I was hours, maybe minutes, away from setting into motion a series of events that would have destroyed the best thing in my life. And I think about that night, the night I overheard her on the phone, and how it felt like the universe intervening, giving me information I needed, showing me the truth I'd been too scared to see. You know what? I realized, I say, plating the pancakes and bringing them to the table. What's that? Isa asks, accepting her plate with a smile. That the worst night of my life was also the best night of my life. She knows immediately what I'm talking about. When you heard me crying to Lauren and Jenna. Yeah, it was awful hearing how much pain you were in, realizing how badly I'd failed you. But it was also the wake-up call I needed. The thing that made me stop and actually look at what I was about to throw away. Divine intervention, she says with a slight smile. Maybe, I say, or just dumb luck. Either way, I'm grateful. We eat in comfortable silence for a few minutes and then Isa says, I'm grateful too, for you, for us, for the fact that we were both willing to do the work even when it was hard. We're pretty great, aren't we? I joke. The greatest, she agrees. And as we sit there in our sunny kitchen, eating pancakes on a random Sunday morning, I realize this is what happiness looks like. Not the big moments or the grand gestures, but this. The simple pleasure of breakfast with someone you love. Someone who's seen you at your worst and chose to stay. Someone who fought for you when you'd stopped fighting for yourself. Someone who loves you not in spite of your flaws, but because of your whole, complicated, beautiful self. That's the real fairy tale, I think. Not the prince and princess riding off into the sunset, but the couple who stumble through the dark forest together, moon, who get lost and scared and angry and who choose every day to keep walking side by side. That's us. That's our story. And I wouldn't change a single page. Epilogue. 3 years later. Our daughter Maya is 18 months old and currently covered in spaghetti sauce, banging her sippy cup on her high chair tray like it's a drum. Allah is trying to wipe her face while Maya shrieks with laughter and squirms away, and I'm standing in the doorway with my phone out recording the chaos. You're not helping. A call's over to me, but she's laughing too. I'm documenting, I say, for posterity for her future therapy sessions. Our daughter's going to need therapy because of the spaghetti incident? Aya asks, finally succeeding in wiping most of the sauce off Ma's face. Among other things, I joke, and Isla throws the washcloth at me. I catch it and come over to help extract Mia from the high chair. She immediately wraps her sauce, sticky hands around my neck, and I don't even care. This is my life now. Covered in various child-related substances, exhausted in ways I didn't know were possible, and happier than I've ever been. After we get Maya cleaned up and settled in the living room with her blocks, Isa and I collapsed on the couch together. It's barely 7:30 p.m. and we're both already counting down to bedtime. Remember when we thought we were tired before we had a kid? Ula says, I remember thinking I understood what tired meant, I say. I was adorably naive. She laughs and leans against me. Worth it, though. So worth it. I agree. Watching Maya stack blocks with intense concentration and her little tongue poking out the side of her mouth the way Isa's does when she's focused on something. We'd gotten pregnant about 6 months after we started trying. The pregnancy had been relatively smooth and Maya's birth had been well intense and terrifying and the most amazing thing I'd ever witnessed. Watching Isla bring our daughter into the world had given me a whole new level of respect for what she was capable of. And being a parent had given me a whole new understanding of what unconditional love meant. It had also tested our marriage in new ways. The sleep deprivation, the stress, the complete upheaval of our routine, it all could have driven us apart if we'd let it. But we didn't let it. We remembered the lessons we'd learned during our dark period. We communicated. We asked for help when we needed it. We made time for each other even when time felt impossible to find. We were honest about the hard parts and celebrated the good parts and reminded each other on the really tough days that we were a team. I was thinking, Isa says now while watching Maya play, about how different things could have been, different how if we'd divorced, if you'd actually gone through with it, we wouldn't have this. She gestures around at our house, at our daughter, at the life we've built. We wouldn't have her. The thought sends a chill through me. I don't like to think about that alternate timeline. Me neither, she says. But sometimes I do, and it makes me so grateful that you heard me that night, that you chose to stay. We chose, I correct. Both of us. Both of us, she agrees. Maya toddles over then, holding out a block to me. Duh, she says, because that's one of her 5 current words, along with mama, no, more, and oh. I take the block solemnly. Thank you, Maya. This is a beautiful block. She beams at me and toddles away to get another one. And Allah says quietly, you're a good dad. You're a good mom. I count her. We're pretty good at this whole family thing, she says. And we are not perfect. We mess up plenty. We're learning as we go. We're exhausted all the time, but we're good. We're solid. We're together. That night, after Maya is finally asleep, after 3 stories, 2 songs, and 1 minor meltdown about not wanting to put on pajamas, Allah and I have what we've started calling sacred couch time. 30 minutes of just sitting together before we're both too tired to function. I love our life, Allah says, her head on my shoulder. Me, too, I say. Even the exhausting parts. Especially the exhausting parts, she says. Because it means we're building something real. I think about that, about how we've built a life from almost ruins. How we've created a family from the ashes of a marriage that nearly ended. How we've turned pain into strength and silence into communication and fear into love. Do you ever miss how things were before? I ask. When we could sleep in and be spontaneous and weren't constantly covered in various baby fluids. Sometimes, she admits. But then I think about what we have now and there's no competition. This is better. This is everything I wanted, even if I didn't know I wanted it. Yeah, I say. Same. We sit in comfortable silence for a while. And then Allah says, you know what I think about sometimes? What? That phone call with Lauren and Jenna. How you could have just not listened or listened and not changed your mind. How there were so many points where this could have gone differently. Sliding doors, I say, referencing the movie we watched once about parallel timelines. Exactly. In one version, we're divorced right now. Maybe remarried to other people. Maybe miserable and wondering what went wrong. And in this version, we're here with Maya with each other building this beautiful, complicated life together. I like this version, I say. Me, too. She says, I really like this version. Later, lying in bed, I think about what she said, about the different timelines, the different choices, the moment when everything could have shattered, but somehow miraculously held together. And I think about all the people out there who are where we were, standing on the edge of giving up, convinced that their partner has stopped loving them, too proud or scared or hurt to just ask. I think about the silence that's killing marriages all over the world every day. And I hope they find their moment, their kitchen table conversation, their wake-up call. I hope they choose to stay, to fight, to love loudly. Because marriage is hard, partnership is hard. Life is hard. But it's so much easier when you do it together. When you choose honesty over assumption, when you choose vulnerability over pride, when you choose love again and again, even when it's difficult, especially when it's difficult. That's the secret. I think the thing nobody tells you about marriage. It's not about finding the perfect person or having the perfect relationship or never struggling. It's about finding someone worth struggling with. Someone worth fighting for. Someone you choose over and over in 1,000 small ways every day. Isa stirs beside me and I pull her closer and she murmurs something in her sleep that sounds like my name. And I think this is what I almost lost. But I didn't lose it. We saved it together. And that makes all the difference. If you're reading this and you recognize yourself in our story, if you're living in that terrible silence, if you're considering walking away, if you've convinced yourself that your partner doesn't love you anymore, I want to tell you something. Ask. Just ask. Have the scary conversation. Say the hard things. Be vulnerable enough to admit you're hurting. Because you might be surprised by what you hear. You might find out that the person you thought had given up is actually just waiting for permission to try again. You might discover that the distance you've been feeling is mutual and that you're both desperate to close it, but neither of you knows how. You might save something you didn't realize could still be saved. Or you might find out that it really is over, that you've grown into different people who want different things, and that's painful, but at least it's honest. But either way, you'll know. You'll have tried. You won't spend the rest of your life wondering what would have happened if you'd just been brave enough to speak. Issa and I got lucky. We got a second chance, courtesy of a conversation I was never meant to hear. But you don't need to rely on luck or eavesdropping. You can create your own second chance. You can tear up your own metaphorical divorce papers. You can choose to stay, to fight, to love. All you have to do is speak and listen and believe that what you have, what you built together is worth fighting for, because it probably is. It probably, really, really is. Final reflection. It's Sunday morning again. Years removed from that other Sunday morning when I almost told Allah I wanted a divorce. The sun is streaming through the same kitchen windows, but everything else is different. Better. Mia is at the table with us now, eating pancakes with slightly better coordination than when she was 18 months old, though she's still managing to get syrup in her hair. Issa is telling her a story about a brave little girl who goes on an adventure, and Maya is listening with wide eyes, occasionally interjecting with, "And then what?" I'm watching them, my wife and my daughter, and I'm thinking about choices. About the choice I almost made to walk away. About the choice Issa made to keep loving me even when I made it nearly impossible. About the choice we both made to do the hard work of rebuilding. About all the small choices we've made every day since then, to keep choosing each other. And I'm thinking about how marriage is really just that, an infinite series of choices. To stay or to go, to speak or to stay silent, to assume or to ask, to give up or to try again, to love or to let fear win. Every day we make these choices, sometimes consciously, sometimes without even realizing it. And the accumulation of those choices, thousands and thousands of them over years, becomes your life, becomes your love story, becomes your family. I chose well in the end. We both did. But it was so close. "Daddy, more syrup," Mia demands, holding out her plate. "Say, please," Isla prompts. "Please," Mia says, beaming. I pour more syrup and Isla catches my eye over our daughter's head and she smiles at me with so much love and warmth that I feel it in my chest. "I love you." I mouth. "I love you." She mouths back. And Maya, oblivious to our exchange, goes back to demolishing her pancakes with the enthusiasm that only a small child can muster for breakfast foods. This is it. This is the life I almost lost. The family I almost never had. The love I almost threw away. And I'm grateful. So grateful that I was in the right place at the right time to overhear the truth I needed to hear. That Allah loved me, that she hadn't given up, that we were worth fighting for. That's the real story, I think. Not that I was ready to divorce my wife, but that I heard what she really felt and chose to fight instead. That we both chose to fight and we won. Not against each other, but against the silence and the fear and the pride that almost destroyed us. We won our marriage back. And that victory, quiet and private and unwitnessed by anyone but us, is the most important thing I've ever done. The best choice I've ever made. The greatest love story I'll ever live. So if you're out there standing where I stood, contemplating walking away, stop, listen, ask, fight. 'Cause the person you're about to leave might be waiting for the exact same thing you are. Permission to try again. Hope that it's not too late. Proof that you still care. And if you give them that, if you're brave enough to be vulnerable and honest and scared together, you might just save something beautiful, something worth saving, something that years from now you'll look back on and think, "Thank God we chose each other. Thank God we stayed. Thank God for second chances and scary conversations and the courage to try again. Thank God for love. The messy, imperfect, hard-won kind. The kind that saves you when you're drowning. The kind that rebuilds what's broken. The kind that says, I choose you even when it's difficult. Especially when it's difficult. That's the kind of love worth having. That's the kind of love worth fighting for. And that's the kind of love I have with Allah. Still, always forever." Story 4. During my son's wedding, his bride whispered to me, "Buy us a house, or I'll lie and say I'm pregnant with your child." I calmly stood up, put my hand in my pocket, and took out something that made her scream. The wedding was cancelled. The fabric samples lay scattered across my desk when the phone rang. I'd been comparing burgundy and navy upholstery swatches for the Scottsdale showroom, squinting at them under the fluorescent lights. Thursday afternoon, the kind of quiet February day where business hums along without crisis. Dad, are you sitting down? Kevin's voice hit me like electricity. My son didn't call during work hours unless something had happened. What's wrong? I straightened in my chair, already running through possibilities. Accident, job loss, health crisis. Nothing's wrong. Everything's perfect. His words tumbled over each other, breathless. Jessica's pregnant. We're getting married 2 weeks from Saturday. I know it's fast, but when you know, right? The sample slipped from my fingers. Kevin, my son, who'd stumbled through 3 failed engagements in his 20s, who'd spent the last 5 years avoiding commitment entirely. Pregnant, married. Kevin, I searched for words that felt genuine. That's wonderful. I'm happy for you. I want you to meet her properly tonight, maybe. Can we come for dinner? I glanced at my watch. 3:15. Absolutely. 7 o'clock. After he hung up, I sat back in my leather chair and stared at the ceiling tiles. Kevin hadn't mentioned Jessica before last month. Now she was pregnant and they were planning a wedding. The timeline felt compressed, rushed. But maybe that was just my old-fashioned sensibility. My late wife Ann and I had dated for 3 years before marrying. Different generation, different rules. I wanted this to work for him. I wanted it badly. The market on Camelback had decent steaks. I selected 2 rib eyes and a New York strip. Grabbed asparagus and baby potatoes. Wine. I chose a Napa Cabernet. Nothing too expensive, but respectable. At home, I set the dining room table with Anne's china. The ivory plates with the delicate gold rim she'd received from her grandmother. If Kevin was starting a family, this moment deserved acknowledgement. Tradition mattered. They arrived exactly at 7. Kevin came through the door with that nervous energy I remembered from his childhood piano recital, practically vibrating. The woman beside him moved differently, smooth, controlled, her heels clicking against my tile entryway with purpose. Dad, this is Jessica. She was striking, dark hair pulled back in a sleek ponytail, designer dress that probably costs more than my monthly utility bill. Her handshake was firm, almost aggressive, and her smile stayed fixed on her mouth without reaching her eyes. Charles, Kevin talks about you constantly. Her gaze swept past me, cataloging the living room, the furniture, the art on the walls. What a lovely home. Thank you. Please come in. Dinner's almost ready. Kevin hovered beside her like a satellite, watching her reactions. I led them to the dining room where Jessica's attention immediately locked onto the china cabinet. Interesting pieces. Are these antiques? She moved closer to the cabinet, phone already in her hand. Do you mind if I take a few photos? I love vintage design. Before I could answer, she was snapping pictures of the credenza, the grandfather clock in the corner, the cabinet itself. Kevin jumped in. Jess is really into interior design. She's got amazing taste. I'm sure she does. I headed to the kitchen, grateful for the excuse to move. Something in her tone when she said antiques hadn't sounded like admiration. It sounded like appraisal. Dinner started pleasantly enough. Kevin asked about the business, updating me on his work in commercial real estate, but Jessica dominated the conversation with surgical precision. 4 stores, Kevin mentioned. That must generate significant revenue. She cut into her steak, eyes on me. What's the annual take for something like that? It varies. Economy affects furniture sales more than people realize. I kept my voice light, businesslike. But you must do well. This neighborhood, the house, the business, she gestured with her fork. You've built something substantial. Kevin shifted in his seat. Dad worked incredibly hard. Built it from a single storefront. Very impressive. Jessica sipped her wine. We drove through Paradise Valley yesterday. Those estates are breathtaking. That's where I picture raising a family. Good schools, safe neighborhoods. Important for children, don't you think? The implication hung between us like smoke. Kevin focused on his plate, cutting his meat into smaller and smaller pieces. Paradise Valley is expensive, I said carefully. Of course, but you can't put a price on a grandchild's future. Her hand covered Kevin's on the table. We're still figuring out our housing situation. My current rental is impossible. The landlord refuses to make basic repairs. With a baby coming, we need proper space. Kevin finally spoke. We're looking at places, Dad. Nothing fancy yet. Nothing fancy, but something safe. Jessica's smile widened. Kevin tells me you're very generous with family. That's rare these days. I took a long drink of water, buying time. Every instinct I'd honed over 40 years in business was firing warnings. These weren't casual dinner questions. She was establishing needs, testing responses, calculating possibilities. The rest of the meal passed in similar fashion. Jessica commented on the furniture, then asked what pieces cost. She mentioned her student loans, then wondered aloud how Kevin's family handled financial planning. She complimented the house, then noted how much upkeep older homes required. Kevin barely spoke. When he did, it was to soften her edges. What Jessica means is or she's just excited about the wedding. When they finally left around 10:30, Jessica hugged me at the door. She leaned in close, her perfume overwhelming, and whispered, "Thank you for being so understanding. Kevin talks about your generosity all the time. We're lucky to have you." Kevin Unk's hug was quick, distracted. He seemed eager to leave. I stood in the doorway, watching their tail lights disappear down the street. Jessica's head was already bent over her phone, illuminated by the screen's glow. Inside, I cleared the table slowly, rinsing Anne's china by hand, though the dishwasher would have been easier. My hands moved through the routine while my mind replayed the evening. The way Jessica photographed my home without asking. The pointed questions about money, about real estate, about my generosity. Kevin's silence, his hunched shoulders, the way he avoided my eyes. I told myself it was nerves, wedding stress. But my gut, the same instinct that had saved me from disastrous business partnerships, from bad investments, from deals that looked perfect on paper but felt wrong, was screaming. Something about her eyes when she looked around my home. She wasn't seeing a family house where her child's grandfather lived. She was doing math. I woke at 6 o'clock Friday morning after 3 hours of fractured sleep. Every time I drifted off, I saw Jessica's face across my dining table. Heard her voice asking about revenue and real estate. The coffee maker gurgled while I sat at the kitchen table staring at the chairs where they'd sat 12 hours earlier. The details wouldn't leave me alone. The way she'd held her phone when photographing the credenza, not like someone admiring furniture, but like someone cataloging inventory. Her questions hadn't been conversational. They'd been reconnaissance. And Kevin's expression, that hollow, defensive look I'd seen before, 3 years ago, when Rachel had controlled every aspect of his life, history repeating while I watched it happen. By 10 o'clock, I was at my office, but the inventory report sat ignored on my desk. I opened LinkedIn on my computer and typed Jessica Simons Phoenix into the search bar. Her profile appeared polished and professional. Spa manager at Desert Serenity Wellness Center. Photos of her at charity events, smiling beside other volunteers, glowing recommendations from colleagues. Everything looked legitimate. I scrolled deeper. Older posts, comment sections on photos, tags from other users, patterns emerged. 2 years ago, dinner at Bourbon Steak with my generous boyfriend. 3 years ago, photos at exclusive restaurants with different men in each one. Comments from someone named Amanda kept appearing. Another rich one. "You're so lucky, sis." Another. The word stuck like a barb. Another rich one. Not another great guy or another keeper. Rich. That was the qualifying characteristic. I stared at the screen, my chest tight. This felt invasive, ugly. But Kevin was my son, my only child. If someone was targeting him, if she was targeting him, I needed to know. My phone sat on the desk. I picked it up 3 times before finally scrolling through my contacts to Marcus Jennings. We'd met at business networking events, crossed paths at charity fundraisers. He worked in credit verification services. We weren't friends exactly, but we were cordial. The conversation was brief and uncomfortable. "Marcus, I need a favor." Unofficial. "It's about my son's fiancée." He didn't ask why. "Give me her information." Marcus called back at 4:30. "Charles, this is off the record." Completely unofficial. "Understand?" "I understand." Jessica Marie Simons. Current address lists Tempe, but that's recent. Previous address was a luxury complex in Scottsdale. She was evicted 11 months ago for non-payment. Rent was $2,800 monthly. I wrote the numbers down, my handwriting sharp and precise. She's carrying $43,000 in credit card debt across 7 different cards, all maxed. 2 collection agencies have filed legal actions. She started bankruptcy proceedings 8 months ago, but never completed them. The pen stopped moving. 43,000. Classic pattern, Charles. Living beyond means for years. The income she reports doesn't match the spending. Not even close. After I hung up, I sat motionless in my office chair, $43,000 in debt, evicted from a luxury apartment. 2 lawsuits. None of this appeared on social media, where every photo showed designer clothes and expensive dinners and weekend trips to Sedona. The pregnancy announcement, the rushed wedding, the Paradise Valley comments during dinner. She wasn't marrying Kevin. She was marrying access to money she thought he had. Or more accurately, money she thought I had. I called Kevin at 6:15 after business hours when I knew he'd be home. I'd rehearsed the conversation in my head, planned to stay calm and rational. "Son, we need to talk about Jessica. Have you checked her financial background?" "What?" His voice immediately sharpened. "What are you talking about?" "I had someone look into her credit history. Kevin, she has substantial debt, over $40,000. She was evicted from her previous apartment. There are collection agencies." "You what?" The explosion came through the phone like a physical force. "You investigated her. You called in favors to spy on my fiancée." "Kevin, listen to me. She has 7 maxed credit cards, 2 active lawsuits. This is serious financial trouble. And with a baby coming, how dare you?" His voice cracked. "Do you have any idea how controlling this is? How invasive? I'm 35 years old, Dad. I don't need you vetting my life like I'm some teenager. I'm trying to protect you. These are facts. She was paying rent she couldn't afford. She's buried in debt. You can't stand seeing me happy. You never approved of anyone I dated. Rachel, Michelle, Sarah, you found problems with all of them. This isn't about approval." I kept my voice level, fighting to stay calm. "This is about a woman with a pattern of financial irresponsibility who suddenly appears pregnant and wants to get married in 2 weeks. Kevin, please just think about the timeline. You just can't stand the thought of me being happy with someone you didn't choose." His words came out ragged, wounded. "You never could. I should have known you'd find a way to ruin this. Kevin, don't call me again." The line went dead. I sat there with the phone in my hand, staring at the darkened screen. Outside my office window, the Phoenix sunset painted the sky orange and purple, beautiful and meaningless. I pulled up Jessica's Instagram again on my computer. Every photo showed luxury, designer handbags, expensive restaurants, weekend trips to California wine country, spa days, jewelry. None of it matched a spa manager's salary. None of it made sense unless someone else was paying or unless she was hunting for someone who would pay. The pregnancy test could be real or manufactured. The rushed wedding ensured minimal time for questions. The Paradise Valley comments were anchors, establishing expensive expectations early. Kevin's defensiveness kept interference minimal. She'd done this before. Amanda's comment proved it. Another rich one. I opened my desk drawer and pulled out a legal pad, something I did when problems needed solving. At the top of the page, I wrote, "Jessica Simons, what I know." The list grew. Debt amounts, eviction date, the timing of her relationship with Kevin. Every pointed question from last night's dinner. When I finished, 3 pages were covered in notes. Kevin wouldn't listen. That was clear. He'd chosen his side, and it wasn't mine. Which meant I had 2 weeks before the wedding. 2 weeks to find proof she was targeting him. 2 weeks to stop this before she destroyed my son. I clicked back to her Instagram, studying each photo with new eyes. Somewhere in this carefully curated performance was the truth. Somewhere was evidence. I just had to find it. A week had passed since Kevin hung up on me. 7 days of silence that felt like months. I'd left voicemails, 8 of them. The first 2 were calm, rational explanations of the credit report. By the 4th, I was pleading. By the 7th, I stopped trying to sound composed. None were returned. Thursday afternoon, I drove past Kevin's apartment in Tempe. Jessica's white BMW sat in his parking spot like a territorial marker. I circled the block twice before forcing myself to leave. Marcus called Wednesday with more information, his voice reluctant. "Charles, I shouldn't tell you this, but Kevin maxed out his savings account. $47,000 gone for the wedding. That's not all. He took out a personal loan, $35,000 at 18% interest just for the reception venue." I sat in my office holding the phone long after Marcus hung up. $82,000. Kevin's entire safety net, plus debt that would take years to clear for a wedding that would last 4 hours. The invitation arrived in Saturday's mail. Heavy card stock, embossed lettering, my name in elegant script. The Phoenician Resort, Scottsdale. Ceremony at noon, February 22nd. I searched the venue online. Their wedding packages started at $80,000. Premium upgrades, the kind Jessica would demand, pushed costs well past 6 figures. The math wouldn't work. Kevin's salary, his savings, the loan. None of it covered what I was seeing. Someone had guaranteed additional expenses. Monday morning, I called the resort's events coordinator. My voice casual. I'm inquiring about availability for my daughter's wedding. What does the Powell ceremony on the 22nd include? The woman's enthusiasm poured through the phone. Oh, the Powell wedding is beautiful. Premium everything. Open bar with top-shelf selections. Live orchestra, imported French roses, chef's tasting menu for 200 guests. They spared no expense. I thanked her and ended the call, my stomach hollow. Kevin was drowning and Jessica was piling stones in his pockets. That night, I sat at my kitchen table typing messages to Kevin on my phone, deleting them. Typing again, deleting. Son, please call me back. Delete. Kevin, I'm worried about your finances. Delete. I love you and I'm sorry. Delete. Everything sounded either controlling or pathetic. I sent nothing. Wednesday afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Charles, it's Jessica. We need to talk privately before the ceremony. It's important for Kevin's sake. Can we meet? I stared at the message for 10 minutes, reading it over and over. She was making a move, but toward what? My instinct, the same sense that had kept me from ruinous business deals for 40 years, screamed that this was negotiation, not reconciliation. I typed, when and where. Her response came within seconds. Tomorrow evening, your house? Kevin thinks I'm at my bachelorette dinner. 7 p.m. Thursday morning, I drove to an electronics store on Bell Road. The clerk was young, enthusiastic about the products arranged on gleaming shelves. I need a recording device for business meetings, I told him. He showed me a unit the size of a USB drive. This model is excellent. 20 hours of battery, voice activated, so it only records when someone's talking. Clear audio up to 15 feet. Is it legal for recording conversations in Arizona? Absolutely. One-party consent state. As long as you're part of the conversation, you can record it. I bought it immediately. In my car, I researched Arizona's recording laws on my phone. The clerk was right. One-party consent. Legal to record conversations I participated in without informing the other party. I practiced activating the device. A simple button on the side, a single red blink, then darkness. I drove home and tested it, recording myself reading the newspaper aloud, playing it back. My voice sounded strange and distant, but every word was intelligible. Whatever Jessica wanted, I'd have proof. Friday evening at 7 o'clock, I watched through my front window as Jessica's BMW pulled into my driveway. She stepped out wearing a soft pink sweater, her makeup understated, hair loose around her shoulders. She looked young, vulnerable, every detail calculated to project innocence. I activated the recorder in my jacket pocket before opening the door. The red light blinked once. Charles, thank you for seeing me. Her smile was apologetic, practiced. I know things have been tense. I led her to the living room. She settled onto the couch, accepted a glass of water, and her expression turned gentle. I owe you an apology. I was pushy at dinner. Wedding stress, you understand? I didn't mean to come across as materialistic. I watched her performance, recognizing the technique. Soften the target before the real request. I'd seen it in business negotiations dozens of times. Kevin loves you so much. She continued. This distance between you is killing him. I wanted to fix things before the wedding. Can we start over? Her eyes were wide, sincere, perfectly practiced. If I didn't know what I knew, I might have believed her. I appreciate you coming, Jessica. I want Kevin to be happy. She smiled, relief flooding her features. Then carefully, there is one small thing. Kevin's been stressed about money. The wedding costs more than we planned. She paused, letting silence do its work. I said nothing. I wondered if you might help with our housing situation after the wedding, just temporarily, until we get settled. The test, probing my willingness to provide money, measuring my resistance. We can discuss that after you're married, I said carefully. Let's focus on the wedding first. Her smile tightened. Not the answer she wanted, but she nodded and left 15 minutes later. After her tail lights disappeared down the street, I sat in my darkened living room and played back the recording. Her voice emerged crystal clear, every inflection captured. Tomorrow was the wedding. Whatever Jessica really wanted, she'd ask for it then, and I'd be ready. Saturday morning arrived cold and bright. I'd slept 3 hours, spent the rest pacing my bedroom, running through scenarios. None prepared me for what was coming. The Phoenician resort spread across the base of Camelback Mountain like a palace. I pulled into the circular drive at 10 o'clock, watching valet in crisp uniforms rush toward arriving cars. Money radiated from every detail, the spotless pavement, the towering palms, the marble columns framing the entrance. Ice sculptures flanked the doorway. Massive swans that must have cost thousands. Floral arrangements 12 feet tall lined the walkway. White roses and orchids arranged in cascading waves. I mentally calculated 5,000 for flowers alone, possibly more. Kevin's friends were arriving, women in designer cocktail dresses, men in expensive suits. I recognized a few faces from his college years. They looked successful, established, the kind of crowd Jessica would want as witnesses to her triumph. I touched my jacket pocket, feeling the recorder's small weight. My phone buzzed. Guest lounge, second floor, east wing. 11 a.m. alone. I walked through the venue toward the ceremony space. The ballroom had been transformed into something from a luxury magazine spread. Crystal chandeliers reflected light across hundreds of white roses. Gold chairs arranged in perfect rows for 200 guests. A string quartet warming up in the corner. Champagne fountain already flowing. Bubbles catching light. Through an open door, I saw Kevin surrounded by groomsmen. He was laughing at something, adjusting his bow tie, checking his watch. He looked genuinely happy. My chest tightened watching him. At exactly 11, I climbed the staircase to the second floor. The guest lounge was empty, private, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the mountain. I activated the recorder. The single red blink confirmed it was working and slipped it back into my pocket. Jessica entered at 11:03, closing the door quietly behind her. The wedding dress was stunning. Vera Wang probably elegant silk with intricate beading across the bodice. Her makeup was flawless, hair swept up in an elaborate updo, diamond earrings catching every movement of light. She looked like a princess from a fairy tale, but her eyes were cold mathematics. "Charles, thank you for coming early." Her smile was warm, practiced. "I know things have been difficult." I nodded, said nothing. She walked to the window, her voice casual. "It's a beautiful day. Kevin's so happy. He wishes you two weren't fighting." "I want him to be happy," I said carefully. "That's all I've ever wanted." She turned, her smile never reaching her eyes. "Then we should talk about how to make that happen. Permanently." The word hung between us like a suspended blade. Her tone shifted businesslike now. "Charles, let's be practical. Kevin and I need a house. Paradise Valley. At least $850,000. "Jessica, that's a significant amount." She cut me off. "I'm pregnant. We need proper space. You're a grandfather now. Surely that means something. I can help with a down payment. 15, maybe 20%. But purchasing an entire, that's not going to work." Her voice went cold, the mask dropping completely. She stepped closer. I saw the predator clearly now, no longer hiding. "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to buy us that house full payment this week. And if I don't," her smile was sharp as broken glass. "Then I'd tell everyone the truth, that I'm pregnant with your child." Ice flooded my veins, but I kept my voice steady. "That's absurd. No one would believe." She laughed soft and vicious. "Really? Who do you think they'll believe? A 63-year-old man or a pregnant 32-year-old woman in a wedding dress?" Each word was a calculated strike. "I'll tell them you tried to seduce me at that first dinner. That you've been sending me inappropriate messages for weeks. That when I rejected you, you tried to sabotage our wedding with fake financial reports." My hands clenched into fists at my sides. "Kevin will never speak to you again. Your business reputation destroyed. Everyone loves a scandal. Furniture magnate preys on son's pregnant fiancée. That's front page material." She paused, letting it sink in. "Or you buy us a house, play the generous grandfather, and everyone's happy. Your choice. You have 60 seconds. The silence stretched thick and suffocating. I stood motionless. 3 seconds, 4, 5, processing shock, fury, the calculated cruelty of her entire plan. Then I spoke, my voice quiet and level. "Jessica, you just made the biggest mistake of your life." Her smile faltered slightly. "Excuse me." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small recording device, held it up. The red recording light blinked steadily. Jessica's face drained of color, white as her wedding dress. "What is that?" "Every word from the moment you walked in." She lunged forward, grabbing for the device, her voice rising to a shriek. "Give me that." "You can't. That's illegal." I pulled back, stepped toward the door. "Arizona is a one-party consent state. Completely legal. You recorded me. You set me up." I opened the door. Jessica followed, still grabbing at my arm, her composure shattered. I walked quickly down the stairs toward the ceremony hall. Her screams followed me. "Charles, wait. Please, we can work this out." I didn't mean guests in the foyer turned, staring. I didn't stop. I entered the ballroom and walked straight to the sound technician near the string quartet. Connect this to your system. Play it now. The technician looked confused. Sir, the ceremony's about to do it now. Jessica rushed in behind me. Mascara starting to run, face twisted with panic. Kevin appeared from the groom's room, his expression confused. Dad, what's happening? The recording began. Jessica's voice filled the ballroom through crystal clear our speakers. Charles, let's be practical. Kevin and I need a house. Every guest froze. 200 people locked in horrified silence. The recording continued, her pregnancy threat, the seduction accusation, the blackmail demand, every word captured with perfect clarity. Kevin stood paralyzed, his face cycling through confusion, disbelief, recognition, horror. When the recording ended, silence blanketed the room like sudden snow. Jessica stumbled backward, words failing, excuses dying on her lips. Kevin stared at his bride, then at me, then back at Jessica. His voice broke. Tell me he faked that. Tell me this isn't real. Jessica opened her mouth, but no convincing lie emerged. I watched my son's face crack open, watched the illusion he'd built shatter into pieces. The wedding was over before it began. The recording's final words faded into crushing silence. I watched Kevin's face cycle through emotions like channels flipping on a television. Confusion, denial, desperate hope that somehow this was fake, that his father had manufactured evidence to destroy his happiness. Jessica broke the silence first, her voice rising toward hysteria. He edited that. He manipulated the audio. Charles, how could you do this? Kevin turned to me, his eyes pleading, Dad, tell me you faked it. Please. My voice came out quiet, steady. Every word is real, Kevin. Unedited. I can provide the original file, timestamps, metadata. His face hardened. Not acceptance, not belief in the evidence, just a wall slamming down between us. A guest near the front whispered loudly enough to carry through the ballroom. I heard what I heard. That woman was blackmailing him. Kevin moved toward Jessica, who had begun crying. Real tears streaming down her face. Mascara running in careful tracks. Perfect victim performance. She clutched his arm. Kevin, he's trying to destroy us. He never wanted you to be happy. This is revenge because you chose me over him. I took a step forward. Son, listen to what she actually said. She threatened to claim you weren't the father. She demanded $850,000. Kevin Unk's voice cracked raw with pain and fury. You always did this. Every relationship I had, you found something wrong. You can't stand seeing me with someone. The words hit like fists. This isn't about control. She was blackmailing me. You heard it. You recorded her without permission. You set her up. His eyes were wet now, voice shaking with anguish. You're jealous because you've been alone since Mom died, and you can't handle me being loved. The accusation hung poisonous in the air between us. I opened my mouth, but no response came. How do you argue with someone who's chosen their illusion over reality? Who needs the lie more than the truth? Kevin took Jessica's hand. We're leaving. Don't contact me ever. Jessica threw me a look over her shoulder as they walked toward the exit. Calculation mixed with triumph. She'd lost the wedding, but kept her prize. Some guests remained seated, uncertain. Others began gathering belongings, avoiding eye contact with me. A woman I recognized as Jessica's friend, Amanda, called out, "We believe you, Jess. This is disgusting." But other guests approached me quietly. That recording was clear. I'm sorry about your son. The resort manager appeared uncomfortable in his crisp suit. Mr. Powell, we'll handle the cancellation arrangements. No charge for the venue. I nodded, unable to form words. Within an hour, the ballroom emptied. I sat in one of the gold chairs, surrounded by $80,000 worth of flowers and untouched champagne fountains. My phone vibrated constantly. Texts from friends, family, people who were there. I didn't read them. A waiter approached nervously. Sir, can I bring you anything? I shook my head. He retreated, leaving me alone in the wedding that wasn't. I drove home in a fog. The afternoon heat shimmering off the asphalt in waves. My house felt enormous and empty when I entered. Anne's absence sharp as broken glass even after 3 years. Sunday morning, my phone buzzed with a text from Kevin's number. The message was brief, final. I'm not your son anymore. Jessica and I are moving forward together. Don't call. Don't text. You're dead to me. I read it 3 times. Each word felt permanent, carved in stone. Sunday afternoon, a friend forwarded me Jessica's Instagram post. The photo showed her in casual clothes, eyes red from crying, no makeup, calculated authenticity. The caption read, "Heartbroken doesn't begin to cover it." Kevin's father sabotaged our wedding because he couldn't accept someone loving his son. He recorded a private conversation, edited it to make me look terrible, and destroyed the happiest day of my life. To everyone asking, yes, Kevin and I are staying together. Real love survives attacks. The post had 347 likes, 89 supportive comments. I saw names I recognized, mutual acquaintances, business contacts, people who should know better. Some comments were different. I was there. That recording sounded pretty clear to me. But they were buried under Jessica's supporters. I set my phone down and didn't pick it up again for hours. Monday morning, I sat across from Richard Clark in his downtown Phoenix office. He was 58, gray suit, calculating eyes that had seen every kind of family disaster. He'd listened to the recording twice, taken notes, and now delivered his assessment. The recording is completely legal. Arizona's one-party consent law is clear. But I waited through the pause. She can still sue you. Emotional distress. Defamation. Claim you recorded her in a bathroom or somewhere with expectation of privacy even though you didn't. Make your life expensive even if she loses. So she gets away with it. Richard leaned back. Not necessarily. But you need to be smarter than just having proof. You need to build a pattern. Show this isn't an isolated incident. He slid a business card across the desk. Private investigator. Discreet, expensive, but thorough. I pocketed the card. What am I looking for? Her history, previous relationships, financial records. Anything that shows this is her playbook, not a one-time mistake. If she's done this before, those men might talk. I nodded, feeling pieces of a plan forming. Richard added quietly. And Charles, prepare yourself. Your son might not come around. Not soon. Maybe not ever. The words landed heavy and true. As I stood to leave, Richard mentioned almost casually, one more thing. I had someone check hospital records. Doctor visits. Jessica Simons hasn't seen an OB/GYN in 2 years. I froze. She's not pregnant. No medical evidence she is. No prenatal vitamins purchased on her insurance. No appointments. Either she's lying or she had a very recent miscarriage she hasn't mentioned. I felt fury and something like relief collide. She lied about being pregnant to pressure Kevin into marriage. That would be my assessment, which makes the blackmail even more calculated. She was building urgency around a fiction. I sat back down heavily. The cruelty of it, using a fake pregnancy to trap my son, settled over me like wet concrete. I left the lawyer's office, stepped into harsh Phoenix sunlight. I had evidence, a legal recording, proof of Jessica's manipulation, but Kevin still chose her. The victory felt like ashes. 3 manila folders spread across my desk. The private investigator's report on Jessica's past. First folder, Robert Green, 45, divorced tech executive from 2022. The PI found bank records showing Robert paid Jessica $75,000 after dating 6 months. His statement to the investigator. She threatened to accuse me of assault if I didn't pay. I had a daughter, a business reputation. I paid to make her disappear. Second folder, Michael Torres, 51, real estate investor from 2020. Similar pattern, 4-month relationship, sudden pregnancy claim, demands for money. Michael paid $50,000 before Jessica miscarried. 2 weeks later. Third folder, David Chen, 48, restaurant chain owner from 2019. He paid $30,000 to end the relationship after she threatened workplace harassment claims. I leaned back, processing the timeline. 3 men in 5 years, $155,000 extracted through threats. Each relationship followed identical beats. Charm, offensive, rapid escalation, pregnancy or assault claim, payment, disappearance. The PI's notes included one chilling line. Subject displays textbook predatory financial behavior. Targets men 15 to 20 years older. Established wealth, family reputation to protect. Kevin fit the profile perfectly. Not wealthy himself, but with a father who was. I felt sick recognizing how calculated it had been. Jessica hadn't fallen for Kevin. She'd researched him like a business investment. Wednesday afternoon, I was at my flagship furniture store reviewing inventory when my assistant approached. Someone here to see you. Says it's personal. A woman stood near the entrance. Early 60s, gray hair and a neat bob, wearing simple slacks and a cardigan. A library book tucked under her arm. Her face was tired, kind with Jessica's cheekbones, but none of her hardness. She extended her hand. Mr. Powell, I'm Barbara Collins, Jessica's mother. Could we speak privately? My first instinct was suspicion. Another manipulation, but her eyes were direct, sad, genuine. I led her to my office and closed the door. Barbara sat, took a breath. I owe you an apology and possibly an explanation. She spoke carefully, like each word cost something. I saw what happened at the wedding. A friend sent me the video someone posted online. I winced. I hadn't known there was video. I've watched my daughter manipulate people since she was 16. Boyfriends, employers, even me. She stole $12,000 from my savings 3 years ago. I reported it to police, then dropped charges when she cried and promised to change. Her voice didn't waver. She's done this before. Other men. I didn't know the details, but I knew the pattern. She'd date someone wealthy. The relationship would end abruptly. Suddenly, she'd have new furniture, a new car, expensive trips. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Barbara met my eyes. Because you tried to protect your son, and he rejected you for it. I know that pain. Jessica pushed me away years ago. The only time she contacts me is when she needs money or an alibi. She paused, and because she's planning something else. I saw her text conversation with her sister, Amanda. I sat forward. What kind of conversation? Barbara pulled out her phone. Open screenshots. Amanda left her phone at my house last month. I looked. I know it's wrong, but I needed to know what Jessica was doing. She handed me the phone. The text thread between Jessica and Amanda read like a criminal blueprint. Jessica. Kevin's broke now, but his dad's loaded. The recording is a problem, but I can work around it. Get Kevin to sue Charles for emotional damages. Split whatever we win. Amanda, you think Kevin will sue his own dad? Jessica, he'll do whatever I tell him. He's already isolated from everyone but me. Give it 2 months, then I'll suggest he deserves compensation for childhood trauma or something. Make it about therapy costs. I read it twice, feeling cold, fury build. I looked up at Barbara. You're giving this to me. Why? Her voice was quiet. Because I failed as a mother somewhere. I don't know where or when, but I created this. And I can't watch her destroy more lives. This is your daughter. Yes, and I love her. But I also know she won't stop unless someone stops her. You have resources to fight back. Kevin's in danger, even if he doesn't see it yet, she added. There's more. Email threads where Jessica discusses targets. A spreadsheet of men she researched, including income estimates. She treated your son like a business acquisition. I felt something shift inside me. Not just anger, but strategy forming. Barbara visited again Thursday morning at a coffee shop I suggested. Neutral ground. She brought more evidence. Printouts of Jessica's social media from years ago, deleted posts bragging about landing wealthy men. We sat for 2 hours, Barbara filling in gaps the pie couldn't access. I found myself talking about Kevin's childhood, my late wife, how hard I tried after she died. Barbara listened, shared her own story. Husband left when Jessica was 10. She raised both daughters alone on a librarian's salary. Jessica always wanted what we couldn't afford, Barbara said. I thought it was normal kid stuff. By the time I realized it was something else, it was too late. The conversation shifted from evidence to something more personal. 2 parents wounded by their children. Over the next week, Charles and Barbara met 3 more times. Initially to discuss strategy, share information, plan legal moves, but the conversations drifted. Books we'd read, Phoenix's Relentless Heat, The Loneliness of Empty Houses. I noticed Barbara's careful intelligence, her quiet humor, the way she listened completely. She noticed my fairness, my restraint, despite having weapons to destroy Jessica legally. Neither of us named what was happening, but something was a recognition. Comfort in shared damage. Friday afternoon, Barbara emailed me a file, Jessica's project spreadsheet. I opened it, felt my blood pressure spike. Column headers, name, age, net worth, SD, vulnerabilities, timeline, expected yield. Kevin Powell 3585K salary but father owns 4 business father guilt isolated desperate to prove independence 6 to 8 months 500K 1mm 9 other names were listed above Kevin's dates going back to 2018 most had notes completed 75K completed 50K failed 2 smart failed had prenup I forwarded the file to Richard immediately this wasn't just evidence it was a confession. Barbara and I met at the coffee shop again Friday evening. I slid my laptop across the table, showed her Richard's response. This changes everything. We can pursue fraud charges, but we need to be strategic about when we reveal this. Barbara nodded slowly. What's the goal? Protecting Kevin or punishing Jessica? I considered both, but protecting Kevin comes first, even if he hates me for it. Barbara's hand rested briefly on the table near mine. Then we do this carefully. Together. The word together sat between us, meaning more than strategy. The email from my private investigator arrived Thursday morning with the subject line, "New development, urgent." I opened the attachment at my office desk. Screenshots of Jessica's text conversation with a commercial realtor filled my screen. She'd found a luxury spa location in Paradise Valley. Monthly rent $15,000. Her pitch to Kevin emerged through the messages. "We'll be partners. Your business degree, my spa management experience. We just need startup capital." I scrolled further. Equipment quotes totaling $180,000. Renovation estimates of $120,000. The final text made my stomach drop. Jessica to the realtor. "My fiancé is securing a $200,000 business loan. Can you hold the property for 2 weeks?" I forwarded everything to Barbara and Richard immediately. An hour later, the Pi's follow-up arrived, marked confidential smoking gun. Attached was Jessica's LLC registration in Delaware, created 2 weeks earlier. The company name Serenity Wellness Holdings. The registered agent wasn't Kevin. It was Jessica alone. Bank account documents showed an offshore connection in the Cayman Islands. The Pi's note explained, standard setup for capital extraction. Equipment purchases get invoiced to offshore suppliers. Fake company she controls. Money disappears. Business fails. She vanishes with capital. Target will be left with $200K debt and no assets. Recommend immediate intervention. I'd seen this scheme before. Contractors who defraud investors, vendors who bill for phantom supplies. Kevin wasn't a partner. He was a funding source. I called Richard. "I need to stop alone without revealing my involvement. Can it be done?" He thought for a moment. Anonymous tip to the bank's risk assessment department. Include her credit history, the LLC structure, the offshore account. Banks hate fraud risk. That afternoon, I created an anonymous email account at the public library downtown. Sat at a computer terminal surrounded by teenagers doing homework and retirees reading news sites. I attached Jessica's credit report, the one Marcus had provided months ago, plus screenshots of the Delaware LLC showing her sole ownership and the Cayman Islands account documentation. Subject line, "Fraud alert, Kevin Powell loan application." Body text. The supposed business partner, Jessica Simons, has 43 in existing debt, an offshore account, and sole control of the LLC Mr. Powell believes they co-own. Recommend reviewing for fraud indicators. I hit send before I could second-guess the decision. 2 days later, Kevin's number appeared on my caller ID. I didn't answer. He would only call if he needed something or wanted to yell. The voicemail he left was brief, angry. "I know you did this. The bank rejected my loan. They said someone sent them information about Jessica. This is low even for you." I saved the voicemail. An hour later, Jessica called from Kevin's phone. "Charles, we need to talk about boundaries. You're interfering with Kevin's business decisions now." I didn't answer that call either. The following week, Jessica began appearing in my orbit too frequently to be coincidence. Monday morning, she was at the coffee shop I frequented before work. She approached my table. "Charles, what a surprise. Can we please talk? I miss Kevin having his father in his life." Wednesday, she appeared in my store's parking lot when I left for lunch. Friday, she showed up at a restaurant where I was meeting a supplier, sat at the bar, made eye contact, smiled. Each time I ensured I wasn't alone, stayed in the coffee shop's crowded main room, called my store manager to walk me to my car, asked the supplier to stay until Jessica left. I recognized the tactic, create situations that could be misinterpreted, then claim harassment or worse. My phone stayed in my pocket, recording every encounter. Saturday afternoon, Jessica appeared at my store again, this time in workout clothes. Tight, strategic. She waited until other customers left and approached my desk. I wanted to apologize privately. "Can we talk in your office?" I stood but didn't move toward the office. "Anything you need to say can be said here. My assistant is right there." I gestured to Sarah, my store manager, watching from 10 feet away. Jessica's voice dropped. "Intimate. I think we got off on the wrong foot. I understand why you were protective. Maybe we could start over. Just you and me." Her hand moved toward my arm. I stepped back. "Sarah, could you join us, please?" Jessica was just leaving. That evening, I met Barbara at the Phoenix Art Museum, our fourth date, though neither of us had called it that. We walked through the contemporary wing, discussing a sculpture that reminded Barbara of a book she was reading. I found myself smiling genuinely, something I hadn't done since before Kevin's engagement. Over wine. Afterward, I told her about Jessica's attempts to corner me alone. Barbara's face tightened. "She's setting a trap. Classic Jessica. Create a situation where it's your word against hers. I know I'm documenting everything. Never alone, always recording. She touched my hand. I hate that you have to live like that, but I'm glad you're being careful. The touch lingered longer than necessary. Both of us noticed. Neither pulled away. Over the next 2 weeks, Barbara and I fell into a rhythm. Coffee twice a week, dinner on weekends, long phone conversations about everything except our children. Barbara introduced me to contemporary fiction I'd never have read. I discovered I liked it. I took her to a symphony at the Scottsdale Center for the Performing Arts. She cried during the Brahms. One evening at her townhouse, reviewing legal documents became background noise to conversation about our lives before the damage. I talked about my late wife, 8 years gone, how I'd stopped living and just maintained. Barbara shared about her ex-husband, the loneliness of raising difficult daughters alone. Neither of us said, "I'm falling for you." But both knew. Late one night, I sat in my home office staring at the framed photo of Kevin from his high school graduation. My phone buzzed. Another blocked call, probably Jessica. I thought about the PI reports, the bank intervention, the careful documentation of Jessica's seduction attempts. I was protecting my son, but Kevin saw it as warfare. The question noted. Was I helping or just punishing? Barbara's text arrived. Stop overthinking. You're doing what's necessary. Get some sleep. Sunday morning, Barbara and I met at our regular coffee shop. A corner table had become ours. She slid her phone across. Amanda posted this yesterday. Read the comments. The Instagram post showed Jessica and Kevin apartment hunting. Caption: New beginnings despite obstacles. Comments from Jessica's friends. Your future Phil is crazy. Can't believe he's still harassing you. Have you considered a restraining order? I felt public opinion shifting against me. Barbara, she's building a narrative, preparing for something bigger than seduction attempts. I met her eyes. Let her come. Richard has everything documented. We're ready. The certified mail arrived at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. I signed for it in my driveway, recognized the law firm letterhead immediately. Civil complaint, Jessica Simons and Kevin Powell versus Charles Powell. I read standing there, April sun already hot on my shoulders. The claims: intentional infliction of emotional distress, defamation, interference with business relations, damages sought, $500,000. The narrative Jessica's lawyers constructed was polished. Defendant, motivated by jealousy and desire to control his adult son, fabricated audio recordings, sabotaged business opportunities, and publicly humiliated plaintiffs at their wedding ceremony. I read it twice, feeling cold, fury build. That afternoon, I sat across from Richard in his downtown office. He'd already reviewed the complaint, made notes in red ink across every page. This is aggressive but sloppy, he said, tapping paragraph 3. They're claiming the recording was fabricated. We have metadata, timestamps, audio, forensic analysis proving authenticity. He flipped to page 5. They claim you sabotaged business opportunities. They'd have to prove you were involved in the bank's decision. Anonymous tip means no proof. Can they win? Richard leaned back. Win? No. Make it expensive and painful? Absolutely. Discovery will be invasive. Depositions, financial records, witnesses. Jessica's betting you'll settle to avoid the hassle. Not happening. Richard smiled. Sharp. Good. Because I've been preparing our counterclaim. Fraud, attempted extortion, blackmail. We have her previous victims willing to testify. The offshore account, Barbara's evidence. When we're done, Jessica won't be able to run this scheme again. I learned through a mutual business contact that Kevin had been fired. Not quit. Despite what Jessica's Facebook post claimed, Mark called me reluctantly. Thought you should know. Kevin's been missing deadlines, arguing with everyone. Finally went off on his supervisor last week. They let him go. I tried to process this. Kevin loved that job. Worked there 7 years. Mark continued. He's not himself. Charles looks exhausted. Lost weight. Whatever's happening with that woman, it's destroying him. I hung up and immediately wrote an email. Son, I heard about your job. Please talk to me. Whatever you need, I'm here. This lawsuit doesn't change that I love you. I sent it to Kevin's personal email, his work email, his phone via text. All bounced back or went unread. Jessica had blocked every channel of communication. Over the next 2 weeks, I wrote physical letters, handwritten on quality paper, each one different, apologizing for the wedding confrontation's public nature while defending the necessity, explaining the evidence I'd found, offering to help financially without conditions, reminiscing about our past together. I mailed them to Kevin's old apartment address. None were returned, but none were answered. I imagined Jessica intercepting them, reading them first, deciding what Kevin saw. The silence was worse than Kevin's anger had been. It meant complete isolation. Barbara called me on a Wednesday evening, voice tight. Amanda just told me Kevin's selling his apartment. I felt the floor drop. That's his only asset. He bought it 5 years ago. Jessica convinced him they need the money for legal fees and living expenses until he finds work. Amanda said, Jessica has a real estate agent already lined up. It'll sell fast. Good area. Nice unit. I did quick math. Kevin bought it for $240,000, probably worth $290 now with Phoenix's market after his existing mortgage, maybe $80,000 in equity. Jessica would burn through that in months, leaving Kevin with nothing. Can I buy it through an LLC? Keep Kevin from knowing? Barbara's silence told me she'd already considered and rejected this. Kevin would eventually find out. It would look like more control. I'm sorry. Desperate, I tried video messages to Kevin's phone. Recorded myself in my living room trying to sound calm despite the tremor in my voice. Kevin, I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm asking you to look at the evidence with clear eyes. Jessica has an offshore account. She's done this to 3 other men. I can prove all of it. Please just look at what I'm sending you. I attached PDFs, bank records, the Pi report, screenshots of Jessica's LLC. The message showed as delivered but never opened. I recorded another. I know you can't hear this. Jessica's blocking everything, but I need you to know I would do it all again. The recording, the bank tip, everything because you're my son and watching you be destroyed would kill me. I didn't send that one. Too raw, too desperate. Late April evening, I sat in my home office, surrounded by legal documents and evidence files. My phone showed the lawsuit timeline. Discovery starts in 3 weeks, depositions in 6. Kevin's life was imploding. No job, selling his apartment, drowning in debt, isolated from everyone except his manipulator. My intervention was supposed to protect Kevin. Instead, Kevin was worse off than before and blamed me for all of it. The question that had haunted me since February surfaced with new force. What if I'm wrong? Not about Jessica. The evidence was overwhelming. But about the method, the public confrontation, the ongoing interference. Maybe some lessons can't be taught, only learned through pain. I drove to Barbara's townhouse without calling ahead. She opened the door, saw my face, and pulled me inside without questions. We sat on her couch, her hand in mine, while I voiced the doubts. Kevin's life is falling apart. Maybe if I'd handled the wedding differently. Private conversation instead of public recording. Maybe if I'd let him take the loan. Learned the hard way when Jessica disappeared. Barbara listened completely before responding. Jessica destroyed 3 other men's lives before Kevin. You had proof she was blackmailing you. What were your options? Pay her. Let her keep extracting money. But Kevin made his choices, she said firmly. You gave him information. He rejected it. You can't protect someone from themselves forever. She cupped my face. You're not cruel. You're not vindictive. You're a father watching his son make terrible decisions and doing the only thing you can. Building a record so when Kevin finally opens his eyes, there's proof. The truth doesn't stop being true because it's painful. I leaned into her touch, feeling something loosen in my chest. That weekend, I met with Richard to finalize the legal response. He had prepared 2 versions, defensive and aggressive. Defensive keeps things quiet, Richard explained. Aggressive makes this very public, very ugly. Jessica's previous victims would testify. Her financial schemes get exposed in detail. But Kevin's name is attached to the lawsuit. He'd be dragged through it all. I stared at both documents. My son's signature was on the complaint against me, but my son was also a victim, manipulated into attacking his own father. I chose the aggressive option. Kevin needs to see the full truth, even if he hates me for it. Late that night, Barbara and I walked through her neighborhood, the desert air finally cooling. When this is over, the lawsuit, the exposure, everything, Kevin still might not forgive you, she said. I know. Can you live with that? I thought about the past 3 months. Discovering Jessica's scheme, the wedding confrontation, losing Kevin, finding Barbara. My answer surprised me. Yes, because I'll know I did everything possible to save him, even if he never sees it that way. The Maricopa County Superior Court building rose from downtown Phoenix like a monument to order. All glass and concrete fighting the June heat. I sat at the polished defense table beside Richard, watching Jessica's lawyer arrange papers with practiced confidence. Judge Morrison presided, mid-50s, sharp eyes, a reputation for demolishing frivolous lawsuits. Jessica's attorney, Davis, delivered his opening statement with theatrical flair. Charles Powell, jealous father, controlling manipulator, destroyed his son's happiness from pure spite. Kevin sat in the gallery behind Jessica, wearing an ill-fitting suit. He'd lost weight. His face was pale, unreadable. Barbara sat alone 3 rows back. Our eyes met briefly. She nodded, encouragement. Richard waited beside me with predatory patience, yellow legal pad covered in notes. 3 evidence boxes stacked at his feet. Jessica took the stand, swearing oath with practiced sincerity. Her lawyer guided her through the narrative. She'd fallen in love with Kevin, was excited to join his family, but Charles had been hostile from their first meeting. He questioned my finances, investigated my background without permission, then recorded a private conversation where I was joking poorly, I admit, about needing a house. Her voice trembled perfectly. He played that recording at our wedding in front of 200 people. It destroyed everything. Kevin lost his job from the stress. We lost our savings, all because Charles couldn't accept someone loving his son. She dabbed her eyes with tissue. Richard didn't cross-examine aggressively. He asked 3 questions. Miss Simons, how many men have you dated in the past 5 years who were significantly older and financially established? Jessica hesitated. I don't see how that's relevant. Richard smiled. Your Honor, it will become very relevant. Richard began methodically. Your Honor, this isn't about a father's jealousy. It's about a documented predator who has run this identical scheme on at least 3 previous victims. He presented the audio forensic analysis first. Expert testimony via deposition confirming the wedding recording was authentic, unedited with verified timestamps and metadata. Jessica's lawyer objected repeatedly. Judge Morrison overruled each time. I'll hear the evidence, counselor. Next came Jessica's financial history. The credit report showing $43,000 in debt, the eviction, the collection lawsuits, then the Delaware LLC registration for Serenity Wellness Holdings, Jessica's name only, despite telling Kevin they'd be partners. The offshore Cayman Islands account opened 3 weeks before the spa proposal. Bank statements showing the spa business plan was a shell for extracting Kevin's loan. Richard's presentation was surgical. Each document building on the last. Kevin shifted in his seat, face growing paler with each revelation. The defense calls Robert Greene. A man in his mid-40s entered expensive suit, graying at temples, successful but carrying visible shame. He swore in, sat, wouldn't look at Jessica. Mr. Greene, how do you know the plaintiff? I dated her 3 years ago for about 6 months. How did that relationship end? Greene took a breath. She told me she was pregnant, said it was mine. Then she said she needed $100,000 for medical care and to go away quietly. Or she'd tell my ex-wife I'd gotten her pregnant during our custody battle. My daughter was 12. I couldn't risk losing custody. What did you do? I paid $75,000. All I could raise quickly. 2 weeks later, she texted that she'd miscarried. Then she disappeared. Changed her number. Moved. Gone. He produced bank transfer records, text message screenshots where Jessica explicitly demanded money. The courtroom was silent except for someone's sharp intake of breath. Jessica's lawyer tried damage control. Your Honor, Mr. Greene's allegations are unproven, and Richard interrupted. We have 2 more victims prepared to testify. Michael Torres paid $50,000 under similar circumstances in 2020. David Chen paid $30,000 in 2019. Same pattern. Fake pregnancy, blackmail, payment, disappearance. He slid their sworn affidavit across to the judge. Judge Morrison read, face darkening. Jessica stood suddenly. Those men are lying. This is a conspiracy. Charles paid them too. Mrs. Simon, sit down. Jessica's lawyer whispered urgently. But she was panicking now, the composed mask cracking. I watched Kevin in the gallery, his face cycling through emotions. Disbelief, recognition, horror. Judge Morrison didn't deliberate long. I've heard enough. This lawsuit is not only without merit. It appears to be part of an ongoing pattern of fraud and extortion. She looked directly at Jessica. Miss Simons, the recording Mr. Powell made was legal under Arizona law. The evidence suggests you did exactly what that recording captured. Attempted to blackmail him for money. Your claims are baseless. The gavel came down. The complaint is dismissed with prejudice. Further, Mrs. Simons, you are ordered to pay defendants' legal costs in the amount of $47,000. Jessica's face went white. I'm also referring this matter to the county prosecutor's office for investigation of possible fraud and extortion charges. This court is adjourned. The gavel's crack echoed like a gunshot. I exited the courthouse into late afternoon heat, loosening my tie. Richard was triumphant. That went better than expected. Morrison doesn't make prosecutorial referrals lightly. Barbara appeared, hugged me briefly, propriety in public, but relief in her eyes. Then I saw Kevin standing by a parking meter, alone, looking lost. Jessica was 20 feet away on her phone, back turned, voice rising in argument. I approached Kevin slowly. "Son." He looked at me and for the first time in 6 months really saw me. "Dad, those men, what they said." His voice broke and I recognized the sound, his certainty shattering. "I know. I'm sorry you had to hear it that way, but you needed to hear it." Kevin's next words came hoarse. The offshore account, the fake pregnancy. Was any of it real? I wanted to comfort him with lies, but chose truth. "I don't think so, Kevin. The PI found evidence she researched you before you even met. Your income, my business, everything. She chose you deliberately." Kevin sagged against the parking meter. "I quit my job for her. Sold my apartment. Sued my own father. I moved closer. I know and I still love you. That never changed." Kevin looked like he wanted to believe, but couldn't quite reach it yet. Jessica's voice cut across the parking lot. "Kevin, we're leaving now." Her tone was sharp, commanding. No more sweet manipulation, just control. Jessica strode over, grabbed Kevin's arm. "Don't listen to him. Your father paid those men to lie. It's all a setup. We can appeal. We can." Kevin pulled his arm back slowly. First time I'd seen him resist her. "Jessica, they had bank records, text messages. That man was crying on the stand." Jessica's voice went syrupy. "Baby, he was acting. Your father is powerful. He has money. He can make people say anything. We have to stay together. You and me against the world, remember?" Kevin looked between her and me. Mine visibly at war. I stayed silent. This had to be Kevin's choice. Finally, Kevin said quietly, "I need to think. I need space." Jessica's face hardened for one unguarded moment. Pure calculation. No love. Then the mask returned. "Of course, baby. Let's go home and talk. Just us." Kevin walked to Jessica's car, movements mechanical. I watched them drive away. Barbara's hand finding mine. Richard approached. "He's wavering. Give it time. Reality doesn't sink in instantly." I nodded, but the hollow feeling remained. I'd proved everything in court. Exposed Jessica, completely won the legal battle. But Kevin still drove away with her, and that was the only victory that truly mattered. My phone rang during a furniture delivery review at the store. Mid-July afternoon. Phoenix baking under relentless sun. The PI's voice was urgent. "I've got something." Jessica's been communicating with Brian Miller, Kevin's old business partner. I remembered Brian. Kevin had cut ties 2 years ago over ethical disagreements. "They're planning to forge documents claiming you embezzled money Kevin invested in your business. Bank transfers, falsified contracts, the works. They're meeting tomorrow night to finalize the forgeries." Cold fury flooded through me. After losing in court, she's going criminal. Desperate people make desperate moves. She's facing $47,000 in judgments, plus possible fraud charges. This is her last play. "Send me everything. Location, time, the intercepted messages." That evening, I sat with Barbara and Richard at my dining table. Laptop open showing Jessica's message thread with Brian. Jessica's text. "The old man has money Kevin technically invested years ago. We can claim he never returned it. Add interest. Make it look like embezzlement. Brian, you keep 30% of whatever we get." Brian's response, "I can create backdated investment agreements, fake bank statements. Meet me at Dominic's Steakhouse tomorrow at 7. Bring cash for the documents." Richard leaned back. "This is conspiracy to commit fraud. If we call the police now, they'd arrest them." I shook my head. Kevin needs to see it himself. Hear it from her own mouth. Otherwise, she'll convince him it was entrapment or I set her up. Barbara touched my hand. "You're going to bring Kevin there. Show him who she really is when she thinks he can't hear." "Exactly. Can you get him there without Jessica knowing?" "Amanda owes me. She's starting to see what Jessica really is. I think she'll help." Next morning, I texted Kevin from a new number. He'd blocked my regular number months ago. "Kevin, it's Dad. Please don't delete this. I need to talk to you. Not about Jessica. About your mother. Something I should have told you years ago. Dominic's Steakhouse tonight at 7. I'll wait 1 hour, please." The mention of his late mother was calculated. Kevin always wondered about details I rarely discussed. 3 hours later, a response. "I'll be there. 7:15. If this is a trick, I'm done forever." I coordinated with the restaurant manager, an old customer. I need a private booth with a clear line of sight to table 14, and I need you to seat a specific couple at that table at exactly 7 o'clock. The manager, sensing the seriousness, agreed. I arrived at 6:45, took a corner booth with high back seats, could see table 14, but occupants couldn't see me. At 7 o'clock, Jessica and Brian arrived. We're seated at table 14, 20 feet away. Jessica wore business casual, her serious meeting outfit. Brian was mid-40s, slick briefcase on table. They ordered drinks. Then Brian pulled out folders. I've created everything. Investment contracts from 5 years ago showing Kevin put $85,000 into Powell Furniture. Letters requesting return of capital. Your father ignoring them. Jessica examined the documents, smiling. These look perfect. When Kevin sees these, he'll have to sue again. His father will settle rather than face embezzlement charges. My hands clenched under the table, but I waited. At 7:12, Kevin walked in, scanning the restaurant. I watched Kevin approach the host's stand, searching for me. He hadn't seen Jessica and Brian yet. They were engrossed in their conspiracy. I texted Kevin, "Don't come to my table yet. Look right. Table 14. Just listen." Kevin's face showed confusion. Then he spotted Jessica. He froze, 20 feet away, partially hidden by a decorative pillar. Jessica's voice carried in the quiet restaurant. "Kevin's such an easy mark. He actually believes everything I tell him. I love you, baby. Your father's the enemy. It's pathetic how desperate he is to be loved." Brian laughed. "You've milked him for what, 6 months now? No job, no apartment, sold everything. Almost dry. This forgery is the last play. We get Charles to settle for maybe $200,000. I take my cut, pay off those court costs, and disappear. Kevin won't even know I'm gone until the lease on our apartment bounces. What about the kid? Still playing?" Jessica's laugh was cold, empty. "Please, there's never been a kid. That idiot believed it without even seeing a test." I watched Kevin's face from across the restaurant. It was the face of someone watching their entire world burn. Kevin Unk's knees buckled slightly. He grabbed the pillar for support. Jessica continued oblivious. The recording at the wedding was my only mistake. Should have checked for devices, but even after that disaster, Kevin stayed. They always stay longer than you expect. She took a sip of wine. Men like Kevin, desperate for validation, daddy issues, isolated, they're perfect targets. You just tell them what they want to hear and watch them hand over everything. Kevin turned, saw me in the corner booth. Our eyes met across the restaurant. Everything Jessica said, every lie, every manipulation, it was all visible in Kevin's expression. I nodded toward the exit. Kevin walked out, moving like a man underwater, and I followed. I found Kevin in the parking lot leaning against a car, face in his hands. He wasn't crying. He was beyond tears in that hollow space after catastrophic loss. I approached slowly. "Son." Kevin Unk's voice came muffled. "You tried to tell me at the wedding, after court, in every letter, I called you jealous, controlling, bitter. You were in love, or what you thought was love. She's very good at this." Kevin finally looked up. "I sold my apartment, quit my job, sued my own father, for someone who just called me an idiot, who was never pregnant, who was never anything real." I moved closer. "You weren't blind, Kevin. You were manipulated by a professional. There's a difference. I lost everything. I have nothing. I am nothing." I pulled my son into a hug. "First physical contact in 8 months. You have me. You've always had me. That never changed. Not once." Kevin broke then, sobbing against my shoulder like he hadn't since childhood. I held him, feeling something fundamental shift back into place. Inside the restaurant, Jessica looked up to see police officers approaching. I'd called them before Kevin arrived, had them waiting, the forgery documents, the conspiracy on audio, the open warrant from the judge's fraud referral, it all converged. Jessica tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. Brian was arrested alongside her, both charged with conspiracy to commit fraud and forgery. By morning, Jessica had fled Phoenix on bail, skipping town in the $47,000 judgment. I didn't pursue her. She was out of Kevin's life, and that was the victory that mattered. August arrived with Phoenix monsoons washing the city clean. Kevin moved into my guest room temporarily, started therapy, began job hunting. The process was slow. Rebuilding a life takes longer than destroying one. But I watched my son gradually return. Smiles at breakfast. Interest in conversations, plans for the future. One evening, Barbara and Kevin and I sat on the back patio. I took Barbara's hand. "We have something to tell you. Barbara and I are getting engaged." Kevin's reaction surprised us. He grinned. About time, Dad. She's way too good for you. Barbara laughed, and I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Complete. Late August, I hosted a small engagement gathering at my home. 20 close friends, nothing elaborate, everything genuine. Barbara wore a simple blue dress, her smile radiant. Kevin stood beside me as the main witness, healthy weight returning, clarity back in his eyes. When it was time for toast, Kevin tapped his glass, stood. I need to say something. For months, I thought my father was the enemy. Controlling, jealous, trying to ruin my happiness. His voice steadied. But the truth is, sometimes the biggest act of love is saying no when everyone else says yes. It's standing between someone you love and danger, even when they hate you for it. Kevin looked at me. Dad, you saved my life. You let me hate you, sue you, cut you off, and you never stopped trying to protect me. That's not control. That's love. So, thank you for not giving up. Even when I gave up on you. My throat tightened, but I managed. You're my son. I'd do it again. Every time. Kevin raised his glass. To Charles and Barbara, two people who know that real love means telling hard truths and standing firm when everything says to walk away. The small gathering applauded, glasses clinked, and I looked around. My son restored. A woman I loved beside me. A future built on ruins. The revenge wasn't destroying Jessica. It was this. Saving Kevin and finding Barbara. That's the victory that matters. Story 5. At Christmas dinner, my rich grandpa handed us each a check. My parents laughed. It's just for show, a fake check again. I smiled, tucked mine away. Next morning, the bank called, only one check cleared. Grandpa just said. Good. Now I know who's real. At Christmas dinner, Grandpa Walter slid 3 white envelopes across the polished dining table. A little Christmas gift for each of you, he said, his voice quiet. My parents laughed instantly. Mom rolled her eyes, her smile tight. Oh, Dad, are we doing the pretend check thing again? So cute, Dad chuckled, swirling the wine in his glass. The man loves his jokes. Just play along, Sam. I didn't laugh. I looked at Grandpa. He looked tired. I just said, thank you, Grandpa. And tucked the envelope into my coat pocket. My parents went on talking about their new car. They thought it was another one of his games, another harmless joke from an old man. They had no idea. I didn't either. Not really. But the next morning, I went to the bank. I felt strange, like I was doing something wrong. I handed the check to the teller. She was quiet for a long time. Then she looked up, her face professional and clear. Your deposit cleared, Ms. Reed. And just like that, with those 5 words, it wasn't a joke anymore. My name is Samantha Reed. I am 30 years old. I need to tell you about my family, about my parents, Charles and Denise Reed. To understand what happened with a check, you have to understand them. You have to understand the house I grew up in. My parents cared about one thing more than anything else. Looking perfect. Their entire lives were about image. We lived in a big, beautiful house in a neighborhood where all the houses were big and beautiful. The lawns were perfect. The cars were new. My mother, Denise, picked our house because it had a large winding staircase. She said it was impressive and good for first impressions. The inside of the house was just as impressive and just as cold. We had a living room that no one was allowed to live in. The carpet was white. The sofas were white. They were covered in expensive fabric that was rough and uncomfortable. My mother chose them from a magazine. Isn't it elegant, Samantha? She would ask. I would just nod. I once spilled a small drop of water on that white sofa. I was 8 years old. The way my mother screamed, you would think I had set the house on fire. She scrubbed the spot for an hour, her face tight and angry. This is why we can't have nice things, she whispered. But she was looking right at me. After that, I never went in that room alone again. My childhood was a series of photo shoots. My mother was obsessed with our family photos. Every Christmas, every Easter, every vacation, we had to pose. We had to look happy. We had to look perfect. I remember one Christmas photo. I was 12. My mother had bought us all matching red sweaters. They were itchy. I was frowning. Samantha smiled. My dad Charles snapped. He was standing by the fireplace, one hand in his pocket, practicing his own relaxed smile. It's itchy, I said. Stop it, my mother said, her voice low and sharp. She grabbed my shoulders and turned me toward the camera. Your father and I work hard to give you this life. The least you can do is look grateful for one picture. Now smile. So I smiled. It was a fake tight smile. My eyes looked sad. My mother loved that picture. She said we looked like a magazine. She framed it and put it on the grand piano. The hard work was their favorite phrase. We've worked so hard for this life. They would say at parties. My parents loved parties. They loved filling their perfect house with other perfect people. The house would fill with loud fake laughter and the smell of expensive wine and perfume. My job at these parties was to be the perfect quiet daughter. I would wear a dress my mother picked out. I would smile at the adults. I would offer to take their coats. Then, when no one was looking, I would go to my room and read a book. One time, a woman I didn't know followed me upstairs. She was looking for the bathroom. She saw me sitting on my bed reading. She smiled. Hiding? I nodded. She looked around my room. It was the only room in the house that looked lived in. I had posters on the wall. I had a messy desk. Your parents are a lot, she said. And then she laughed a little embarrassed. I'm Mrs. Gable. Later, I heard my mother talking to her by the stairs. Oh, Samantha is just so shy, my mother said in her high, bright party voice. She's in her awkward phase. We're hoping she grows out of it. I wasn't shy. I just didn't like their friends. I didn't like the noise. I didn't like the fakeness. The truth is my parents' hard work was a lie. The perfect house, the new cars, the parties, the white sofas. It all came from one place. It all came from my grandfather, Walter Reed. Grandpa Walter was nothing like my parents. He was self-made. He started a construction company with a single truck and 2 ladders. He built it into one of the biggest, most respected firms in the state. He was old school wealthy, the kind of man who still polished his own shoes and read the newspaper with inky fingers. My dad worked at the company. His title was Vice President of Development, but I once helped Grandpa with his office paperwork for a summer. I saw the numbers. My dad's development was mostly playing golf and taking clients to expensive lunches. Grandpa's company paid for my parents' house. It paid for their cars. It paid for the white carpets. My parents loved Grandpa's money, but they were embarrassed by him. He was too real. He was too blunt. He wore old-fashioned suits. He drank cheap coffee. I remember one party. A man was talking to my father about stocks. Grandpa walked up. You don't invest in stocks, Walter, the man said, laughing. No, Grandpa said. His voice was deep and steady. I invest in steel and concrete and people who show up on time, things you can touch. The man looked confused. My father turned red. He quickly changed the subject. More wine, anyone? Later that night, I heard my parents arguing in their bedroom. He humiliated me, Denise, my father said, talking about steel and concrete like a common laborer. I know, Charles. I know, my mother said, her voice tired. He just doesn't understand. He's from a different time. They loved showing him off. He was their proof. My father, the one who built this city, my dad would say, putting an arm around Grandpa's shoulders for a photo. But they never loved his values. They never listened to him. They saw him as their own personal bank, a bank that was old and a little fussy, but would always give them money. They never ever thought the bank would close. To my parents, I was a failure. I was their greatest disappointment. It wasn't something they said out loud. Not in those exact words. They were too polite for that. They used other words. Samantha is just finding her way. She's creative. She's wasting her potential. That was their favorite phrase. Wasting her potential. My parents' definition of success was very narrow. It meant a big house in their neighborhood. It meant a real job like a doctor or a lawyer or a vice president of development. It meant marrying someone who also had a real job and a big house. I had none of those things. I lived in a 1-bedroom apartment in Portland. It was small. The floors creaked. The kitchen was tiny. My parents hated it. It's so small. My mother said the first time she visited. She looked at my old comfortable sofa like it was diseased. And the neighborhood, Samantha. Do you feel safe here? I love it, Mom, I said. And I did. My apartment was mine. The walls were painted a warm soft yellow. My design sketches and favorite paintings were pinned up everywhere. My bookshelves were overflowing. It was a space for living, not for showing off. It was messy. It was comfortable. It was real. My job was the other problem. I was a freelance interior designer, a decorator, my father asked when I told him. A designer, Dad. I help people make their homes functional and beautiful. There's no money in paint swatches, Sam. He said, shaking his head. It's a hobby. You wasted a college degree on a hobby. You should have gone to law school. I almost went to law school. They pushed me so hard. A law degree is so respectable. My mother said, think of the potential. I was miserable. I was crying one night trying to study for the entrance exam when Grandpa Walter called. You sound terrible, he said. I'm fine, Grandpa. No, you're not. You sound like you're swallowing rocks. What is it? So I told him I didn't want to be a lawyer. I told him I wanted to make things. I wanted to work with color and light and space. I wanted to help people. He was quiet for a long time. I thought he was angry, too. All right. He finally said, come over on Saturday. We're old clothes. When I got to his house, he didn't take me to the living room. He took me to his workshop in the garage. It was a big dusty space that smelled like sawdust and oil. He pointed to a pile of old wood in the corner. I need a table for my entryway, he said. Let's build one. We spent the whole weekend in that garage. He didn't just tell me what to do. He taught me. He taught me how to measure, how to cut. He taught me about different kinds of wood, about wood grain, about joints. It's not about the paint, Sam, he said, running his hand over a piece of smooth sanded oak. The paint is the easy part. It's about the bones, the foundation. If the joints are weak, the table will fall. Doesn't matter how pretty the paint is. My hands were sore. I had blisters. I had sawdust in my hair. I had never been happier. When we were done, we had a small, simple, beautiful table. It was strong. That's real work, Sam, he said, putting a heavy hand on my shoulder. Honest work. Don't you ever let anyone tell you different. I still have that table. It's in my tiny apartment. I put my keys on it every day. It's the most valuable thing I own. Grandpa Walter was the only one who understood. He was the only one who asked about my work, not my salary. He would call me, what problem are you solving today, Sam? I would tell him about a small apartment with no storage. Or a new family with no money for a nursery. And what did you do? He would ask. I'd tell him my ideas. I'm building a bench with storage underneath, and I'm painting the walls a color that will make the room feel bigger. Good, he'd grunt. Smart, honest. That's my girl. He was the only one who saw me. My parents saw my wasted potential. Grandpa saw my work, he had a saying. I heard him say it a lot. Usually, after he'd seen someone being rude or flashy or fake, he'd watch them, his eyes sharp. Then he'd look at me and say, money doesn't test people, Sam. Gratitude does. I didn't really know what he meant. I thought it was just one of his grandpa sayings. What do you mean, Grandpa? I asked him once. We were at a diner. He had just left a 50% tip for the waitress who looked exhausted. You watch how people treat those they don't need, he said, sipping his black coffee. You watch how they say thank you. You watch if they mean it. A person can have all the money in the world, but if they aren't grateful, they're poor. They're just an empty room. I nodded. I thought I understood. I didn't. Not really. I never realized that all those years he wasn't just teaching me. He was watching me. And he was watching my parents. He always said, money doesn't test people. Gratitude does. I just never realized that our Christmas dinner, that was the final test. The room smelled like pine and roasted duck. It was Christmas dinner. My parents' house, of course. My mother had been planning the menu for weeks. The table was perfect. It was a long, dark wood table, polished until it shined like a mirror. It was set with her best china, the plates with the thin gold leaf edge. The crystal glasses caught the candlelight and threw little rainbows on the white walls. The centerpiece was huge. It was a mountain of pine boughs and silver balls and red berries. It was so big I could barely see my dad sitting across from me. The atmosphere was stiff. Christmas with my parents wasn't fun. It was a performance. My mother, Denise, was wearing a red silk dress. Her hair was perfect, but her smile was tight. She was worried. Charles, do you think the duck is too dry? She whispered to my dad. It's fine, Denise. Everything is fine, he said, but he wasn't looking at her. He was checking his phone under the table. Probably checking the stock market. I just want everything to be perfect for your father, she said. Grandpa Walter was sitting at the head of the table. He looked small in the huge high-back chair. He was wearing an old dark green wool sweater. It was clean, but it was old. I could see my mother looking at it. I knew she was thinking it was inappropriate for her perfect Christmas table. I was just trying to be invisible. I was wearing a simple black dress. I was sipping my water. I was counting the minutes until I could go home to my small, quiet apartment. The conversation was all about my parents. Our trip to Aspen was just divine, my mother said to Grandpa. We're thinking of buying a small place there. Oh, Grandpa said he hadn't touched his duck. You have a place here. Oh, Dad. Mom laughed. That high fake laugh. It's an investment. Charles is so smart about investments. Is that right, Charles? Grandpa asked. The market is very strong, Walter. My dad said, puffing out his chest. You have to know when to move. I watched Grandpa. He just nodded slowly. He took a bite of duck. He chewed. He looked tired. After the main course, my mother cleared the plates. She brought out a fancy dessert, something with chocolate and gold flakes on top. Then Grandpa cleared his throat. It was quiet. But in that big, silent room, it sounded like a drum. I have something for you, he said. My parents stopped. They looked at him. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 plain white business-sized envelopes. He slid one across the table to my dad. He slid one over to my mom and he slid one down the table to me. A little Christmas gift for each of you, he said, his voice quiet. My parents looked at each other and then they laughed. My mother, Denise, laughed first. It was her high tinkling party laugh. Oh, Dad, she said, picking up the envelope but not opening it. You're still playing Santa, huh? This is so cute. She fanned herself with the envelope. What is it this year? A check for $1 million, I love you. My dad, Charles, chuckled. He smirked. He picked up his envelope, tapped it on the table. The man loves his jokes, he said. He looked at me. Just play along, Sam. He loves it. He didn't open his either. He just set it next to his wine glass like it was a napkin. I didn't laugh. I looked at Grandpa and he was looking at me. His eyes. I will never forget his eyes. They weren't twinkling. They weren't happy. They were sad. Deeply, profoundly sad. He looked exhausted. He watched my mother laugh at his gift. He watched my father dismiss it. Then his eyes found mine. I picked up my envelope. Thank you, Grandpa, I said. My voice was quiet. He held my gaze. And just for a second, he nodded. A tiny, almost invisible nod. And before he looked away, he said something so softly that my parents didn't hear. Keep it safe. My heart did a strange tight little flip. Keep it safe. What did that mean? I held the envelope in my lap. It felt heavy. It felt important. My mother had already forgotten hers. She had put it on the sideboard next to a stack of dirty dessert plates. She was already talking about her plans for a New Year's Eve party. My dad had tucked his into his suit jacket pocket, probably without even thinking, like you'd pocket a business card you were planning to throw away. The joke was over. The performance continued. I slipped my envelope into my coat pocket. I put my hand in my pocket and I held onto it. I didn't understand what was happening. Not yet, but I knew deep in my bones that something had just broken. I sat there at that perfect polished table and I felt the crack. The foundation was giving way. When I left, I hugged Grandpa. Goodbye. His hug was tighter than usual. He held on for an extra second. Drive careful, Sam, he said into my hair. I will, Grandpa. I love you. I love you, too, child, he whispered. You're a good girl. You're real. My parents waved from their perfect open doorway. The light from their chandelier spilled out onto the perfect lawn. Merry Christmas, my mother called. Don't forget to call your aunt. They were already closing the door. They were already moving on. I sat in my cold car for a full minute, my hand in my pocket, clutching that white envelope. It didn't feel like a joke. The drive back to my apartment in Portland was quiet. The streets were mostly empty. Christmas lights blurred past my windows, red and green and blue. My car's heater was broken, so I was cold. I drove with one hand on the wheel and the other in my coat pocket. My fingers wrapped around the envelope. Keep it safe. His words kept echoing in my head. So cute. My mother's laugh echoed. 2. The man loves his jokes. My father's smirk. I felt sick. I felt a cold, heavy anger settle in my stomach. They didn't even open them. They didn't even look. They had laughed at him. They had laughed at his gift right in his face. When I got to my building, I ran up the stairs. I couldn't wait to be inside my own space. I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, breathing hard. My apartment was messy and warm. I turned on one small lamp. I took off my coat and threw it on my worn-out sofa. I made a cup of tea, my hands shaking a little. I sat on the floor, my back against the couch. The envelope was on the coffee table. It was just a plain white business envelope. My name Samantha Reed was written on the front in his strong familiar handwriting. I stared at it for a long time. Part of me was afraid to open it. What if it was a joke? What if it was a fake check for 1 million hugs? After all the drama, after the heavy feeling, I would feel so stupid. What if it was real? I picked it up. I slid my finger under the flap and opened it carefully. I didn't want to rip it. I pulled out the paper inside. It was a check. A real cashier's check from his personal bank. My eyes went to the pay to the order of line Samantha Reed. Then my eyes went to the little box with the numbers. My breath just stopped. $100,50,000. I read it again and again. The signature at the bottom was his. Walter Reed. It was real. I sat there on my floor in my tiny apartment and I just stared. My chest felt tight. I think I was supposed to be happy. I think I was supposed to be excited. I should have been jumping up and down. I'm rich, right? I didn't feel any of that. I felt heavy. I felt an incredible crushing weight. This wasn't a gift. This was a statement. This was a test. And my parents had failed. He had given them the same envelope, the same chance. And they had laughed. They had tossed it on the sideboard next to the garbage. He knew. He knew they would. He had given me one, two. And I had said, thank you. It wasn't a test of me. It was a test of them. He was just showing me the results. I felt a sudden hot wave of respect for my grandfather. It was so sharp it almost hurt. He was smarter than all of them. He was stronger. And I felt a deep cold sadness for my parents. They were so blind, so lost in their world of white carpets and potential that they couldn't see a real thing when it was right in front of them. I didn't know what to do with the check. Cashing it felt wrong. It felt like money. And this wasn't about money. It was about something else. I got up and walked to my desk. On my desk is a small, dark wooden box. It has a smooth lid. It's the table I built with Grandpa in his workshop. I keep my real treasures in it. I open the lid. The smell of cedar and old paper filled the air. Inside there isn't much. There is the photo of me and him covered in sawdust, grinning at the camera. There is a letter my best friend Zoe wrote me when I moved to Portland. A letter that says, "You are brave." There is a small pressed flower from the first bouquet a client ever gave me. Things that mattered. I took the check. I folded it once. I placed it inside the box right on top of the photo. I closed the lid. It felt right. It was safe. It was where it belonged. It was a symbol of respect. It was proof that he saw me. I didn't sleep that night. I kept thinking, what should I do? The next morning, I woke up feeling hungover. I made coffee. I stared at the wooden box. $100,000. That was a life-changing amount of money. It would pay off my student loans. It would let me rent a real design studio. It would give me security. A new thought crept in. A small ugly thought. What if my parents were right? What if it was a game? What if this was the real test? What if he was waiting to see what I would do? If I cashed it immediately, would that make me greedy? Would I be just as bad as them? If I didn't cash it, would I be disrespecting his gift? Would I be a fool? I felt confused. I felt like I was in one of those stories with a riddle. I had to know. It wasn't about the money. It was about knowing if this was real. Was this entire crazy thing real or was I imagining it? The outline in my memory says, curiosity got the better of me. But it wasn't just curiosity. It was a need for truth. I told myself I wasn't cashing it. I was just checking. I pulled out my phone. I opened my banking app. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely log in. I took the check out of the box. I felt like I was doing something wrong, like I was betraying it. I laid it flat on the table. Mobile deposit. I took a picture of the front. My hand was shaking. The picture was blurry. I took it again. I took a picture of the back. For mobile deposit only. The app spun for a moment. Deposit submitted for 100,000 ALSARs. I felt sick. I put the check back in the wooden box. I closed the lid. I felt small. I felt like I had taken this beautiful, heavy symbol of respect and just tried to turn it into money. I felt like my parents. The next few hours were torture. I sat on my sofa and stared at my phone. I tried to work. I couldn't. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. I was waiting for the deposit failed email. I was waiting for the insufficient funds notice. I was waiting for the just kidding text from Grandpa. I was waiting for a sign, waiting to find out what was real. The word submitted just hung on my phone screen. I put the phone down face down on my coffee table. I felt dirty. I felt cheap. What had I done? I had taken his gift, his test, and I had treated it like a lottery ticket. I went to the kitchen and scrubbed my hands, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I spent the next hour pacing my apartment. I told myself it would be rejected. The bank would send a deposit failed email. Then I would know it was all a game and I would put the check back in the box and I would never look at it again. That would be the end of it. I was almost hoping it would fail. My phone was silent. The silence was loud. After another hour, I couldn't take it anymore. I picked up the phone. My banking app was still open. I refreshed the page. My heart stopped. It didn't just stop. It felt like it was grabbed and squeezed. The pending status was gone. The check was listed under completed transactions and my account balance. The number at the top of the screen. It had changed. I was looking at a number with 5 zeros at the end. It was real. The deposit hadn't failed. It hadn't been stopped. It wasn't a joke. It was real. Your deposit is cleared. The words from the outline were in my head, but the app was right in front of my face. It was just a number on a screen, but it felt like a mountain had just landed in my living room. My hands shook so hard I dropped the phone on the couch. It was real. I sat down. I put my head in my hands. I wasn't happy. I was terrified because if my check was real, it meant their checks were real, too. And they had laughed. They had left them on the table. Oh God, I didn't know what to do. Should I call them? Mom, Dad, that check you laughed at, it was real. Should I call Grandpa? Grandpa, why did you do this? I did nothing. I just sat there frozen. The number on my phone screen felt like it was burning a hole in my apartment. I sat there for maybe 10 minutes, maybe an hour. I don't know. Then my phone rang. The screen lit up. Mom. My blood turned to ice. This was it. The other shoe. I let it ring once, twice, 3 times. I wiped my sweaty hand on my jeans. I picked it up. Hello. My voice was a tiny whisper. Samantha, why didn't you pick up? Her voice was high and tight. She didn't sound like my mom. She sounded sharp. I was in the bathroom. Mom, what's up? What's up? What's up? She repeated. I'll tell you what's up. I just had the most mortifying experience of my life. I stayed quiet. Your father and I were just, cleaning up from Christmas. And I found that envelope your grandfather gave me, the one he gave your father, too. We were laughing about it. Her voice was trembling. She was trying to sound casual, but she was failing. We thought, oh, what the heck? Let's see what the joke is. So, I called the bank just to ask. And the manager said the checks were stopped. He said, your grandfather had put a stop payment on them yesterday morning. She was talking so fast. She was running out of breath. He humiliated me, Samantha. He let us. How could he? I still said nothing. I didn't know what to say. Did you talk to your grandfather today? She asked, her voice suddenly cold and suspicious. No. Why? Don't lie to me, Samantha. I'm not lying, Mom. There was a long cold silence. I could hear her breathing. The bank manager, she said, her voice now dangerously low, said that one check did go through. A large one. This morning, she paused. Ours were stopped. But yours went through. I couldn't speak. My throat was closed. He's playing favorites again. She shrieked. The sudden volume made me flinch. It was a sound I hadn't heard in years. It was the sound from my childhood. The sound of the spilled water on the white sofa. It was raw, ugly jealousy. After everything we do for him, we host him. We take care of him. We manage his life. And you show up twice a year and he gives you, what did he give you, Samantha? Mom, how much? She demanded. I couldn't tell her. I wouldn't. This is ridiculous. She snapped. I'm putting your father on. I heard fumbling. I heard my dad's angry, muffled voice. Just give me the phone, Denise. Samantha, he barked. Hi, Dad. Don't. Hi, Dad. Me. Your mother is hysterical. You should have told us. Told you what? I whispered. That you knew. That you knew the check was real. You went behind our backs. You cashed it, didn't you? Scurried off to the bank first thing in the morning like a little thief. I didn't. He's old, Sam. My father's voice changed. He was trying to sound reasonable now. Paternal. The voice he used when he was trying to handle a problem. He's old and he's not thinking clearly. He doesn't know what he's doing. I thought of Grandpa's eyes. Clear, sad, steady. He's playing games and you fell for it. And you've created a huge problem for this family. I didn't create anything, I said. My voice was suddenly clear and cold. Listen to me, Samantha. That money is not yours. It's family money. Your grandfather is confused. You need to come here and we're going to sort this out. We will put the money into a joint account. We will manage it for you. It's the only fair thing to do. You don't understand finances. You just waste it on your hobby. It's not a hobby. I said this is not up for debate. He shouted. You have put this family in a terrible position. You should have told us. You laughed at it. I said, the words finally coming out. You didn't even open it. You called it a joke. There was a long, terrible silence. I had said the truth. The one thing they couldn't argue with. My father's voice when it came back was flat and cold. Colder than I had ever heard it. He's an old senile man, Samantha. And you are a very, very foolish girl. He hung up. I sat there. The phone still pressed to my ear. The dial tone buzzed. He's old. He doesn't know what he's doing. I looked at the number in my bank account. I looked at the wooden box on my desk, the one I had built with him. Money doesn't test people. Gratitude does. My parents were wrong. I knew with a sudden terrible clarity that my grandfather knew exactly what he was doing. The next 2 days were the longest of my life. I was a ghost in my own apartment. I didn't answer my phone. I didn't check my email. My parents called again and again and again. Their names would flash on the screen. Mom or Dad, and I would just watch, my stomach twisting until it went to voicemail. They left messages. My mother's were first, tearful and pleading. Samantha, darling, please call me. We're just worried about you. Your father was upset. He didn't mean it. We just want to talk. This is all a misunderstanding. My father's were different. They were short and angry. Samantha, stop this childish behavior. Call me now. Then the text started. We know you're there. This is irresponsible. You are tearing this family apart. Me. I was tearing the family apart. Not their greed. Not their laughter. Me. I turned my phone off. The silence was better, but it was also worse. The $100,000 sat in my checking account. It felt like a bomb. I was terrified to touch it. I was terrified to look at it. I bought groceries with my credit card. I didn't want to use the money. It didn't feel like my money. It felt like evidence I couldn't work. I sat at my design table and stared at a blank page. I tried to sketch, but my hands were still shaking. The colors all looked wrong. Everything looked gray. I was alone. I was rich, I guess. And I had never felt more alone in my life. On the second day, I couldn't take it anymore. I turned my phone on. I ignored the dozen new messages from my parents. I called the only person I could, Zoe. Sam, oh my God, are you alive? I was about to call the police. Zoe Harper, my best friend since college. She was the opposite of me. She was loud and funny, and she was not afraid of anything. She was a lawyer, a real one, as my father would say. She worked for legal aid, helping people who had no money. My parents hated her. They said she was aggressive and a bad influence. I'm not okay, Zoe, I whispered. I could feel the tears starting. I hadn't cried yet. Where are you? I'm coming over. No, I need to get out of here. Can I meet you? We met at our favorite diner. It was old and smelled like coffee and bacon. I sat in a booth in the back, my hands wrapped around a hot mug of tea. Zoe slid in across from me. Her sharp, dark eyes scanned my face. Okay, she said. All business. You look like hell. Start from the top. What did they do? So I told her. I told her everything. The dinner, the laughter, the pretend check, my parents' disgust, Grandpa's sad eyes, his words, keep it safe. Zoe just listened, her face getting tighter and tighter. Then I told her about the next morning, the deposit, the number. Zoe's eyes went wide. $100,000, Sam. Shh, I said, looking around. Holy, she whispered. Then I told her about the phone calls. My mother's mortifying experience, the stopped checks, my father's, you're a foolish girl. When I was done, I was crying, just quiet, tired tears rolling down my face. Zoe was silent. She was staring at her coffee cup. Zoe, she looked up. Her face was not sad. It was furious. Zoe, don't. I'm going to kill them, she said, her voice a low growl. I am. I'm a lawyer. I can find a way to make it legal. You are tearing this family apart. They are not a family, Sam. They are a corporation. And you just messed with their bottom line. It's not funny, Zoe. I'm not laughing, she said. I am furious. They've been treating you like this your entire life. Like you're the broken weird one just because you're decent. And now your grandpa finally calls them on it. He finally shows you what you're worth. And they call you a thief for being grateful. I don't know what to do, I whispered. I'm so scared. Scared of what? Them, Sam. They can't do anything. It's your name on the check. It's in your account. It's your money. Game over. It's not about the money, I said a little too loud. It's him. It's Grandpa. What did I just do? Did I just get him in trouble? Is he okay? What if my dad is right? What if he's not? Well, Zoe's face softened. She reached across the table and grabbed my hand. Her hand was warm and strong. Sam, look at me. Your grandfather is a genius. He is the smartest one in this whole mess. He's not old and confused. He's strategic. He knew exactly what they would do. He's been watching them. He's been watching you. This wasn't a gift of money, Sam. It was a gift of truth. I took a shaky breath. So, what do I do now? Nothing, she said. You live your life. You pay off your loans. You rent that studio you've been dreaming about. You use it. That's the best thank you can give him. And you block your parents' numbers. I can't do that. Okay, fine. She sighed. Baby steps. Just wait. Wait for the next move. I drove home feeling not better, but stronger. Zoe had put some steel in my spine. He's a genius. It was a gift of truth. I got to my apartment. I checked my mailbox and there it was. It wasn't a business envelope. It was thick, heavy, cream-colored cardstock. My name, Samantha, was written on the front in my grandfather's handwriting. That strong, clear, old-fashioned script. My heart was back in my throat. This was it. I went upstairs, my keys shaking in my hand. I sat on my sofa. I opened it. There was no letter, no explanation, just a single card as thick as the envelope. It was printed, not handwritten. Dinner, Saturday, 7:00 p.m. Underneath was the address of his house, not my parents' house. His house. That was it. My blood ran cold. This was the next move. This was the showdown. I called Zoe. He invited me to dinner, I said. Saturday. Okay, she said, her voice cautious. Just you? I think so. It just has the time and place. So what? Zoe said, her voice getting that lawyer-like edge. You think he's about to confront them? Is he going to have them there? Is this an ambush? I looked at the simple, elegant card. Dinner, Saturday, 17 p.m. I thought about the stopped checks. I thought about the $100,000 in my bank account. I thought about the decades of watching and listening and testing. A calm, cold, sad feeling settled over me. No, Zoe, I said quietly, staring at the card. I don't think he's about to confront them. Then what? I think he already did. I think the test is over. This is him announcing the results. The drive to my grandfather's house on Saturday night was the loneliest drive of my life. My little car felt small on the wide, dark roads that led to his neighborhood. My parents lived in a new, flashy neighborhood. Grandpa lived in the old original wealthy part of town. His house wasn't a modern white and glass box like my parents'. It was a 30-year-old brick house, solid and timeless and real. It was set back from the road, hidden by old, huge oak trees. I parked my car behind a row of other much more expensive cars. I recognized my parents' silver Mercedes. My stomach dropped. They were here. This wasn't just announcing the results. This was an execution. And I didn't know if I was the guest of honor or the main course. I walked to the front door. I could hear my heart beating in my ears. I thought about turning around. I thought about getting in my car, driving back to Portland, and never speaking to any of them again. But I thought of Grandpa, his sad eyes. Keep it safe. I had to see this through. I rang the doorbell. The door opened almost immediately. It wasn't Grandpa. It was his housekeeper, Maria. She had worked for him for as long as I could remember. She smiled at me, a warm, genuine smile. Samantha, he is waiting for you in the study. Are my parents here? I whispered. Maria's smile faded. They are in the dining room, she said, and her tone told me everything. She led me down the hall. My parents' house was all white walls and bright harsh lights. Grandpa's house was warm. The walls were lined with books. The floors were dark wood covered in old, beautiful rugs. It smelled like old books and wood polish and the faint sweet smell of his pipe tobacco. It smelled like home. She opened the doors to the study. Grandpa Walter was sitting behind his huge dark desk. He wasn't working. He was just sitting there, his hands folded, waiting for me. Hello, Samantha, he said. His voice was calm. Grandpa, I said. I wanted to run to him. I wanted to cry. I wanted to ask him a million questions. I just stood there. You look nervous, he said. I am. Don't be, he said, you've done nothing wrong. Sit down. I sat in the big leather chair across from his desk. He looked at me, his eyes clear and sharp. You got my invitation? I nodded. They're here, aren't they? Yes, he said. They are. Now, before we go in there, I want you to know something. What happens in that room tonight has nothing to do with you. It is not your fault. It is not your problem. This is between me and them. It has been for 30 years. Your only job tonight is to be quiet and to be real. Can you do that? Be real. Just be yourself, Sam. That's all you've ever been. It's all I've ever asked. He stood up. He was an old man, but he stood up straight. He looked powerful. He was wearing a dark suit, not his usual old sweater. Let's go to dinner, he said. He put his hand on my back and we walked out of the study. We walked down the hall to the dining room. I felt like I was walking into a bad dream. My parents were standing by the fireplace. They were not talking. My mother, Denise, was wearing a black dress that was too expensive. Her smile was stiff. It was stretched so tight I thought her face would crack. Her eyes were red. My father, Charles, was standing with his hands in his pockets, staring into the unlit fireplace. His face was tight with anger. It was a dark blotchy red. They both turned when we walked in. My mother's eyes flew to me. Her smile wobbled. Samantha, you came? She looked at Grandpa. Dad, this is a surprise. Is it? Grandpa said, his voice calm. He walked to the head of the table. Please sit. My parents sat on one side. I sat on the other alone. Grandpa stayed standing at the head of the table. He wasn't carrying a platter of food. He was carrying a thin folder. A legal folder made of beige cardstock. He set it on the table in front of him. The sound was soft, but it echoed in the silence. You'll each find your name on these papers, he said. He didn't look at the folder. He looked at my parents. My mother's voice cracked. She burst into tears. They weren't sad tears. They were angry, frustrated tears. You humiliated us, Dad, she cried, her voice rising. You stopped our checks. You made us look like fools after all we've done for you. What have you done for me, Denise? Grandpa asked. His voice was still quiet, still calm. It cut through her sobs like a knife. She stopped. We did stop the checks, Grandpa said, nodding calmly. I did. He looked at my mother. He looked at my father. For 30 years, I have given you everything. A house, cars, a job you don't do, an allowance for a woman your age. I have given and you have taken and you have not once said thank you and meant it. That's not true, my father said, finding his voice. At Christmas, Grandpa continued as if my father hadn't spoken. I gave you a final gift, a simple test. I gave you the same thing I gave Samantha. My parents both looked at me. My mother's look was pure poison. I gave you a check. A real one, a gift. And you laughed. You laughed at me. You threw it on the sideboard with the garbage. You rolled your eyes, Denise. You smirked, Charles. You called me a joke. His voice was so calm. That's what made it so terrifying. He wasn't yelling. He was just stating facts. You laughed at a gift. So, you laughed at me. It was a test, my father shouted, slamming his fist on the table. The crystal glasses rattled. A sick, twisted old man's game. Life is a test, Charles. Grandpa said. You failed. And her? My father yelled, pointing at me. The vein in his forehead was purple. You rewarded her for what? For doing nothing. For being a failure. For wasting her potential. She's done nothing. The room was silent. I could feel all their eyes on me. I felt small. I felt like I was 12 years old again in the itchy red sweater. I looked at my grandfather. He was still looking at my dad. She did everything. Grandpa said, his voice so quiet, so full of power, I almost cried. She did everything, he repeated. She listened. When I spoke, she listened. When I taught her, she learned. She works. She builds. She respects herself. She said, thank you for a gift she didn't even know was real. He turned his clear, steady eyes on me. She didn't laugh. The silence that followed. It was sacred. That's the only word for it. It was the sound of a 30-year-long life finally dying. It was the sound of truth filling a room. My father's face was white. My mother was completely utterly silent. Her mouth open. They had nothing left to say. He had taken all their words away. My grandfather, Walter Reed, did not move. He stood at the head of his table, a king in his own home. My father's fist was still on the table. My mother's face was pale and blotchy. Grandpa picked up the thin beige folder. He opened it. He slid it across the polished wood table. It stopped right in front of me. "This is yours, Samantha," he said. I looked down. My hands were in my lap. I was afraid to touch it. My father leaned forward, squinting. "What is that? What is this? More games?" I put my hands on the folder. I opened it. It was not a check. It was paper after paper of legal documents. My eyes just scanned the words. I didn't understand all of them. I saw last will and testament of Walter Reed. I saw durable power of attorney. I saw transfer of I-deed. I saw articles of incorporation for Reed Construction. And on every single page in the places for executor or beneficiary or trustee, I saw my name, Samantha Reed. My breath left my body. This wasn't the $100,000. This was everything. This was the company, the house, the trust. "What is that?" My mother whispered. She was pale. She looked sick. "What is that, Samantha?" she asked again, her voice rising. I couldn't speak. I just looked at my grandfather. "It's my estate, Denise," Grandpa said calmly. "It's my legacy. You can't do that." My mother stammered. "You can't, Charles. Charles is your son. He's the vice president. It's his." "Charles has a title," Grandpa said. "He does not have the job. He has never done the job. He has a salary which I have paid. You can't do this." My father roared. He stood up, his chair scraping violently on the wood floor. "I'm your son. She's a child. She doesn't know anything. She knows how to work," Grandpa said. "She knows how to listen. She knows how to build. This is illegal." My father yelled. "You're old. You're senile. She tricked you. She manipulated you." He was looking around the room, desperate, like he was looking for someone to agree with him. "You're not well, Dad. You're sick. You need help. We were going to get you help." My mother caught on. "Yes, Dad. You're not thinking clearly. This test, it's not normal. We're worried about you." They were trying to take his power. They were trying to call him crazy. I watched horrified as they tried to turn this on him. Grandpa just watched them. He let them talk. He let my father rant. He let my mother cry her fake worried tears. He let the silence stretch out after they were done. After they had said all the ugly, desperate things. My father was breathing hard. His suit jacket bunched up. My mother was dabbing her eyes with a napkin. Her face a mask of concern. Grandpa waited. Then he spoke. And his voice was not the voice of a senile old man. It was the voice of the man who built a company from a single truck. It was steel. "I am not sick, Charles. I am not confused, Denise. I have never seen more clearly in my entire life." He looked at my father. He looked at my mother. "I already have," he said. My mother looked confused. Have what? You said I can't do this." Grandpa said, "I'm telling you. I already have. The papers are signed. They are filed. My lawyer, Mr. Miller, has the originals. These are your copies. It is done." My father's face. It collapsed. The anger, the bluster, it just died. He looked old. He looked weak. He looked like an empty room. He sank back into his chair. My father started to speak. He opened his mouth. A little sound came out. A but. Grandpa's voice cut through the air. It was not loud. It was final. He looked at his son. He looked at his daughter-in-law. "Now I know who's real." That was it. That sentence. It was just 5 words. But it was the end. It ended everything false in that room. It ended 30 years of lies. It ended the perfect image. It ended the hard work. It ended them. My mother stood up. Her movements were stiff like a robot. She picked up her purse. She didn't look at me. She didn't look at Grandpa. She just walked to the door. My father sat there for another second. He looked at the folder in front of me. He looked at his father. His eyes were full of something I had never seen before. It wasn't anger. It was hate. It was a deep, cold, empty hate. Then he stood up, straightened his suit jacket, and followed his wife out of the room. We just sat there. We heard the front door open. We heard it slam shut. The slam echoed through the big, quiet, solid house. And then there was peace. We sat in the silence. I was still staring at the open folder. Executor, trustee, Samantha Reed. My hands were shaking. I was rich. I was in charge of everything. I looked at my grandfather. He was still standing. He looked tired. He looked old. But he looked free. He let out a long, long breath. It sounded like it had been held in for 30 years. "Well," he said, His voice soft now. I suppose Maria has kept dinner warm. He sat down. He picked up the small bell by his plate and rang it. I just stared at him. Grandpa, I whispered. My voice was broken. I can't what? He asked. I don't know how to do this. The company, the trust. I'm a designer. I paint walls. I don't know how to run a construction company. Maria came in pushing a cart. She didn't look surprised that my parents were gone. She just started setting out plates. Roasted chicken, vegetables, warm bread. Grandpa looked at me. He smiled. A real warm smile. I taught you how to build a table, didn't I? Yes, but you started with a pile of wood. You measured. You cut. You learned the joints. You learned the bones. It's the same thing, Sam. Just a bigger table. He put a piece of chicken on my plate. We'll hire people to do the parts you don't know. You just be the boss. You just be real. You'll be fine. You're the only one I trust to be. We ate dinner. Just the two of us at that long polished table. We didn't talk about money. We didn't talk about my parents. We didn't talk about the folder, which I had closed and placed on the chair next to me. He asked me about my work. Tell me about that project you were working on, he said. The one for the new family in the small apartment, the nursery. That's the one. And so I told him. I told him how I had built a crib with storage drawers underneath. I told him about the color I found. A soft yellow that made the tiny room feel sunny and big. He listened. He nodded. Smart, he said. Good bones. We talked about spring planting. He wanted to plant new rose bushes along the front walk. I told him which colors I thought would look best. We talked like we always had. After dinner, we had coffee in the study. Before I left, he walked me to the door. I'm scared, Grandpa, I said, my voice quiet. I know, he said. He put his heavy, warm hand on my shoulder. That's why I know you're the right one. The ones who aren't scared. They're the problem. He reached into his pocket and handed me a small folded piece of paper. Not a check, just a note. Read this later, he said. He hugged me. Drive safe, Sam. I drove home. I felt numb. I felt like I was floating. I got to my apartment. I sat on my sofa. I opened the note. His handwriting. Money changes hands every day. Respect only once. I cried. I finally cried. Not for my parents. Not for the money. I cried for him. For his long, lonely life watching his family turn into fakes. I cried because he saw me. A week later, I sat in a big polished office. The sign on the door said, Miller, Grant, and Associates. Grant Miller was a kind man with glasses and a gentle smile. He looked a little like my grandfather. Your grandfather is a very, very smart man, Samantha, he said as I signed my name. Page after page. He's put a lot of trust in you. I know, I said. My hand was steady. The numbers didn't matter. The money was just money. It was a tool. It was a result. The lesson mattered. I'm still a designer. I have a studio now, a nice one. I hire other young designers and I pay them well. I'm also the boss of Reed Construction. I sit at a big table in a boardroom. I listen. I learn. I make decisions. It's just a bigger table. I never heard from my parents. Not directly. Their lawyers sent letters, of course. They tried to contest the will. They said Grandpa was senile and under undue influence. But Grandpa was smart. He had been documenting his clear mind for years. He had letters from doctors. He had videos. The case was thrown out. They lost. They lost everything because they had already lost. They thought the check was fake. But the only fake thing in that house that Christmas night was their love. I still drive past that first bank sometimes, the one where I made the deposit. I remember the feeling, the shaking hands, the dread. And I remember the call that changed everything. It wasn't the call from the bank telling me the money was real. It was the call from my father telling me I was a foolish girl. That was the moment. The moment I knew he was wrong. The moment I knew my grandfather was right. The moment I finally understood what I was worth, and that decency, quiet and simple and real, was finally worth more than dollars.